It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, February 13th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Oh, I am fired up for today's show, Frank. I am so fired up for today's show. Could you tell it in the the? The came from
had
a
so much
very special place. It had a little extra mustard on it, a little extra oomph, if you know what I'm saying. I am so fired up about this post-pay-per-view Monday, the best Monday of the month. Sometimes twice a month, like we're getting next month, March, 2 pay-per-views. But February, it's just one. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about on this post-pay-per-view Monday following UFC 284, Perth, Western Australia, Saturday night here in the United States, Sunday morning in Australia. One of the all-time great fights that I have ever seen. And this is not me being a victim, a prisoner of the moment, as they say. This is not me being hyperbolic. This is not me being, some sort of floozy. This is the truth. That was, as we told you going in, the best that MMA had to offer. I've said it. I said it multiple times. This fight may not have the glitz. It may not have the glamour. It may not have the trash talk. It may not have, the superstar component that you want out of these big fights. That was the best MMA had to offer going in, on the night, and coming out. It was incredible. What Islam Makhachev and Alex Volkanovski did on Saturday night was theater at its finest. It's, someone asked me recently, wow, what do you love about MMA? There's all this crap. There's all this nonsense. There's all this controversy. There's all this grossness, this ugliness. That is why I stick around. That is why I love this sport. Give me that fight over the Super Bowl, when the Bills aren't playing, any day of the week. The build-up, the walkouts, the anticipation, the chess match, the size difference. The size difference was nuts. The dominance, the freaking Volkanovski saying, ain't no thing, end of the first, coming back second, the striking, the wrestling, the grappling, the ebbs and flows of the fight. The uniqueness. We've never seen Islam in a spot like that. 25 minutes. It was incredible. Everyone has a take. Everyone has a say. I can't wait to talk about this. Talk about the scoring. Talk about the fight. Talk about the controversy afterwards. Talk about the pound for pound. We got a lot of things to talk about, so let's not waste any time. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC and of this program. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. A lot of exciting things coming up. March 4th, John Jones. March Madness coming up. NBA in full swing. NHL in full swing. World Baseball Classic. I'm a big mark for that. Love that coming up. A lot going on. Thankfully, we could say goodbye to the football season. It is over. I don't care. Boring. Fell asleep. All good. No one cares. But there's a lot to like. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. And put in the code THEMMA Hour if you're a first-time user. They'll hook you up. Also lets them know we sent you. Support them because they support us. Back into the show. Recap the weekend as far as betting is concerned. A good one for the new look Parlay Pals and for GC as well. So we'll do all of that. Prior to that, we'll be joined in studio by the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, on the road to WrestleMania, April 1st, 2nd, SoFi Stadium. Inglewood up to no good, California. He is likely going to be headlining night 2, we presume, against, we don't know, this Saturday, Elimination Chamber, Montreal, Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn. Will Helwani be there? Stay tuned to find out. But we'll talk to Cody Rhodes in studio. There's Raw in Brooklyn tonight, so he's able to stop by. Appreciate that very much. Can't wait for that. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll have Alex Volkanovski on. Alex, the great Volkanovski, coming off that all-timer on Saturday. His first official loss in 10 years, fought as a welterweight, hasn't lost as a featherweight. First loss in the UFC, oh so close. What a walkout, what a scene it was. Came across like a star. And one of those situations where it now feels like he's an even bigger star coming out of the fight off a loss than he was coming off of any one of those wins. Amazingly, right? Any one of those wins. Max, 3, dominant. Zombie, dominant. Any one of those dominant wins. It feels like he's a bigger star now coming off a loss. Isn't it crazy how that stuff works? Prior to that, we'll be joined by Jens Pulver. What a scene that was Saturday night. He's streaming for the UFC on YouTube. I believe on Twitch as well, but definitely on YouTube. And they finally announced that he's going into the Hall of Fame. And you know, every time I talk about the Hall of Fame, I mention him, I mention Frank Shamrock, I mention some of the old guys. Now, I know that they tried to get Shamrock in. In fact, there was a deal on the table to do something and it fell through. There was never really a deal for Jens. For whatever reason, even though he was a company guy now, and I know he left the UFC and there were some hard feelings about that, for whatever reason, they weren't putting him in. The first ever UFC lightweight champion, man who coached The Ultimate Fighter opposite Nathan Diaz was on the show, opposite BJ Penn, who he fought twice in the UFC. Man who made history by putting the lightweights on the map, who fought in Pride as well as WEC, who fought Uriah Faber for the 145-pound title in Sacramento. What a scene that was. 145 after he beats Cub Swanson. Finally gets his due, and by now you've probably seen the video. He was emotional. He couldn't even speak. He has his son there. He hugs him. He kisses him. This means something, and this puts the Hall of Fame over. This makes the Hall of Fame feel special, because here you have a guy who just wants this so badly, as opposed to putting in a guy who just retired 6 months ago. To them, it's ho-hum, another notch on the belt. This is what Jens wanted. This makes the Hall of Fame feel unique, special, important. So I love that they did it. He's going in officially in July, and he'll join us on the show at 2:30 to talk about it all. Prior to that, Arnold Allen will join us at 2 o'clock to talk about the featherweight division. Yair Rodriguez is now the interim featherweight champion. Will he fight Arnold Allen or Max Holloway next? Will he defend the belt, the interim belt, like Renan Barão had to do? It's rare that the interim champ has to defend it, but because of what happened on Saturday, have plans changed? Will he have to defend it? And so let's get into Saturday. Saturday night, Perth, Islam Makhachev, number 2 pound for pound in most people's eyes. I had him 3, but it's semantics. Who the hell cares? Very rare to get 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3. Leon 2. Versus number 1 in everyone's eyes, Alex the Great Volkanovski in Australia. Volkanovski finally gets a chance as a champion to fight in his home country. Sold out. Australian fans, by all accounts, on fire. Super psyched to back their guy. There are 10 Australians on the card. The first time the UFC was in Australia back in 2010, UFC 110, headlined by Cain Velasquez versus Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira. There were just 2 Australians on the card. George Soteropoulos and Anthony Parishes, who took a fight against Mirko Krokop on like a week's notice. The scene has grown tremendously. And one of their own was at the top of the bill, going for gold at 55, try to make history, just the 5th double champ in UFC history. And it was an incredible scene and an incredible fight. Off the bat, you see the size difference. You see them jockeying. And then the last 90 or so seconds of the first round, you're like, oh my God, he's got his back. The scary monster, Islam Makhachev, has his back. Volk cannot be more calm, cannot be more collected. Ends the round going like this, talking smack, smiling, laughing. What? How is this possible? This is the smaller guy fending off the monster who everyone is afraid of. Second round, some dicey moments there. Looks like he rocks him. He gets rocked. Volk I'm talking about. Back to the grappling. Back and forth they go. That's one of the hotly debated rounds. Third round, Alex Volkanovski, dominant, clear cut, wins the round. Well, except for one of the judges who didn't give him the round, but most people, I think, gave the third round to Volk. Fourth round, to me, is the most fascinating one. Grappling heavy, dominance by Makhachev on the ground, but in terms of damage, minimal at best. Volk is going like this. He's calling him all kinds of names. He's laughing at him. He's just, being active, punching, doing whatever he can. If you look at the stats, and I know they don't always tell the story, Volk's doing some serious work there in terms of damage, which is the number one criteria, right? I mean, that's what we've been told. Damage is number 1. And then number 5 is the easiest round of them all to score. Never seen Makhachev in a position like that. Obviously, he has the one loss to Adriano Martins, and that was more of a flash thing, but this was, Volk beating him up in his guard, raining down blows, ground and pound, all that stuff. Wild. And I think a lot of people at the time thought that Volk had done enough. The crowd went nuts. Now, for the record, upon watching it live, I scored it 3-2 for Islam Makhachev. I gave Islam the first, second, and fourth rounds. I gave Volk the third and fifth. Now, I watched it again last night, and yes, the second and fourth are really close, super close. I saw what Volk tweeted. He says that he thinks he won the second, third, and fifth. I think the fourth, he actually may have a stronger case, to be honest, but super, super close. And then when you look at the rest of those two weight classes, which they are affecting at the top of, all right, 45, do you do Yair versus the winner of Holloway and Arnold Allen? You know you have Beneil Dariush and Charles Oliveira most likely fighting on May 6th. So what happens there? That's in what? 3 months? So the timing doesn't really work out. They could fight and then be ready to fight again in August. Do you squeeze one in? So that is wild. Do you run it back? I don't know. Volk upset. Was a professional, was a mensch afterwards. But clearly upset. Felt like he was robbed of a moment. Islam, I thought afterwards was fine as well. Felt like he was trying to convince us too much that he was the best. Like he was saying it. Just let other people say it. Let other people crown you. Let other people say that you're the man. Now you got all this debate. Is he really number one? Did Volk's performance keep him at number one because he was the smaller guy and it was oh so close? And then, of course, we wake up this morning to a series of tweets from Dan Hooker, not even beating around the bush, just flatly accusing Islam Makhachev of cheating before the fight. And what is he saying? I think we have the tweets right here, right? We got them. This is the first one at 2:59 a.m., which is about 4 p.m. in Perth. Dan Hooker tweets, dumb, expletive, thinks he can fly to Australia, hire a nurse to give him an IV, and we won't find out, cheating dog. Follows that up with Dan Hooker posting a screen grab of, a Google search about how long is the suspension for IV use, which, by the way, as he's pointing out here, could be up to 2 years. And you would presume, fine, stripping of the belt. He writes, USADA doing fuck all. Follows that up with, prove me wrong, bet you can't. Follows that up with, he doesn't cheat, he doesn't win. And then follows that up with a person asking him about 5 hours ago, Dan, who are you talking about? It's early East Coast USA, so it's hard to find out. And he then says Islam is a cheat. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot, which would maybe even lead to more talk, want, desire to see the rematch. I got to bring in the guys here to talk about all of this because my mind is actually spinning because there's so much to discuss. There's so many layers to all of this. So let's bring in New York Rick and GC. I just laid out, guys, my scorecard. So just for the record, I think that's the most important thing to lay out here because that's been the most hotly debated thing. I mean, I've seen a lot of people, including the great Lil Wayne, say that he feels like Volk was cheated. New York Rick, your scorecard on Saturday night?
Yeah. If you were watching the watch party, shout out to everybody that did. The lot of you that did. Tremendous content.
Tremendous.
GC and Mike Heck. We scored it in real time. I had it exactly the same as you. I had 1, 2, and 4 for Islam, and I had 3 and 5 for Volk.
And GC, you agree with that, right?
Exact same way, yeah. That's how I saw it live, and after rewatching it, that's what I think.
What's going on with the light situation behind you there, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
Valentine's Day.
Oh.
I didn't want to come in with the glasses.
Oh,
It feels like
yeah.
we're on a serious subject, hotly debated, but,
Mind the glasses, if I'm being honest.
I like it.
we
I say
got
bring them back.
I don't mind the glasses. You got a Volk shirt there too? Is that legit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is from Engage. This is from, our
Have you
good
ever
friend
worn
Ash.
that?
I wore it on Saturday, so I didn't wear it.
I saw you wearing
during
Jack
the
Della.
fight. Yeah, I was wearing Jack Della. I didn't want to wear it for the fight,
You were afraid?
Superstitious.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a little bit afraid. I put it on afterward, though, incredibly impressive performance. So, yeah, got to rep them, bro.
Well, that's a nice one. That does
it's
not
a
look
great
like
one.
a knockoff.
I see it on a lot of people. This is definitely not a knockoff. This is Engage, ID. That's the real stuff. They got a sick one with the rings that I might buy, too.
Have either of you had a chance to rewatch the fight, or at least the 2 rounds in question? Because really it comes down to the second or the fourth. Anyone have a chance to do that? Not trying to call you out.
I have not rewatched.
Yeah.
I watched round 2 again.
After watching it again and seeing the hullabaloo, do you have any part of you feel like, all right, maybe he did deserve to win, that this was...
All right. So here's the thing.
Yes.
When I was watching it live, watching it with Rick on the watch party, there was no question in my mind going to the scorecards. I was like, yeah, this is going to be 48-47 Makhachev. I feel like this one was pretty clear. And Rick kept saying, you know, like, maybe round 2 was closer than people thought, and some of the judges gave it to them. After rewatching it, I see more now people saying how close it was and how contested it was. I could see how a judge would give them that, despite none of the judges giving them that too.
And of course, the judges don't have the luxury of doing that, right? Like, they're watching in real time.
Yeah, of course
from
not.
a corner. So it's like we're trying to look for things, and the fact that the majority of us, I think, and we're not, you know, professional judges, it was a pretty good group. Like, there's no Douglas Crosby in that group right there. The fact that the majority of them, you know, of the judges, the fan, everyone's going 48-47. There's the 49-46 that's out there, which is a little bit weird, but ultimately giving it to Islam.
I'll be honest. I think a 49-46 is fine too. Those rounds were, except for 4 and 5, the first 3, I think you can maneuver. 3, although 3 was interesting, but yeah, I think there's leeway that you can find a 49-46 in there, but I think prevailing wisdom is 48-47 either direction. But the rounds were so close. This is the problem with this system, these conversations, is a close fight is not represented by the scorecards properly in this sport. That's just the reality of the situation. We're talking about razor thin rounds that could go either way, and the person is on the wrong side of it, and it's just 10-9, and now we move on. It's whereas somebody can beat the living hell out of somebody like Volk did at the end of the 5th round, and it's 10-9 again. So it's not being properly represented by the scorecards, in my opinion. But I don't think I will say I don't think 49-46 is outlandish.
Okay, yeah. On the whole, if you're going round by round, and I'm happy that you say that for 2 reasons. Number one, worth noting for the OG fans, if this was a pride fight, Volk is winning that fight, right? Meaning how you end the night is most important, right? Well, just like how you would score a street fight, right? Like the person that walks away looking better wins the night.
Cumulative damage, Volk would have won that fight. Yes.
Oh my God, the side-by-side picture of them at their post-fight interviews.
The other thing, you bring up a great point, New York Rick, you can't look at the total stats of a fight and be like, look at the difference. Because again, all you got to do is win 3 out of 5. And so if there's one round that is, you know, lopsided, all of a sudden you look at the total stats and be like, how did this guy lose? That's not how fights are scored. It's just 3 out of 5. If you do enough, 3 out of the 5, you're walking away, even if you lay 2 eggs in, you know, 2 of the rounds. So you can't do that. Now, if you want to go round by round and look at the stats and say like, 4th round, he actually landed way more than this guy, and this guy didn't really threaten and all that. Now we've got an interesting conversation on our hands. But I think we can all agree on this. That was incredible. That may have even been better than we all thought.
Exceeded my expectations by
edge of the seat stuff. Like I couldn't look away. I could not look away.
Yeah.
The chess match, the size difference, him fending off the takedowns, how cool he was, laughing, talking shit, the striking, never seeing Islam in a position like he was in the 5th round, thinking if there's a minute left here, is he actually going to finish him? I mean, everything about it. It was amazing. It was
Islam
the best.
Turning the tables in round 4 and going to the takedowns that we were waiting for in the first 3 rounds.
And what a takedown.
And the timing of the level change,
beautiful.
Having him in danger. This fight had every bit of two of the best. If you don't think the 2 best, 2 of the best fighters on the planet duking it out. I loved it. I loved it.
So we agree on that. Do we also agree? And I'll ask you this, GC. Amazingly, the guy who everyone was kind of indifferent about, the guy who they said didn't have the dynamic personality. He's not Izzy. He's not, you know, he's not edgy. He's not a shit talker. He's not this. It feels like Volk could do no wrong. Like, I know he wanted the history. I know he doesn't necessarily care about that, but he has come into his own as a personality, as a character. Even the way he was like soaking in the walkout and the buffer intros, and afterwards, it feels like he has never been more popular, never been more respected, never been more appreciated. That's the weird silver lining. If we were to look at this as if it was the stock market, it does feel like everyone's loving and high on Volk, and Islam kind of either stayed here, and again, I scored the fight for him, or even went there because it felt like he wasn't as, as scary, as dangerous as people were making him out to be going in, right?
I mean, it could be like, it could just be my timeline, but it feels like Islam actually has gone down a notch. It feels like people are trying to discredit him because this one going to the scorecards, because a lot of people thought that Volk won the fight. And to the point of Volk, like, it's, how could he ever get any higher than this? Like, I mean, other than winning the fight itself, it almost feels like because he lost, more people are on his side because they think that he should have won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, the performance from Volk, just like, you can't ask for much more from him other than if he was able to get that finish in the last 60 seconds. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I would say that Volk has skyrocketed. It always felt like Max Holloway has been the favorite featherweight for the entire time that, I've been a fan of late. And now it feels like Volk is starting, to maybe eclipse that. Like, he is just...
It was Herculean.
A beloved child right now.
Because he looked like the underdog. He looked smaller. Everyone was so afraid of Islam. And I'm trying to think. I know there's an example or two, perhaps New York Rick, you can remember, where someone loses, but it actually feels like his stock is higher than the guy who won. If in fact you thought Islam won the fight, right? Like one of those weird situations where it's like, man, we counted this guy out. What did he end up as? Like a plus 300 or something like that?
Yeah, plus 300 in like the second round. He was like plus 550 on the live line. Like it was really.
And there's nothing I would rather do more than sit here and say I scored it for him. And sit here and like, oh, that clip that you guys were passing around about me saying to Sky Nicholson that he's going to win, and then what I said, or like, I was picking him to win. Yeah. There's nothing I'd rather do more than to say I called her, but I can't. That's the kind of guy that I am. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, I was cheering for Volk as hard as anyone could be cheering for him, and like, when it went to the scorecards, it would have surprised me. I would have been elated, but it would have surprised me had he got in his hand race.
I mean, the stakes are different, but obviously I think Jared Gordon in a losing effort kind of helped his stock versus Paddy Pimblett.
Well,
I think there's a few recently, but not to this magnitude, right? Because of everything that was on the line. Can I just say one thing, though?
Maybe Johnny Hendricks GSP.
I mean, you would have to go back because, again, the level that we're talking about is just completely different.
Not to the magnitude.
Gus Jones, go ahead.
Not to the magnitude, but the Hamzat Burns fight, I feel like a lot of people loved Burns after that because it was such a banger, and I felt like because you saw the chink in Hamzat's armor, like it felt like, he is mortal, that like he took a step back. Obviously, not to the level of this. This is a totally different level.
I just want to say one thing.
Tell me.
I hate that this has become a zero-sum game. I really do.
What does that mean?
It is possible to be true. And I would argue that this is my position. It is possible to be true that Islam can be as good as we thought he was, and Volk can be as good as we thought he was. It doesn't have to be a situation where, because Volk was more competitive in the fight, all of a sudden Islam isn't as great as we thought. No, he can be as great as we thought, and Volk can be as great as we thought. I hate that it's become this kind of like tribalistic, this guy versus this guy. One has to have stock up, one has to have stock down. And you see it. It's just, you can't avoid it on Twitter. If you put out a position, you're automatically hating, right? If you say somebody did well, then that they assume that means that the other person did poorly. And that's just not the case. This was two of the best fighters in the world competing at the highest level and both rising to the occasion. Islam getting it done, Volk not, in my opinion, the way I scored it. And I just hate that it has to be this way, but that is the nature of social media. That is the nature of the environment we live in. And it's just, it's sad. It's truly sad because I think what we saw on Saturday night deserves better and was special.
Dude, I'm 100% with you, Rick. I mean, I said something nice. Oh, man, we have a technical, lights falling down. I said something nice about Islam, just about, the fact that he went into Australia. That's his first title defense is beating Alexander Volkanovski. Like, people are trying to dumb it down to like, oh, he beat a featherweight. Like, it was Alexander Volkanovski, the greatest featherweight on earth right now, and like he won and beat him. And then everyone, is like, oh,
why do you hate Volk?
Deserve it. Why do you hate Volk? He shouldn't even have won in the first place. It's just like, you can respect both the fighters and the fight itself. You don't have to choose a side here.
It's ridiculous. I even had people saying like, I'm biased towards Islam. I'm biased.
I
I was
mean,
like,
it's just-
on the
it's-
timeline, I had people saying I'm biased towards Islam, and then I have people saying I hate Russians, and then I have people saying I'm biased towards. I'm like, I don't even know what to. I guess that means you're doing it right. I heard Joe Buck say it one time that like when the Niners play the Cowboys, he gets it from both sides, and that means he's doing it right because
And I think people
I
see
don't wanna-
selective things. Like
Right.
if they only see one tweet of you, backing up one fighter, then they think that's where you stand. Like it's.
I don't want to give them an out. I think it's BS, and I think that we need to do better. I don't want to say that that's doing it right. I think people need to change their
who
attitudes.
knows? We'll never win that. But the point is, everyone's talking about it. Everyone's going nuts. And so there are two great follow-up questions following all of this. Number one, let's go with the immediate question. The immediate question is, who is the best pound-for-pound fighter on the world right now? If this was truly 1 versus 2, and I seem to be on an island that it was 1 versus 3, but you know what?
Yep, I agree with that. You are,
But you know what? Due to
the logic,
recency bias, meaning, all right, he's the more active guy as of now. The next guy, is going to fight in a month. I'll bump up one of them to 2 for now. Let's just, for the sake of this, say 1 versus 2. I'll go to Mr. New York Rick first because I saw one of your tweets gain a lot of traction.
Mm-hmm.
Who did you have as the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter going into this fight, and who do you have as the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter going out of this fight?
Yeah, I had Alexander Volkanovski, and I still have Alexander.
Oh, Frank.
Yes, sir. Come on. Volk, for sure.
No. Breaking news.
I would like to hear the answer. Your answer to this question. Eric.
No. I need him to finish. But I
Okay,
just wanted Frank breaking news. This is a big deal.
I've got to go on a little bit of a.
Oh, I want it.
Yes.
Give it to me.
So I had Alexander Volkanovski. I still have Alexander Volkanovski, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
I am interpreting pound for pound differently than I think a lot of people interpret pound for pound. I would dare say that I'm sticking to the spirit and the origin of what this is actually supposed to mean, but I also acknowledge that it has become corrupted over time to kind of fit whatever narrative the person who's using that list wants it to be. The origination of pound for pound, the spirit of pound for pound, is to equalize people across weight classes. To say if everybody was similar size, removing physical attributes, who is the more skilled fighter? That is the original intention of pound for pound. It started in boxing. Heavyweight champion was always the baddest man on the planet. They wanted a way to celebrate people who were smaller, not necessarily in the glamour division, knocking everybody out, and say that they were just as skilled as the biggest and baddest fighters on the planet. This was the origination of it. For me, that fight left me feeling two things. One, Islam Makhachev is as good as I think people believed he was. Defensively, even though he got hit the most in any fight that he's had,
Crazy stat.
he's still an insanely good defensive fighter. He's still an insanely good positional grappler. His striking, I think, is better than a lot of people would give him credit for. And I think he's every bit as good as advertised. I also left thinking, though, Alexander Volkanovski coming up a weight class, not a true lightweight, and I don't think anybody would disagree with the idea that Islam is the bigger and more physically imposing fighter. Coming up a weight class, performing as well as he did, to me, showed me that if things were equal, I think that Alexander Volkanovski would win that fight and is the more skilled fighter. It's razor close. If anybody has Islam as their number 1, I don't have a problem with it. And I'll actually go so far as to say, if anybody had Kamaru Usman as their number 1, I don't really have a problem with it because
Post-Leon loss?
Post-Leon loss, sticking to the logic of this, and I will continue to say this, head-to-head matchup is not the only thing to determine who is the more skilled fighter. Losing to Leon Edwards matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. I would have Kamaru Usman ahead of Leon Edwards. I would have Alexander Volkanovski ahead of Islam Makhachev. Am I saying that this is the only answer and it's definitive? Not by any means. But in the spirit of what pound for pound is supposed to mean, it is not simply a resume comparison. I will say we don't often get head-to-head matchups, which is why this was so unique. But that is the spirit of it. And I truly believe that Alexander Volkanovski is the most skilled, well-rounded fighter on the planet if given the fantasy option of making everybody the same size. And it's in the name. Pound for pound is in the name. It can't just be a resume conversation. That is not what this is. Mm-hmm. It's not just who has the best wins recently. That's just not what this is. It has become that for certain people, and they will argue that to the death, but that's just not what it is. And I choose not to fall into that. I believe that Alexander Volkanovski is number one. That's where I stand.
GC?
Ariel, your number one pound for pound?
No, I'm asking you first. It's my show. Who'd you have going in? Who'd you have going out?
I had Alexander Volkanovski. I had Islam as 2 going into it. Now, I guess I was a little bit confused. I guess I wasn't sure on what I thought pound for pound meant. But I mean, what
it's really
Rick
whatever the hell you want it to be.
Exactly.
That's
It's
the
like
point.
it seems like it's everybody's own interpretation, but it feels like the correct definition should be what Rick is saying. Like if you made the people the exact same size, exact same reach, exact same weight, everything, and you're just going off the skills of the fighter, who would win the fight? And after Saturday, I can't believe that it's not Alexander Volkanovski. But then my brain gets put in a pretzel because it was the number 1 versus the number 2, and the number 2 beat the number 1. How does he not become number 1 in this instance? If you're going by the resume, if you're going by what some people, the most recent wins, it has to be Islam. It's inarguable. But if you're going by what Rick just explained, what it really should be, it's in the name. I will keep Alexander Volkanovski as number 1, and I'll go with the name pound for pound. I'll keep Volk there at number 1.
So I have often felt very strongly about this point.
Yes,
and I've said it. You beat the guy, you take his spot, right?
Yeah.
You have to be above him, especially, and I still believe this, especially when you're in the same weight class. So I feel very strongly, Leon beats Kamaru, he is above him, wherever that may be. 6/7, 1/2, 5/6. You get the point. Carla Esparza beats Rose on the night. Like, you got to give it to Carla. I don't care what you think of Rose. That's the matchup. That's how we find out, especially for the main rankings, let alone the pound for pound. But as we said, everyone has their own interpretation of pound for pound. It's this fictitious, crazy thing. And it's amazing. I don't know, by the way, if the pound for pound debate has ever been more hotly debated than it is on this Monday. Because usually it's, Izzy, Pereira, it's Carl, like no one really cares. But because it was one guy moving up, fighting the other guy who they say is either 1 or 2, and it was so close, it's a fascinating discussion to have, as silly as it may be. Because I see Aspinall and all these people being like, this is a dumb thing that nerds like to debate. Yes, but this is what makes it fun. This is barbershop stuff. We love debating this shit. And so let me just say this. Going into the fight, I had it Alex, Leon, Islam. Coming out of the fight, I have 3 Leon, 2 Islam.
Oh my gosh.
You can't.
1 Alex.
You can't. That doesn't make sense.
I do.
I don't know how
it defies your own logic.
I do. I'll explain to you why now. I'll explain to you right now.
Before you explain, I spent all Sunday figuring out how you were going to do this.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to do this.
You know why?
It defies
Tell
your
me.
own logic.
It does. Because me and Rick were the ones arguing that Usman should still be ahead of Leon Edwards.
Well, you guys don't even agree with me on that one.
Take the floor.
Here's why. Islam Makhachev on Saturday night won the contest. Alex Volkanovski won the fight. He won that fight. Islam won the contest.
We can't do that.
Dude, I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want. Islam won 3 out of 5 rounds. The guy who was standing the tallest at the end of the night, to me, and at the end of the day, pound for pound, is who is the best fighter, all things equal, on the planet. Volkanovski won the fight. He won the contest. Now, I'm saying the guy won. Rightly. He has the belt. He should have the belt. I'm not saying there was any sort of robbery or controversy, but if I'm looking at a fictitious world where I can make up fictitious rules, the guy who I was more impressed with walking out of that cage on Saturday was Alex Volkanovski.
Feel exactly the same as you. Kamaru Usman, by your logic, is better than Leon Edwards, period.
No, because as I said, same weight class, they're all playing by the same set of cards. In this case, they're not. This is the smaller guy going up and fending off the bigger, badder dude. There's something to be said about that. There's absolutely something to be said about that. Usman versus Leon is the same weight class. They're on the same level. So this isn't the same level. There are weight classes for a reason. And that smaller guy defied the odds and won the freaking fight. Walked out of there healthier and in better shape physically, and finished the fight, not the contest, the fight, in better shape than the other guy.
I can't go.
Remember that
he beat him. He beat him. He had the
in the contest.
The win.
He beat him in the contest.
Kamaru,
but he will
Usman,
have the W
Kamaru
in the
Usman
win
lost.
He
To
keeps
Leon
the belt.
Edwards, right?
Yes. In a welterweight title fight between 2 welterweights. This was a lightweight title fight between 2 lightweight and a featherweight. This is what I feel. By the way, this is what makes it fun. This is what makes it great.
Everything you said, I agree with.
And I had Leon too. And so I'm bumping Islam up 1 spot. By the way, I still maintain this. I'm sorry. And everyone's going to hate. Again, I will preface this for anyone who's going to clip this off and call me a hater. I had him winning. I watched it again. I still have him winning. Okay? I have him winning. I think that it is insane that he was 2 going into this fight. Absolutely insane. Resume does matter. I'm sorry, but beating the Bobby Greens of the world doesn't make you number 2 pound for pound. And I'm sorry, he isn't as good as Khabib. He is not. He is not as good as Khabib. He is not. At this stage, 26 fights in, Khabib was more refined, dominant, better. He is not. That being said, he's one of the top 3 best fighters on the planet. So please be clear. I know we're not allowed to criticize Islam Makhachev. I know that's taboo.
Khabib Hive is coming.
I don't give a fuck. I'm saying he won the fight. I'm saying he won fair and square. I don't think it's a robbery. I'm being as unbiased as possible, but I'm also saying I believe we are putting the praise and all the stuff that we had on Khabib on his shoulders. We are taking the baton that Khabib had and giving it to him because we want to continue this lineage. It ain't the same. He's not the same guy right now. He may end up being the same. How do I know he's not the same guy? Khabib never got knocked out by the Adriano Martinez's of the world. All right, there's one thing that tells you he's not the same. Khabib was never put in a position like this on Saturday in the 5th round getting beat up. He's not the same guy.
But
he's not the same guy.
Can I say one thing to counter that?
Yeah.
Or devil's advocate. I'm not necessarily disagreeing. But if you're going to tell me that Alexander Volkanovski is number 1 and the best in the world, then that's why he's in that position. That's why Islam looked vulnerable. Because he's facing who you consider to be the best guy.
Yeah, he was also the best guy going in. He was also the best guy going in.
But Khabib didn't face that guy, right?
That's fair. He did face some pretty damn good guys. Dustin
but did he
Poirier,
face that
Justin
guy?
No.
So my counter to that is against that level of competition, against a guy as good as we all believe Alexander Volkanovski is, to not only win that fight, but hurt Alexander Volkanovski at times and have him in a compromised position in the 4th round, I think tells me that Islam is that good. My personal take, I think Islam is not as ferocious, not as aggressive a grappler, would much rather get the position and kind of works from there. But as far as striking, man, I've got Islam ahead of Khabib. I've got Islam ahead of Khabib with the hands. Khabib has a really fast kind of striking, and he can catch you with some surprise shots every once in a while. But I would say overall, especially when it comes to the defensive striking and some of the fundamentals, I've got Islam ahead there, and I think he really is, as he's the successor to Khabib. It's hard to say better, worse, but like I think he's up there.
Of course, but
I think he's up there.
I feel like we have put all that stuff, all those accolades on him because Khabib left. I don't feel like we will feel the same way or would have felt the same way if Khabib was still around. I will also say this, just to remind everyone, if everyone was playing by the same set of rules, same weight in this fictitious world that we're all weighing 155 or 170, whatever it is, I put his skill set over the current, well, there isn't a heavyweight champion, but who would have been the...
Who are we talking about? Islam?
Islam, yeah.
Islam,
better than the heavyweight, better than the light heavyweight, better than the middleweight.
The second.
Yes. Okay, so there's no shame in that. He hasn't been tested as much. He went up there against the guy who I think is number 1 and had a tough time in a fight where people had him at what, like, you know, plus 400, something like that, or minus 400.
He was a giant favorite.
Yeah. So to me, I just left. If you all said that he was going to smoke him, you all said he was going to run right through him. He won 3 out of the 5, but the fight, I was just more impressed. Now, here's the question. All right, so there's the pound for pound thing, and that's what makes this fun. This is all fun, guys. Everyone, you take this way too seriously. We love the passion. We love everything. But again, this isn't a personal insult. But here's where it does get personal. This morning, Dan Hooker has thrown out a very, very, very serious accusation towards Islam. He has made it very clear. He's not dancing. He is saying that he used an IV before the fight. Just to let you know, that is illegal. Now, we can debate all we want. Should it just be legal? Like they used to be able to use this stuff all the time and rehydrate, and we want them at their healthiest. But there's questions. When did he do it? How many times did he do it? Did he do it before the weigh-ins, after the weigh-ins? There's a difference between the two. There's a lot there.
Did he do it at all?
Did he do it at all? Of course. So there are multiple questions that need to be answered. It's not Volk putting this out there. It's Dan Hooker, and that's it. But I think at this point, if we look at the history of the relationship between USADA and the UFC, ever since it was put in place, top of my head, 2015, accusation or not, people have to answer now to these accusations. Number one, USADA needs to figure this out. Like they know about it at this point.
Yeah.
Their reputation is at stake here. let's be honest, there haven't been as many high-profile, infraction suspensions in the last 3 years as there were in the first 3 years. I think we could all agree with that. We all remember it felt like every single week someone of high stature was being John Jones, Brock Lesnar, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't happen. Why? You could say maybe the fighters are getting smarter, or you could say they're not being as strict, or you could say they were like, we're losing out on millions of dollars here by these fights being canceled at the last minute. Like, we need to figure this out. Who knows? I feel personally like the relationship between the USADA organization and the UFC is a lot cozier than it should be. If it's truly independent, the UFC can't be paying them. It can't. I mean, that's a conflict in its own right. People need to answer for this. Honestly, he put it out there. Dan Hooker should answer for this. USADA needs to answer about this. The UFC should probably, this is a massive accusation. This is a massive accusation that he's levying. The fact that it is out there, and if it is proven to be true, and I have no idea, and I'm not going to speculate, I'm not going to go into this rabbit hole, that would be extremely irresponsible of us. But this just adds another layer, if there is a shred of doubt involved in all of this, that maybe they need to run it back. I don't know how I felt about it on Saturday. I felt like, okay, this was a moment in time. It was historic, but there are two divisions that need to move on. But then you start to think about those two divisions, and you start to think about the fact that the supposed number one lightweight contender fight is happening in May. That's in 3 months. And then the featherweight champion just won. And then you've got this Arnold Allen fight, which I feel like he should be in the mix. That's happening in April. Maybe they do have enough time to run it back. I don't know if they go to Australia, this, that, or the other. But let me ask you guys how you feel about all this, because I need answers now. People need to answer to this. And if there is some truth to this, we're talking at best, an immediate rematch. At worst, we're talking a potential suspension, which would be catastrophic.
I'll say this. I agree that we need some answers, but I will say the onus, in my opinion, is on Dan Hooker first, right? Dan Hooker's levying these accusations. I don't think anybody needs to respond to it until Dan Hooker shows some evidence. If Dan Hooker's just saying it, that's not enough.
It's very dangerous.
That's not enough for me. I need to see something before I will hold USADA's feet to the fire, before I will hold Islam's feet to the fire. Now, if he's able to show something, now I need more answers from everybody else. But until that point, or even if it's not Dan Hooker, if something else comes out to support this claim, that's when I think we need answers. Until then, it's on Dan Hooker.
Don't hate the idea of USADA saying, look, our integrity is being
maybe
questioned.
Like a response.
I mean, it's a big freaking deal to say this.
Dan Hooker is not insinuating anything. Like, he is going
flatly
straight for the jugular. I mean, just looking over the tweets, the first one sent out, calling him a cheating dog, using an IV. Then he calls out USADA themselves, Then he says, prove me wrong. I mean, honestly, he needs to prove himself with some evidence. But blatantly calls Islam a cheater, says if he doesn't cheat, he doesn't win.
It's super damning. It's super damning. We don't know where he was when he's tweeting this. I don't know if it's not really the middle of the night or anything like that. But look, we've known Dan Hooker to be a straight shooter. We've known him to be a guy who's not out to try to troll or, we see guys, you see people do things and be like, haha, I was just joking. This doesn't seem like it's a joke.
He fought Islam himself. So why come out now? Unless he says he saw something or knows something this time.
So actually, Damon Martin just dropped into our channel that they asked USADA for a response. Damon Martin of MMA Fighting. USADA takes all reports of possible violations seriously, and we actively follow up on all information we receive. Under the UFC prohibited list, all IV infusions and or injections of more than 100 milliliters per 12-hour period are prohibited at all times, except for those legitimately received in the course of hospital admissions, surgical procedures, or clinical diagnostic investigations, and or those received in competition or out of competition that are determined to be medically justified and within the standard of care by a licensed physician and administered by a licensed medical professional without an approved therapeutic use exemption. It is if a prohibited substance of any amount is administered intravenously by infusion or injection, a TUE is required for this prohibited substance, regardless of the volume of the infusion or injection or the circumstances of administration. So a lot of technical jargon there, but essentially saying that this is banned and continues to be banned if subject to these specific limits in a 12-hour period.
Sure. We could have gone in that beforehand. Obviously, they have to be careful about what they say, but you hope that this is being looked at. Now, by the way, if it's looked at and they find out that it's total BS, like that needs to be said. They need to clear themselves, because right now there's a spotlight on USADA, right? Right now there has been, rightly or wrongly, some controversy, shred of doubt, something has been thrown out there. So either, clear it up, or say we're looking into it, or say we don't, want to comment, something, because that's a big freaking deal. That is a big freaking deal. Now, again, we could have the discussion about whether or not IV should be used regardless, right? They took this away. Like they took the sponsors away, like they took a lot of stuff away. A lot of guys used to IV it up after a weigh-in, and it would help them rehydrate, and it would make them as healthy as possible. I don't know enough about the science about why that is considered a PED, not, and I don't know what's the difference between doing it beforehand and doing it after. I don't know. I'm not smart enough for any of that. But this is a really serious accusation. And so the question is, as we sit here right now on a Monday at 1:45 p.m. Eastern time, is all of this, how closely the fight was scored, the pound for pound stuff, this new Dan Hooker thing, right this second, is all this enough to make you say, gosh darn it, we got to run it back. Hook it up for May, hook it up for June, hook it up for International Fight Week, let's run it back? Or do you say, look, this was a nice moment, it was in Australia, but the divisions need to roll on. We've got an interim champ that needs, to unify the belts. We've got a number one contender. What do you say? GC, you go.
I lean that way, the latter there. I thought it was a great fight. I thought everything surrounding it was fantastic. I mean, it's great for the sport, all the discussion surrounding the decision. Seeing two of the best perform at that level was incredible. But I do think with the way that Yair Rodriguez performed on Saturday night, I think he's deserved of the title shot in the featherweight division. And I think that needs to be against Alexander Volkanovski. And then you have the title eliminator with Charles Oliveira and Beneil Dariush coming up in May, and the winner of that gets Islam. I don't think Islam is looking to do a quick turnaround and fight someone outside of his division again. And I think they'll both fight in their respective divisions for the next fight.
What do you think, Rick?
Let me just break in with one thing.
Sure.
First part of what USADA said. USADA takes all reports of possible violations seriously, and we actively follow up on all information we receive. That's pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
If Dan Hooker has some information, instead of Twitter, USADA should be the one receiving this information. If Alexander Volkanovski's team has some kind of information, USADA should be the one receiving.
And you hope by this being put out there that it, I mean, obviously it would have been better probably for all involved if it was just brought to them privately. Yeah. But this feels like enough.
Yeah.
It also feels,
I want to know.
Yeah.
This feels more difficult for USADA to disprove it than it would be for Dan Hooker to just prove it to them. Like, I mean, how do you disprove that he didn't get an IV test?
Right.
3 days later.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know if you could do that. So it feels like it's on Dan Hooker to provide them with the evidence.
The onus is on that side, for sure. But to your point, I want to see USADA take this seriously and figure out if there's something here, if they have a reason to, if there's evidence.
Right.
Gotta be,
because this is serious. This, again, like you mentioned up top. Do we care if fighters have IVs or not? Personally, I don't. My position, and I've said it a few times, like I say they all cheat, whatever. I don't even care. But this is prohibited by the rules, and I would care about the rules being broken. I don't care if you get caught breaking the rules. That's what I care about. To return to the question that you asked now, I would have rather, before this news, I would have rather seen them return to their divisions. If I'm being honest. Mm-hmm. As great as that fight was, I would have rather seen them return to their divisions. If it comes out that there was an unfair advantage.
Oh, that changes everything.
That changes things for me.
Sure.
Yeah, run it back, for sure.
I would want to see that fight again.
But honestly, if there was an unfair advantage, meaning something, illegal happened, he's getting suspended.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it. If
no contest,
depending on the punishment.
I mean, that would be just absolutely insane.
That changes a lot. If we rewind to a world where this is not a subject of conversation, I would rather them defend their titles in their respective weight classes. I love the fight. I'd rather see it down the line than immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's, Yair deserves this now. Like I said, we have seen instances in the past where, the interim champion is actually defending it. I do think the timing of that lightweight fight is a little bit weird. Like, why? By the way, let me get all up in arms in favor of another guy that people say I don't back enough, Beneil Dariush. Why is Beneil Dariush fighting Charles Oliveira?
Yeah, man.
Why is that fight happening?
It's a good question.
I mean,
That's a
all he
great
had to do was wait till Saturday, and he's the number one contender. Why is this fight happening? And by the way, what a mess of a situation if Charles wins. Do we really want Charles versus Islam too?
I don't hate that. I don't hate
It was
Charles
too
versus Islam.
one-sided. It was too one-sided. I don't. Who cares to see that again? You're telling me? I mean, I'd much rather see Volk versus Islam.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would rather see Volk as
In a vacuum, sure, but the problem here is Volk's title. That's the problem. Isn't the fight itself?
Oh, I get that. I just don't understand why Beneil even has to do another fight.
I'm baffled by that.
I mean, he called for 10 fights after.
I'm baffled by that. But Beneil Dariush is a rightful number one contender, and I think he poses a lot of stylistic problems for Islam Makhachev. I think he deserves that fight, but I will say I wouldn't have a problem with Charles getting another crack if he wins that fight because of how highly I rate.
Well, if he
Beneil.
smokes Beneil, I guess, but he shouldn't even be put in that position, to be honest. Like
Beneil shouldn't.
The timing is perfect here. Like
Beneil should be the number one contender, no doubt. I agree 100%.
They've got a superstar in Charles, though. Like, it would not hurt to have him go for the lightweight.
It's just I kind of feel bad for Beneil that he even has to do. It's sort of in line with like Arnold and Max.
For sure.
You know what I mean? It's like,
He's
damn,
on this
he's got to beat this dude.
winning streak.
Yeah.
But we see this from time to time with certain fighters for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Bilal Muhammad, even Leon. Like, how hard did he have to scrape and claw to get that title fight? I see it. This is what's happening to Beneil. Beneil just has to work a little bit harder and a little bit harder. And it's a damn shame because I think he's really freaking good. He's in his prime right now, and it'll be a great fight. But, you know, look, Charles has the cachet, man. Charles has a star.
Superstar.
I will say this, after Saturday night, despite how close it was, but, you know, I scored it and I was like, all right, you know, 48-47, super close, super fun, loved everything about it. I mean, man, if there's a fight that's better than this one throughout this year, and this doesn't end up being the fight of the year, like, fuck, we're in store for a great year, right?
I was going to say, that's a great year, man.
This is great. Let's just give the award to the guys right now. I didn't think I would sit here and say, like, man, I need that immediate rematch. Because again, like the double champ stuff is a little bit messy. It holds up divisions. As I've said, I don't usually campaign for this sort of thing. But, you know, the timing was okay here. And it was Australia and there was no clear-cut contender, blah, 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 blah. And I feel the same on this Monday, to be honest. I feel the same. However, if there is something, you know, shady, if there was something illegal, now it changes. But again, it gets weird because there's a suspension potentially involved, blah, 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 who knows. But I'm just saying, if the suspension is, well, I'm sorry, man, you got to run it back. You got to go back to Australia and do this again. Then, you know, honestly, I don't even hate that.
Yeah.
I don't even hate that.
If we're really playing this out, right, in a theoretical world, I'm going to, again, stop down here and say there is no evidence presented at this moment that we're speaking right now. It's important to say that Islam Makhachev has not been proven to have done anything, period. Nothing. At this moment, right now.
Yeah.
If for some reason something did happen, I would be okay with Alexander Volkanovski getting another crack at the lightweight belt, even if it's not against.
I was going to say.
Volk
even if
versus
it's not
Beneil?
against
The winner of Beneil,
Why not?
Charles Oliveira,
Yo,
Volk gets that.
if that's what
lightweight.
Volk
Now-
versus Beneil or Volk versus Charles would be fucking nuts.
If that's what he wants.
Yeah, no.
If he wants another crack at lightweight, I would be 100% willing to give it to him.
We're really getting ahead of ourselves here, though.
But if not, if everything is kosher, simpatico, I'm good just moving on from this. It was a great fight. Maybe do it again in a few fights. There's other contenders to take on. We just talked about how long Beneil's waiting. They do it again, and now he's waiting even longer and longer and longer, and it just needs to move.
And does our boy Arnold Allen wait even longer and longer, too?
Yeah, I mean, look, Arnold's in a big spot here, April 15th in Kansas City, of all places. We got the Hawaiian against Englishman in Kansas City. Shout out to the great fans
barbecue
over there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he has to win that fight. And then honestly, like, and I think he would be the first to say this, and he's coming up in 7 minutes, has to prove to the UFC brass that, you know, he can fight 2-3 times a year, right? I think that, or at least 2 times a year. It's been a while since he fought twice, so I think they need to believe that as well. But this is a really interesting spot that the UFC is in. It's really fascinating. I think the part that I love the most, if I'm being honest, is just the fact that I see all this love for Volk now. For like one of the guys who wasn't quite DC level, but there was a part of me that was like, man, this guy, like, why can't people see that he is someone that you want to root for? right? He's like cut from that same, for me, he's cut from that same like Katie Taylor cloth. It was like, this is, as I get older, I feel like I'm drawn to these people as opposed to the bad boys or, you know, the trash talkers, which I always love and appreciate. But this is the kind of guy, like this is salt of the earth kind of guy. This is the kind of guy that you want being the face of your organization.
Mention.
Absolutely. And so it is nice. And you know, the first Max thing kind of like the first one was a little bit close. The second one was super close. So I think by that, like, remember all the hate he got after the second Max fight? Now it's just nice to see him getting his flowers, despite the fact that he didn't get the belt that he wanted so badly.
100%. But that's why, right? He's beating, he beat a fan favorite in Max Holloway 3 times. That doesn't help you. That doesn't help. I'm talking about in court of public opinion, in the fan sentiment. It doesn't help to beat a guy like Max because that's their favorite. And it hurts their feelings. And Islam has a very, very loud and strong and vocal fan base, and it doesn't help to say Alexander Volkanovski is #1 pound for pound because that hurts it too. It's a hard balancing act, but I do think ultimately him getting his flowers is deserved and will continue to happen. And I think this fight will change that trajectory a little bit. The one thing I'll push back against is he himself has pushed the narrative about the haters. I just don't think they were there. I don't think people were ready to jump on board and love him, but I don't think he had these haters that he was making up, and I could see that rubbing people the wrong way.
I think that's revisionist history. I think you're getting caught up in something, and I see people trying to shake shots at him for that. You don't remember clearly the hate that this guy received after Fight Island.
That's every fighter.
No, man, he 100%. Got a lot of shit after Fight Island. He got a lot of I remember talking to him about it.
Max Holloway.
They loved him, and they felt like he was I remember it. I remember doing an interview with Volk afterwards. He's on the side of the road, and we're talking about all the shit that he's receiving for what? For fighting. He didn't score the fight. And remember, he kept that news about them waking USADA again, waking him up in the morning and all this stuff. Like, he kept that back pocket until the third fight. Point is, that guy has lived it. He has read the comments. He has seen, like, we don't live it. He lives it. And so if he feels like the world is out to get him, or if he feels like no one believes in him, or he's got this chip, who are we to say that that's not a real thing? I hate when we do that.
Also, people getting frustrated with him saying he was the underdog, people doubting him last week. It's because that was true. He was a massive underdog, and everyone was doubting him. I was told all last week, Islam Makhachev inside the distance, -110. It's free money. It's the easiest bet of the week. That's just free money. It was not. And like, people were doubting this man. Not many people gave him a real chance last week.
I still can't quite get there.
You did not give him that much of a chance, Rick. You were shocked as that fight was going on.
There's a difference between picking against somebody and doubting or hating. To say that if he was at a disadvantage in a fight with Islam Makhachev, I'm sorry, that's not hating.
You're doubting him, though. You're doubting him.
Sure.
And that's all he's saying. He's like, y'all are doubting me.
But is he doubted more than any other fighter? I just don't believe it to be true. I just don't. I respect him. He's my #1 pound for pound. I don't love the everybody doubted me. From his perspective, it's great. Motivate yourself. It's the bulletin board. Do it. I think it's smart. I just don't think it's real. I don't think Sean O'Malley is like, oh, these haters, they're hating on me. Geez, and it makes that his sole narrative. It's just not real. It's not a thing.
And here's the biggest question. Come March 6th, when we're sitting here, is this all a moot point after John Jones?
I think it's all a moot point because UFC is going to release the rankings sometime this week, and Islam's going to be #1.
No, you get what I'm saying? If John
Jones is going to be 1.
Is he back?
If he goes out there and smokes Cyril Gane, there is no doubt in my mind that he's going to be #1.
What a fucking time, by the way, that we get that after this. But after,
and then 2 weeks later, we get Leon Usman 3, and then 2 weeks after that, we get Izzy Pereira. Oh my gosh!
And Game Bred Boxing in the midst of all that.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
By the way,
Arnold Allen the week after Izzy Pereira.
It's a stretch unlike any other.
You asked about the last time like this pound for pound conversation was hot. It was when it was Habib versus John. That was the last time I remember it being like. I think John Jones like actually got offended by the idea that people were ranking Habib at the time. So it would be interesting to have John Jones right back in that conversation against Habib's protege. Being able to potentially steal that spot would be massive.
And it's just so perfect for the UFC because you can't get a definitive answer. It's like what we said earlier.
It's the best.
Everybody has their own definitions of what it means. Everybody has their own opinions. It's the MJ versus LeBron. You can just argue and argue and argue until you're blue in the face.
By the way, we're blessed that we even have this debate on our hands right now, right?
Amazing.
Like sometimes it's just boring, clear cut, but the fact that they're kind of in the same orbit, right? 45, 55. Right now in boxing, like you have Crawford, you have Spence, but there's Fury. They're never going to fight each other. You have Inoue. They're never going to fight each other. So like we're actually lucky that we have two guys that are in, even Leon 1-7. This is great. I love this shit. Can't get enough of it. But for the record, as far as the official MMA Hour pound for pound rankings are concerned, Volk.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds
just completely going against your rules.
Volk, Leon, Islam.
Yeah, just
against
contradicting
Volk,
yourself
Leon,
all over
Islam.
the place. But
contradicting yourself, just like.
wait a minute. No,
I knew you were going to do it too.
Wait a minute.
I spent all Sunday.
You said Islam too.
Yeah.
Earlier.
I just wanted to see if you were paying attention.
Okay.
I'm gonna, like when people used to go on YouTube and write like Diaz 135.
Yeah. I think it was 1-2-5.
Oh, whatever.
I mean, it's always these close fights. It's always, the 3 rounds that's just going to become everywhere on Twitter.
You don't have to push me too hard to rank John Jones #1 pound for pound. Just show me something, Johnny.
That's when the real war starts. John Jones, Cyril Gane. I'm team Gane. Rick's team
I actually
Jones.
was waiting for you at some point to be like, yeah, this is a moot point because John Jones is going to win in 18 days. And
I need to see, he needs to actually win. See, there is something to the resume part of it, but it's not all of it for me.
if he wins a close decision, is that enough?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
If Islam is #1 for most people, I mean, that was a close decision. Is John Jones not worthy going up to heavyweight?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm asking you because I know you're a big fan.
I have to see the fight. But man, you don't have to push me too hard. I would slide John Jones right back in there very easily if he shows me anything against the top heavyweight right now.
What a time.
Left.
March 6th is only 3 weeks away, too. That's only 3 weeks. Like, that feels like that John Jones Cyril Gane fight is far away. It's not. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, and by the way, I said March 6th because that's the Monday. March 4th is
March 4th is the official day. I'm just
Yeah. By the way, I saw this great thing on his I think it was his Instagram where I think he was on a trip with his daughters, some volleyball trip. One of his daughters is a good volleyball player, it appears. I can't imagine her not being an incredible athlete considering she's his daughter. And they were in a hotel room and he was filming his daughter and her friends watching the promo that they aired. And his daughter is like mid-teens. And so he hasn't fought in 3 years. Let's say she's 14 or 15. That means the last time he fought was 12. Meaning the last time he was like Superman dominant guy was maybe 9. Like that's got to be pretty damn cool for his now teenage daughter to see like this big return all hyped up and all this stuff. We're going to talk more about 284 throughout the show. Of course, coming up in an hour, we'll have Alex the Great Volkanovski joining us on the program. We still have to talk to Jens Pulver, who was just announced as being one of the members of the 2023 Hall of Fame induction class. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, going to join us in studio as well. We'll talk about Yair and the rest of the card. We got to talk about Mr. JDM himself, Don Giacomo. But for now, let us go to a man who I'm sure was watching. You know what? I wonder if he was watching live on Saturday. It would have been Sunday morning over in the UK because he factors very much in the co-main event discussion from this past Saturday and the main event discussion, 145 guy at the top. We're talking about the man who is headlining the Fight Night card on April 15th in beautiful Kansas City, the one and only, the almighty Arnold Allen. Hello, Arnold. How are you?
Good, mate. Yourself?
We've just had a very feisty, fired up first hour of the show. We're talking all about all this stuff. So I'm sure that your intensity is going to just take us up a notch here.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
Were you watching live on Saturday?
No.
Come on. You can't be bothered?
No.
What's the play for you? You wake up, no spoilers, and you watch it? What do you do?
Yeah, usually I'll wake up and I just watch it and I take the spoilers.
Oh.
But I try to avoid them this time, so yeah. It's
So
hard though.
Do you go straight to the main or do you build up, like do you watch it as though it's live?
No, definitely. I was in a rush, so I just watched the main event.
And you had no idea who won?
No idea. No.
Okay, so there's no fast forwarding. You're locked in.
Yeah.
By the way, for me, I have a hard time watching taped sports because I just want to know the result. I find that I often fast forward a lot. Are you that kind of guy?
Really?
Yeah.
No. If I don't know, then I don't mind. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I saw your tweet. How'd you score it?
Yeah, I scored it for Volk. Rounds 2, 3, and 5. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of abuse.
They came after you? They came after you, the Islam fans? They're crazy.
Yeah.
What are
I
they
like
saying?
Islam as well. I'm a fan of Islam. I like the way he fights. He's fun to watch. I don't know.
It's a weird thing, right? Like they take it as a personal insult. Like we're just trying to watch the fight, right? It's not like it's not a popularity contest.
Oh, I'm getting called a racist and all sorts. So.
What?
It was just a fight.
Yeah. You don't have a racist bone in your body.
No, I don't. But yeah, I mean, I picked wrong, I guess.
Now, so you thought 2-3 and 2-3 and 5. 2, I guess, is the I actually thought there's a chance 4 could have gone to him because of all the activity, all the damage, all the strikes that were being landed when he was on the ground.
What, from the back control?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the new criteria was
damage.
New judging criteria, that is damage, right? And not submissions and submission attempts or takedowns and control. So yeah, I kind of thought the same, but then I can see why they didn't give him the round with the back control, but it doesn't make sense with the criteria.
Sure. Can I also just say, I think it's weird that we put so much emphasis on damage in a sport that has grappling and things like that, which don't necessarily inflict damage. Like, you can't just dismiss all of that stuff, right? I still think that the scoring criteria is a little bit wonky.
It's confusing, isn't it? Like a good choke, a good rear naked choke attempt is as good as a near like knockout, isn't it? So I don't know.
And you say that you're getting some hate. What about Dan Hooker today coming up and lighting Twitter on fire? Can I ask, as a fighter, I'm not going to put you in a spot and ask you, obviously you have no idea about any of this, but do you feel as though IVs should be allowed?
I'm the wrong. I've never actually used them. So when I was growing up, I was still fighting at featherweight. So when I was little, I was fighting at featherweight, and so I've never used them. And then they were banned in the UFC. But I mean, I have heard people saying they feel better when they've used them. I have heard about people using them for masking and whatnot, and I don't know if that's the case, but I think rehydration is the main thing, isn't it? But yeah, if there's potential to cover something up by taking an IV, then yeah, of course, I think it should be banned.
Mm-hmm. Did you think Volk was going to win going into the fight?
No, I didn't. And I thought he would look good. I always said he'd look good. I didn't think he would get outclassed, and I thought he'd make a good showing of himself. But yeah, like I definitely thought he won.
Yeah. Would it be fair to say your respect for him grew after that performance, victory or not, just hanging in and looking the way in which he did?
Yeah, like he's inspirational. Like everything he does is like, it's what you want to see from your champion, and it's motivational when you see someone go out. The things he says after about not being afraid to fail and going out there and taking the opportunities, and yeah, you can't not respect that guy.
Yeah, I agree. What a legend! What a mensch, right? I mean, the guy is just the absolute best.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so you watch that fight. You see. By the way, can I ask? I don't even know if you have this, but you're a YouTuber these days. You weigh in on all this stuff. Do you have a pound for pound list? And if so, who do you have as number one?
No, I don't have.
Come on.
It's hard, isn't it? Because like, if the smaller guy, like say the heavyweight or the number one pound for pound is a heavyweight, and then I don't know, pound for pound number 2 is like a lightweight. How is he ever going to get the pound for pound in that kind of, So I don't think this should change the list. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I guess the whole idea is like in a fictitious world where they are all the same size but have the same skill set, who would win out? So like, was Mighty Mouse better than Stipe? Yeah, but I mean, it's a whole different ball game up there as it is down. I don't know. That's how. So if everyone was the same, if everyone was one weight 165, whose skill set would win out?
No. But my point was Volkanovski fighting at lightweight and then losing to the pound for pound number 2. Should he lose his pound for pound number 1 spot? I don't know. Right?
It's a weird one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think they should run it back right away? And I ask you this knowing full well that you are, a big part of these 45 plans, right? Like you're so close. So do you think they should run it back?
Yeah, I think so. Like it was so close. Like I don't think it was a robbery. I just felt like Volkanovski won, and me for one, like he impressed a lot of people and proved a lot of people wrong. I'm sure, because I think a lot of people thought it was going to go out and get outclassed, outsized, and easily beaten. So yeah, I'd like to see a rematch, and I think that should be next up.
So you don't mind maybe that would stall your plans, right? If he's now going into another fight at 155, that could delay
Yeah.
what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I'm patient.
Okay. Yeah, clearly you have been. You have been patient.
Yeah.
So now let's talk about your situation because I think a lot of people were hoping that you would be on the London card on March 18th, and the word
Yeah.
is you were actually offered a spot on the London card. What happened?
I just had a little injury that, a few weeks setback and wasn't the right time. But yeah, then got offered a month later and kind of that worked out perfect.
Were you gutted to not be on the London card, or do you not really care?
Uh, yeah, I am. Like, it would be nice to be part of that sort of, home crowd, like that pay-per-view at home of the big event. But at the same time, it is also nice to headline my own event and, maybe hopefully bring it back and headline my own event in London, like, in the near future.
Sure. What was the reaction when you were offered Max Holloway, arguably one of the most, decorated featherweight champions of all time?
It was the matchup I was hoping for when they announced the interim fight. So I was kind of not surprised. I was expecting it, but then it's like the UFC don't always do what you expect. So sometimes they come out of left field with something, and I'm just like, hang on a minute, what's going on there?
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, in a way, I was sort of relieved because that was the next best option out there. That wasn't an interim title shot, and for me, I think this is bigger than that opportunity, right?
You think that
I
fighting
guess.
Max, not for a belt, is bigger than fighting for the interim belt?
Yeah, for sure. And all respect to Yair, but Max beat him the last time out. So
Sure.
yeah,
That's what I was bringing up when this fight was announced. How could they then stop you from fighting for the? If you beat Max Holloway, what's the most impressive of the four options, right? Of beating Josh Emmett, of beating Yair, beating you, beating Max. Which is the most impressive? Beating Max, I would say, is the
yeah,
most impressive. But yet,
yeah,
go ahead.
and like also giving the fights he's had with Volkanovski. I can't remember which one. I think it was the second one. I scored the second one, I think, for Max Holloway.
Right.
And how impressive Alex has been looking. That makes Max look even better, how competitive he's been. Obviously, the last fight wasn't very competitive, but, the others, they've been very close decisions. And Volkanovski's gone up a weight against someone that no one really wants to fight and looked amazing. I thought he won as well. So,
Were you worried that not being able to fight on March 18th would make you lose out on this opportunity? Or did they tell you, no worries, we're going to just
yeah.
repeat it?
No, I was definitely worried, it's you can't say no to good opportunities too many times and get them again, right? So
Right.
I'm very you could say I'm blessed to get the opportunity again.
Wow. That is good stuff right there. By the way, why Kansas City? Any idea?
No, I don't know. I thought it was going to be somewhere else, and I woke up to an announcement in Kansas. I was like, right.
Have you ever been to Kansas City?
No, I haven't. I don't know nothing really about Kansas either. I know it's something about jazz music or something. I don't know.
Hmm.
That's all I know.
I don't think there's jazz music.
That's what someone said.
Really?
And something about the football team.
Barbecue. They're big on barbecue.
Yeah, I've been off the pork though.
Oh,
I've been off the pork for a while, and
why is that?
since that guy died,
Okay. Why is that?
my girlfriend said he looked like a little pig, and then and then I went off roading and in my Land Rover and went through the pig farm, and they were running towards us. Their ears are flapping, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll leave the pigs."
Yeah. You felt bad?
Yeah. No, I did.
Also not the healthiest, right?
No, there's nothing. So where I live is like it's quite in the countryside. So there's a lot of like pig farms around, so you can just sort of drive past them. You see the
Okay.
pigs.
Wow.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm not a big pig eater myself because of my my religion. The Jews, we don't
Yeah,
eat
of
the
course.
pig, so
Of course.
I sort of draw the line at that.
Yeah, they're cute. The pet,
I'm not sure about that. Why? Do you have a pig, or have you ever pet one before?
I have a pet one. Yeah,
Really?
there's a farm in my village. Actually, they used to have this massive pig, and it would just lay there.
Really?
There's this big old fat pig. You could go in and pet it. Yeah, it was huge. It weren't like they weren't cooking it or nothing. They weren't going to kill
Good.
it.
I'm happy. Yeah.
It was just there to hang out.
Another thing about Kansas City, they just won the Super Bowl yesterday. I don't know if you heard that news.
Yeah. No, I did know that. Yeah, I
Okay.
knew that. But I was getting confused. Is there like Kansas City in Missouri, and then there's like Kansas?
Yeah. There's a
Oh.
Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri. I think yours is in Missouri, no?
I think so.
That's where
I think so.
that's where the football
Yeah.
team plays. That's the one that has the bigger
Right.
stadium, the bigger arena.
That's weird because that's my team.
The Chiefs are your team.
Yeah.
Wow. It's Chiefs and then Ipswich.
Yeah. I've been a Chiefs fan since
Wow. I didn't know this
just
about you.
now.
So maybe
Just about now.
maybe that's why they booked you on this. Oh, you should have said since
Yeah.
1994, since Joe Montana played for them.
I know Joe Montana.
He played for them.
I don't know Joe Montana.
Oh, you don't? All right. Wow. That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really matter where the fight is happening as long as it's happening, in relative short order. Now, what did you think about Yair's performance on Saturday?
Yeah. It was that was everything I expected, to be honest. Just like style wise, I think that was it was tailor made for him. You know, he's got the long range tools. He has the tools up close. I didn't expect him to submit him, but you know, Josh Emmett's good. Like he's a good wrestler, obviously, but he's not very submission savvy.
I thought that was the best
figured.
version of Yair that we've ever seen.
Yeah, he looked sharp.
The striking is very interesting, right? Like he's switching stances. He's coming from all over the place. He's fast. He's dynamic. He's long. He's rangy. Do you think that he has a chance? Like let's say, I know this is maybe not something you want to hear, but let's say he fights Volk. Do you think he has a chance to beat him?
I think he definitely has a chance, but I wouldn't favor him in that fight. Volkanovski's he's a great tactician. Someone like like the way Max fought him, he kind of just smothered him, like outworked him. I think Volkanovski can do that better, And
Wow.
he's very submission savvy. He's not gonna, if he takes you down, he's not gonna fall into something. I mean, he has in the past, but he's improved those things.
So how do you feel about the scenario? Because you said you'd be okay with Volk getting an immediate rematch. All goes well for you on April 15th, and you fight Yair for the interim belt and then the winner of that. Do you feel like that would be the most fair thing? Is that what you're hoping for, or are you hoping to get Volk next?
Yeah, I mean, after a win here, a title shot is the one, right? But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like if Volkanovski has a rematch and wins it, I feel like he stays at lightweight.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So.
And Yair becomes the official champ?
Yeah, I'd assume that would be like a unification thing. But I mean, that's all.
Sure,
right?
sure. Would you be disappointed if you don't get to fight Volk?
Not disappointed. If he's not at the weight class, there's nothing you can do, right?
Sure. But maybe there's a part that's
Yeah.
like, man, I want to test myself against that guy. Or maybe you'd be happy.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you never know. Go up a weight and meet him there.
Okay. All right. Wow. So you thought that if he would have won on Saturday, he wasn't coming back down?
Yeah, I don't think so. He's not old, but right, he's a few years old. He's like 5 years older than me, so I think he's 34.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to start jumping up and down weights at the end, that end sort of era of your career, right? Not saying he's at the end, but like he's not at the start, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that the UFC, I was talking about this earlier, do you think that the UFC needs to know from you, and I'm not trying to put pressure on your shoulders here, but like, hey, can we count on Arnold to fight 2-3 times a year before we put him in a title fight, before we give him the belt and we give him that baton? Do you think that that's the thing? Is that something that's been brought up to you?
Yeah. It's not been brought up to me, but I'm sure that's a thing, right? You don't want a champ, but he's always MIA because he's injured or something on holiday. I'm never on holiday.
No, you're
you know
not.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, for sure, definitely.
Do you feel that pressure? Like, I need to fight a couple of times this year to show them that I could be that guy. I could be that guy they can count on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I want that. I've always wanted that, and I've said before in other interviews, it's not always my fault.
Sure,
that
sure.
Fights fall through. Actually, more often than not, I've had people pull out and events not happen or whatever, silly things. But yeah, it's usually not my fault.
Fair enough. You're telling me to back off here. This is getting to be a bit
back
much.
off, bitch.
All right, I'm sorry. Are you feeling okay now? Are you able to train like 100%?
Yeah, no, I'm 100%. It was it would have been too short to go for the camp for the last one, but a month later down the line, it works out perfect. and it's perfect because I think I would have probably been overtraining. I would have probably been burnt out, and yeah. So I think it's worked out for the best.
Now, some exciting news. I see you modeling it. We've got the new shirts out, the Almighty
Oh, yeah.
shirts. Bit of a
Perfectly ironed.
a bit of a Hulkamania feel to it. Were you going
Like
for that? Yeah, look
the
at that.
pythons.
I mean, really nice. Who designed that?
It's my partner.
Oh, wow.
My business partner.
That's right. I love it. In fact,
YouTube Chief.
I have seen some and we're showing it right now. I don't know if you can see this. Almightymerch.shop is where you can get them. We're showing the white and the black. Very nice. I like them a lot. You've got the one with the Union Jack. And I've actually seen some celebrities wear the t-shirt as well, which is super impressive. I think we have some of these. We saw Max Holloway here. You put this out. Can we get Arnold to see the screen if possible? Max Holloway sporting the shirt. He's got his own line of merch, and he was rocking it as well.
Yeah, no, what a guy. What a guy.
What a guy. Looks good on him, the black.
It does.
We also saw Rishi Sunak representing. I don't know who Rishi Sunak is. Is he a politician? Because you said he might be sending your missus out of town. What's going on? He's the prime. Rishi Sunak is the prime minister.
Yeah. It's been they've been passing it along in the UK.
Are you
keeps changing?
I have just I claim to be like the prodigal son of the UK, and I didn't know that Rishi Sunak was the. When did this happen? I know it was the woman. She stepped down.
Yeah, it's not like a long time, a few months.
October 2022. Golly.
I don't think many people know. Yeah. They're kind of keeping it low key. They're not making too much noise about it.
Can I tell you something, Arnold? I've never been more embarrassed than this moment right here and now. How did I just expose myself to be a complete GC?
Phony.
How did you know that this was the Prime Minister of the UK?
Yeah, of course, man.
Golly, no one tells me.
Of course he did.
I thought that was just common knowledge, dude.
Frank, you knew this?
I knew this.
Morpheus from Matrix was sporting it as well.
Yeah, he's a big fan.
Big fan. He's rocking it. And even Sam Smith.
Sam Smith loved it.
Yeah.
He didn't wear it to the Brits. He had a different outfit for that. But yeah, he was a big fan.
What's the Brits?
It's an award show. I don't watch it.
Okay.
I don't know.
So how do you know he didn't
They
wear
give
it?
awards to people.
How did you know how did you know he didn't wear it if you didn't watch it?
Someone sent me a picture of his outfit. And it wasn't that.
All right, fair enough. Also, we like to go through your tweets as well because, I think that I campaigned for you. I don't know if you saw this. I campaigned for you to be the social media user of the year of last year.
Oh, really?
Because we give out an award. New York Rick gave it, I don't know. I thought it was a little bit, you gave it to Paulo Costa, right, New York Rick?
Paulo Costa.
Paulo Costa. I like your brand of humor better than Paulo Costa, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
This is a little too.
I like Paulo Costa.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. He makes me laugh. He's funny.
I thought yours were better. You had one where you said, I'm on the train with no ticket. This brings back so many memories, except I'm not hiding in the toilet.
Yeah, that was true.
Well, first of all, why are you on the train with no ticket? Like you snuck on?
No, there was just so they have some of the train stations have a system you have to get the ticket before you get on the train. But there was loads of people there, so I didn't want to miss the train, so I just got on the train. And I was just like, well, now I'm on the train with no ticket, so whatever.
And what happens if you get caught when they say like tickets out? What happens?
Oh, they probably just make you buy a ticket.
Okay, on your phone or something.
I don't know. Yeah, they used to fine you. Yeah, but that's why I used to hide in the toilet because I didn't have a ticket usually.
So you would wait there. How long would you have to hide for?
Well, depends where the stop is. Like next stop, you'll get off.
Could you hear the announcement when you're in the toilet?
Yeah. Okay. Some of
Okay.
them have the thing on it. Like
Oh,
say
that's
what
right.
stop.
Wow, you would have to wait in there? That's gross.
Yeah. I had no money sometimes.
How long ago was this?
Probably about 10 years ago.
Oh,
Before I was
wow.
in the UFC.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, nothing crazy. I say it's gross. I mean, you used to take a shower in the truck stop, so
Not long ago.
yeah, not that long ago. So not that, far off. But you don't have to do that these days, right? Like this time you didn't hide in the toilet. You just were like, come at me. I'm a UFC.
Yeah, I just feel I had the money. I just didn't have the ticket. So before I didn't have the ticket nor the money. And another one is actually, I used to try and get, if I didn't have enough money, I would try and get a child's ticket because I look quite young. But it always like, they call me out on it and be like, you're 18 or you're like 19. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm 15.
Oh my God.
Big for my age or something.
No facial hair back then.
No, not till about last year.
Oh wow. Really? Last year? That is amazing.
Yeah.
And for this camp, where are we training? Are we training with Leon and the boys? We training in England, or are we going to go to Montreal?
I'm gonna be back here. Same as last few. Like the kind of the perfect sort of style partners up there, and
Yeah.
been good. And probably might make a road trip after this fight, and drive back into Montreal or something.
Yeah.
Like,
Road trip from
yeah.
England to Montreal?
After the fight, Kansas.
Oh, Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's going to be a bit of a trek. Missouri to
it's
Quebec.
quite
But that'll be fun.
I like driving.
Yeah.
I like driving. Yeah, it'd be good.
Like one of these bad boys?
No.
Camper van?
Everything's always breaking down.
It's my dream to own one of these. This is what
Really?
Yes, I really want one badly.
Yeah. A friend of mine, he refurbed one. It looks really cool. He hires it out for weddings and stuff now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Whereabouts?
it looks really cool.
Ipswich?
In England.
Oh.
No, he's in near Colchester somewhere. He was one of the boxers. He's a good boxer.
How's Ipswich FC doing?
All right, third in the league. I think still third. They drew on against Sheffield Wednesday. They're top of the table, so we're 2 down. We drew 2-2.
Okay. Are you guys?
Actually, I tried to watch the game.
Yeah.
I had to listen. But the EFL stream thing wasn't working, so I ended up listening to it.
Are you guys in the championship?
No, League One.
League One.
EFL League One. It's one below the championship.
Okay. Not bad. I mean, we were once, I think, in the League One. Maybe not.
Who's we?
Nottingham.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying to
just make it feel...
Are you trying to call me out? I mean, what was that all about?
No. I was just wondering who
I mean,
supporting
it's
this.
right. Who are we, what was that? Who are we supporting? What?
Wondering who you're supporting this week.
Oh, Arnold. That was not very kind of you. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
No, I am through and through. I have seen the light. In fact, I'm interviewing Brennan Johnson tomorrow. Do you know Brennan Johnson?
He plays for Nottingham.
Yeah. He's great.
I don't know. Well,
Oh, okay.
I've been on a separate thing. I've been watching. I saw you tweet about it. The Wrexham thing.
Oh yeah.
Is it Welcome to Wrexham? I think.
Yeah, Welcome to Wrexham. Yeah.
Yeah, there's. It's good. It's interesting.
It's really
nice to
good.
see the grassroots sort of the behind the scenes of all that and what it is. But it's cool.
Does it remind you of home? Is that what your town is like?
Not really. No, a little. Well, I suppose a little bit. Yeah. And a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, not really. It's kind of like it's in a weird place because it's like in Wales, but it's not Wales.
Right.
They're in the English league, but it's kind of like half the pitches in Wales, I think.
Is that true?
Yeah. There was something weird during the pandemic because Wales had different rules to England.
Huh.
And because half the pitch was in Wales, they couldn't have fans or something like that. I don't
Wow.
know.
Imagine if they
But
could
the rest of England had it.
So they could only have fans half the stadium?
I mean, that should have been there. I think they had none, but yeah.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, half a stadium.
I feel like I might have made some of that up, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, my guy GC watched every episode. Did he make that up?
Okay. I don't know if they spoke about it yet because I've been watching it.
He said he didn't hear.
Interview.
I mean, wow. Okay.
Couple things to do back here.
Wow. All right. I thought you were locked in on what we were talking about. I guess we lost him.
He's just on his phone scrolling.
Yeah, he's Snapchatting, Instagramming. Here's the big question going into April 15th, and then we'll let you go, Arnold. Thank you as always for the time. Is this, you're probably going to, I know what you're going to tell me. I'm preparing for the best version of Max Holloway, but we all know at some point, Father Time catches up. He's been around for a very long time. He's taken a lot of damage, taken a lot of strikes, right? He's handed them out, but he's also, been hit too. Do you feel like the performance this past July was an indication that his career is rounding third, as we like to say here in America? It's headed home, or do you feel like that was just him against Alex Volkanovski, and it's a different ballgame when you're fighting Alex Volkanovski? How do you assess that and where he's at right now?
Yeah. I mean, like he's only human, right? The damage has got to catch up to. He has been in, he's not much older than me, but he has been in a lot of like crazy fights for a long time against top tier athletes, and he's given a lot of damage, but he always takes as much as he gives as well. But it's hard to say, really. It's hard to say because he's there to be hit. He takes a lot of damage, but Volkanovski's Volkanovski, so he's looked better every time he fights. He steps up a level and looks better every time he fights. So, yeah, like you say, what you expected from him is probably what I'm going to say.
Right.
I'm expecting the best version. I'm preparing for the best.
Yep.
I'm training the best.
Yes.
Are you going to be all the stereotypical things?
Are you going to be at the O2 on March 18th?
Yeah, I spoke to someone at the UFC about being a guest after the Calvin Kattar fight, but I haven't heard anything about that. So, yeah, I'd like to. That'd be cool.
Oh, of course. You need to be front row cheering on your guy, Leon, who said you'll be the next champion from the UK. So he's put you over. Every time we speak, he always puts you over. It's very nice of him.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, he's a good lad. As are you, despite the shot about Nottingham. It cut a little deep, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
How are Nottingham doing, actually?
What's that?
How are they doing?
Oh, they're doing great. We lost on Saturday against Fulham. Big matchup against Man City, which should go swimmingly on Saturday.
Yeah.
I think we're 14th, so it's not too bad.
That's good.
We're
what was like 28?
Out of 20. 20 something? No, the top 20 move on, right? Isn't that it?
What do you mean? Move on. Move on where?
Meaning next year. Listen, I don't have all the jargon down. I just don't want to get relegated again. You get what I'm saying? I mean, move on to next year and we get to stay up.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
What is it? You should know this. You should know this better than me. What is it? How many?
I thought it was at 28.
28? By the way,
I'm sure it was 28.
14 of 28 would be fantastic, but I don't think that's the case. Let me see. Now it's going to bother me. I mean, you're getting real cheeky on me right now. Let me see the table. They are currently sitting at 14, as I said, out of 20. I was right.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, well, Ipswich champion the Premier League as well.
No, you guys will never sniff the Premier League. The Prem, as we like to say.
Ipswich's history.
Yeah,
I know we're trying to end this, but come won that before there was even a Premier League.
I told you they're my League One team.
Okay.
It's just hard. I don't get League One here. We get championships, so that would be on ESPN Plus. So I just need you guys to move up so I can watch those games. And then I'm all in. And trust me, when I'm all in, I'm all in.
Playoff games are more exciting anyway. So.
Sure, yeah. I do like that format. I like the relegation and the promotion thing. That's fun. It's all very fun. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. Thank you as always for coming on. I hope that the hatred on Twitter isn't too bad from the Islam fans. But we appreciate you telling it like it is.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on as well.
Good luck April 15th. Say hello to your father. He'll be there?
Yeah, he'll be there.
I saw him giving you the breakdowns via text. Very good stuff. You're lucky to have him by your side.
I have one more thing before I go. I see you did see my Instagram, but I was around his house the other day and I went to put something on his YouTube, and the last thing he searched was Max Holloway versus Calvin Klein. I'm like, glad he's doing his research.
Close enough. It'll pop up. Close enough.
Perfect.
Thank you, Arnold. Good luck. Talk to you soon.
See you now.
There he is. Arnold Allen. Go check out the merch. almightymerch.shop is where you can get it. All right. Let us move along to our next guest. I'm so excited to talk to this man. And look, the Volkanovski situation on Saturday was amazing. The Yair fight was amazing. JDM was amazing. There were some great moments on Saturday, but to me, the feel-good moment of Saturday, and please remind me, in December or early January when we do our awards and we have an award for feel-good moment of the year. You'll recall last year it was Leon and his mother and the crying afterwards. It's going to be very hard to top the moment when the UFC finally, 10 years too late, but finally, good things come to those who wait, finally announced that the first ever UFC lightweight champion, Little Evil himself, the pioneer, the trailblazer, Jens Pulver, who was streaming on the official UFC YouTube account while this was happening, and brilliant move on their part. They deserve full marks for this. They went to him, and we got to see his reaction. The one guy who was campaigning in a classy way, in a graceful way, to get this moment, who was making it seem like an important distinction, honor to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. And yet for some reason, time after time, they were giving it to people who didn't deserve it or had just recently retired. Finally, they righted that wrong. And we found out that come July in Las Vegas, Jens Pulver is going into the Hall of Fame. And so we had to talk to him about all this. By now, you've probably seen the clip of him crying with his son. It was beautiful stuff. Couldn't be happier for him. And he joins us now via the magic of Zoom. Hello, Jens. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? How you doing?
Oh, man. I'm so happy for you. From that same spot where you were doing the streaming on Saturday, you're like a legit streamer gamer guy in your chair with your camera, with your microphone. This is top-notch
100%.
stuff. I love it. You go
Well,
on.
it's Twitch. Well, Twitch, man. So I do everything on Twitch. So I run the UFC Twitch page, and like I'll be on at 6 p.m. Eastern today, recapping the fights and having a conversation. We usually interview and stuff like that. So yeah, I've become like an online analyst for the UFC. So it's been really cool.
How did this happen?
Freak chance. It was Sean. I call him AK Snoo. He's my producer, and he's like, I was just kind of, what am I doing with myself? And I've always loved talking. He goes, you gotta stream. You should jump on Twitch. You love gaming. You're big on it. You love streaming and stuff like that. Let's get you on Twitch. I'm like, really? All right. And so we started. I started gaming at first, and then one day he had to leave. We were just talking about this ironically. I was like, and one day he had to leave. He's like, I got to go. I'm like, well, what am I going to do? He game with. I'm afraid to. Ironically, I can get in a cage and fight by myself, but I can't game by myself. I'm scared.
Okay.
I'm scared. So
right.
it's weird, but that's just like, well, what am I going to do? And somebody handed me a parkour video. And I go, oh, let me see this. And then I started breaking it down, pausing, rewinding, pausing, breaking it down. And then from that, someone said, hey, would you watch my fight? I'm like, yeah. So then I broke down the fight and I started coaching. And then one day the UFC, they were going to start a Twitch stream. UFC Mod 2 reaches out and says, hey, would you want to try out? And I go, for what? For the Twitch stream. It's like, for the UFC? Like, yeah, we watch everything from Fight Pass. I was like, oh, yes, I will. And so they're like, one of the things they asked Sean was, how many fights can he watch in an hour? And like, oh, I don't know why. He's like, well, is he going to just burn through them and go one after another? They're like, oh no, just watch what happens. Ariel, I watched 5 fights in 6 hours.
Wow.
I paused and talked and I had a time. I got through it. But what I got to do was I got to tell how the whole thing started, how I got into the UFC, how I created the 155-pound division from the Boss Shooting Invitational, meeting John Peretti, who was the matchmaker for the UFC, owned by SCG, right? And they're like, you got to come back and do this again. I was fighting at 170, no time limit. And they said, hey, we want to start this 155-pound division and we want you to do it. And I'm like, well, I want to do it. Let's go. And that's literally how I got into the UFC fighting. And I don't even like saying the number. It sounds so old, but UFC 22.
It's amazing.
And so I did our first fight, me and Alfonso Alcaraz. We fought for the first time and it was still under the 170-pound banner. And then they're like, now we made it into the 155-pound division after that. And they called it bantamweight at first. And then later on, they switched it to lightweight. But at first it was bantamweight. My first title, ironically, was bantamweight. And then it was switched to being the lightweight division.
Okay, so Saturday's moment, the announcement, all that stuff, the clip has gone viral. Everyone's seen it. It's incredible stuff. You had no idea, no inkling, no hint, no nothing that this was going to be announced, that you were going in. You had no clue.
None. And in fact, it's ironic. This is the wildest thing. One, Sean was messing, AK Snoo was messing with me. And I didn't get it. But what had happened before that was that, that Where Are They Now? The UFC does Fight Pass and stuff to Where Are They Now? They had called a month ago. And the few times back in the day they had asked, pardon my language, but I'm like, no, I ain't doing this. And like, why? I go, because I don't like where I'm at right now. I don't like what I'm doing. I'm not where I want to be in life. I don't want to do this. Well, this time they called, and because, like I said, I'm having so much fun on Twitch doing the UFC stream. I'm back. I'm okay with being retired. I love, I'm analyzing, breaking down fights. I feel relevant. People are giving me their time. I'm loving talking with everybody in chat. I was like, you know what? I'll do it. Yeah, I'm in a good place. I love where I'm at in life. Yeah, I will do this. Where Are They Now? So now we fast forward 3 weeks, and Sean's like, all right, well, here's what they're going to want to do. You're going to be doing your watch along. I had TSM Viss and Mike Davis were my guests on this watch along. And they said right before, when the main card starts, after the first fight, they want you to expand your screen. We're going to blow you up so it's just you, and they want to see your reaction. And I'm thinking, so what? And I was like, oh, they must be announcing that that I'm going to be doing a Where Are They Now? So it didn't even dawn on me. And then Sean's like, all right, see, I'm wearing the Big Game hat. This is my son's wrestling team, Gogi and Big Game. And he's like, you got to wear a UFC hat. The sponsors want you to wear a UFC hat. I was like, what? So I grabbed I've got the UFC World Champion hat, right? Yes. So I was like, all right, fine. So I threw that thing on, and he's like, all right. And I'm like, anything else? And he's like, nope, that's what they want right there. You're good to go. And so just be ready. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, I'm watching Jose Aldo. I was like, I think they did somewhere. They showed how Jose Aldo got it. I was like, all right, so maybe that's okay. Maybe they want me to react to that. And then all of a sudden, I seen. And before that happened, my wife hits me with the text. By the way, your son Carson has to film you. His school wants to film you while you do, and since he'd already interviewed me once about fighting and stuff, I figured he's in junior high, so one of his teachers he had to interview like what daddy does for work or something. So he's like, can I film you? It's like, all right. So I've literally got him sitting right there in a stool, just kind of filming me streaming. I'm like, you can come a little closer, do this right here. So that was all set up. My wife got brought into it, and then all of a sudden it started, and I was like, and again, my language was like, shut the fuck up. You got to be kidding me. And I was just stunned. I mean, Ariel, I had no idea. I had let it go. And I love and appreciate all of you for again, bringing my name and trying and keeping it relevant and bringing it up, every year this would happen. And I was always in the firm belief, if you have to sell it yourself, you don't deserve it. So that's why I never retweeted or never joined in on it. It's like, I just was like, I was okay. I was in a place that I was okay in life, because otherwise I'd have never said yes to that. Where Are They Now? So I was like, well, this will be, you know what? Hey, at least they can find out what I'm doing. It'll help me promote the UFC Twitch stream. Yeah, I'll do it. But so I was in a good place, but I never, ever, ever expected what was about to happen right there.
It was incredible. And I'm so happy they did it the way in which they did it. Could you even describe? I mean, we saw it, but like internally. And then, the amazing thing was I went on the stream afterwards and it's like, man, kudos to you. You had to keep going. There was like more stuff to do.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
So hard.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. But could you describe what it felt like to finally see that package and to see it finally come to fruition? Like, what did that feel like?
It busted me up and to look at my son, was it. And it's ironic. I shot back to a moment when there was a time my dad had beaten me really bad. And I was just in tears. And I remember I was like, one day I was thinking to myself, just crying in bed, one day, man, when I have a son, I'm never going to treat him like this. He'll never know what this is like. He'll never know what pain is like. He'll never know what it's like to be afraid of his father, to run when he sees him at home. And then all of a sudden there's my son, and it just started hitting me. I'm like, I had the tears are swelling up in my eyes right now. I was like, I hope he's, and I got to ask him, I said, man, I hope you're proud of your dad, because I wasn't proud of mine. And I hope you're proud of your father. And yeah, it was huge. And I got to talk to Rick Maxon here just a minute ago, and he took me to all my wrestling tournaments. Him and James Pryor, they're like, they did what my father should have done for me. They took me to wrestling. James is the one who filmed everything. He's the reason why I even got into fighting and why I wanted to do this. But Rick, I got to talk to him. I was like, it was just, to sit there and go through all this, I owe you so much. And I always wanted to give them this. This was that moment. If it wasn't for them, I would have never gone down this life. I'd have never been this person. I want you to be proud of me. And then again, here's my son. I'm like, I just want you to be proud of me. But I went back to them. It was like, I'm so thank you so much for what you did. I mean, it's a lot. Bigger than the world title. This is everything to me. And I got to call these two people I've been waiting for 10, 15 years to just tell them, thank you. Thank you for what you did. And I probably could have done it, Ariel, just for what I achieved in fighting. Right. But to me, something like this was, because this has been lingering for so long. I was like, it got in my head so many years ago, man, the day I get in the Hall of Fame, it's dedicated to them. It's dedicated to these two because of what they did for me at such a young age and what they gave to me. And I knew what I wanted to do in life. And that's, so yeah, it was a lot, man. This whole thing, it's exactly like winning the world title, because I still don't believe it. It still hasn't really sunk in, you know?
You just said something pretty powerful. You said this is bigger than the world title for you. Why did this mean so much to you?
Because it allows me, it's the ending, I guess. It's something that the world champions can come and go, but the Hall of Fame, man, you get forever. You know what I mean? They'll always look at me as a champion and the first ever UFC, lightweight world champion, the Godfather, I say. But this is, Anik said it best, the immortality. And I think it's just something to be able to hand that to my son, my daughter Hayden, and my daughter Madeline. It's like, I just want you to be proud of me. And it's just, I had so many regrets, woulda, shoulda, couldas in my career, moments where if I could have just, at the end, the losing streak and stuff. And I just I never knew if this would happen. And it means everything to me, because this is such a rare moment. And it's been building up, every year. You should be in it. You should be in it. And it's every year this doing it. It's like, this means, this is unbelievable. I'm stunned, but to me, this is bigger because I guess the timing of everything, the timing and where it's at, it's perfect.
Do you have any idea why it took so long? Any explanation?
To be honest, I'm glad that it did, to be honest. I'm glad that it did, because this is perfect. And like I said, the reason why I keep going back to this one moment, which is where are they now? Literally even 2-3 years ago, no, I'd have told you, fuck no, I'm not doing this. No, I want nothing to do with it. I've said it to him. I'm not where I want to be in life. I'm not happy with where I am in life. And so I don't think I would have appreciated it. But right now, because I said yes to that, where are they now? That was like a huge statement. I keep replaying this over in my head, like winning the world title. And it's like, if I could push myself out of my body and look down at me, it's like, you're right where you want to be. This is the perfect time for you, because you're right where you want to be. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
So what is the difference between the man I'm talking to today and the man from 3 years ago? Like, why are you so much happier? Why are you in that right spot? What's the big difference, if not multiple differences?
That UFC Twitch stream?
That changed everything.
Twitch, it changed everything for me. It gave me worth. It gave me value. But what it gave me more than anything else was the ability. I'm known as the pause king, because I'll sit there and I'll pause and I'll talk to chat. People giving me their time. The single greatest gift on the planet, time. Money can't buy it. We always wish we had more. And the fact that they'll be in there giving me their time, taking that relevance. You know what I mean? How back in the day, people would wait in line just to meet you. I would stand there until the last person left. I would never say no to an autograph, never say no to a picture, ever. And the fact that people will come into this chat just to sit there and talk to me on the stream, I was like, this is unreal. So I finally was happy where I was at in life, and I didn't need fighting anymore. I had finally moved on from fighting, you know what I'm saying? And I found a place where I could be relevant, and I felt my worth, and I felt my value. And that's not to say, obviously, with my family and stuff, obviously I love them, but just on a personal scale, to find that worth and value was everything to me. And then now here I am watching fights. 3 years ago, you couldn't get me near a fight. I was big and bulbous, and I wanted nothing to do with fighting. I was so pissed off at fighting, you couldn't get me to watch it. So now I'm analyzing, breaking it down, having an opinion, doing watch-alongs, doing interviews. It's, that UFC Twitch stream, like I said, it saved me. And then, of course, I have my own stream, Jens Pulver, but I've spent so much time doing this. But just having those streams, it was something I needed. And I owe Sean, a.k.a. Snoo, everything in the world, because it was his idea to do this. And I found that passion, Ariel. I found what I love, and it relieved so many holes, you know what I'm saying, that it filled so many holes that were in my life.
What were you doing before? Like, what, if anything, was occupying your time, giving you any type of enjoyment?
Being a dad. I loved it. I was stay at home for the most part. I had traveled to Australia for a while and worked over there. And then the funny thing was, I remember talking to my wife going, she just got into nursing school. So I had to make sure we got everything like that. And I was like, I remember the conversation. I said, it's your turn. I go, I'm done with this roller coaster, this fight life that we've been on and everything that we've been doing. I was like, it's your turn. Yeah, well, you just graduated. You know what I mean? You're going to work at the hospital, working in the ICU. I was like, it's your turn. You've sacrificed enough for me. You've sat around and watched me do enough. I go, it's my turn to be home. I go, you allow me to stay home. I go, I just want to be home with my kids. I just want to be around them, and I just need some time. If you give me 6 months, let me just kind of figure out where I want to be in life, and then I promise you, you know what I mean? I'll find that next step, and next you know, like I said, Sean said you need to stream. Became the greatest gift on the planet. It was the best thing I've ever had, and then to turn that into the UFC and the way that is literally just step. You know what I mean? To get to this point, I get to stay at home. I have my studio. I get to raise my children. I'll be up there after I do this interview. I'll be over there to meet my daughter and walk her home from school. And yeah, it's just everything. It all just kind of fell together. You know what I mean?
I saw that you were very proud of the fact that you lost a lot of weight, that you're in tremendous shape now. How big did you get, and how difficult was it to lose the weight?
You know, it was easy to lose. Oh, I was bulbous. I was about 205 pounds because I figured the biggest thing was I'm going to get really big because that way I can't just jump into a fight. Well, I'm going to need at least a good 6-7 months if I was ever going to do something like that. So I got nice and hefty. And then one day I just stopped. Like I said, I got so happy with where I am in life. Here I am watching fights again, and I'm doing everything that I want to do. And I don't have that anchor, like go back to the ring. I found my replacement. I found my passion. You know what I'm saying? And I love what I'm doing. And it's like, now I'm back to lifting and I'm in great shape. I got down to 155 pounds, and then I'm putting muscle back on, and I'm probably about 172, just yoked, but that's just, you know, but and I'm okay with doing that. And I'm not like, oh, I can still fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I was afraid of. So I found I'm good. So now I'm just doing it to be healthy. But yeah, I lost 45 pounds. I started that intermittent fasting, and it just changed my life.
Have you talked to anyone since Saturday and gotten a reason why now? Why are they doing this now? Why did they finally decide to do this for this particular Hall of Fame class?
Never asked. Because it's perfect to me. It's I don't know if I'd ever appreciated it up to this point. I don't, but right now I love it. It's perfect. And it's funny because the more I'm still in shock. I'm still sitting here even 2 days later, and I'm still, it's like when I won the title and I woke up in the middle of the night and I'm like, oh my, it was a dream. This didn't happen. And there it was next to me, the belt. I'm like, because I slept with it, you know, the first day, of course. And I was like, you know, I was like, this really happened. I really did this. And it's just starting to sink in now. And, you know, like I said, calling the two people I wanted to call and make sure they understood. And of course, Brian Butler, I love that man more than life itself. I love my manager. He's amazing. So we just keep going back and forth. Like I keep saying, I can't believe this happened. And he keeps, you know, I can't believe this happened. We're back and forth. So I don't know the whole thing about if it was too long. It was perfect because I wasn't ready and it wasn't right. It almost feels like because they played me, like they threw the feeler out. Is this going to be the year? And they did that. Where are they now? Yeah. And I keep going back to, because I'm in such a good place, I said yes to it. And like, all right, now we can, you know what? Now it's like I wasn't ready. Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of Brian, I mean, he really campaigned heavily on your behalf. You can't do it necessarily, like you said, but like he really, I mean, he kept you out there in the public eye, in the news, reminding everyone, because you know how this sport goes. And this is one thing that really bugs me about the sport. You know, that's why I put up that picture right over here. I don't know if you saw it from last weekend with all the legends with Fedor, right? Because I feel like you guys, you're a part of that. You could have been in that crew. There's so many others. I feel like one thing about MMA that kind of bums me out is that we don't talk about you guys enough. We don't remember. We don't honor you guys enough. I feel like it's all about the next event, and those guys deserve attention. But without you and these dudes, Renzo Gracie, Royce Gracie, Rampage, Matt Hughes, Couture, Frank Shamrock, there is no MMA. There is no, I don't have a job. I'm like, none of us even know who Alex Volkanovski is, right? So I wish that was done more. I wish you guys were honored more. And I don't necessarily want you to even piggyback off that, because that would seem like you're, patting yourself on the back. But there is something about MMA that I feel like we need to do more to remember you guys and to honor you guys and to thank you guys. And that's why Saturday meant so much to fans like myself, a bit of the older fans, because I grew up. I remember when you fought BJ the first time. I was watching it. Kauna, I was watching it, you know. Tough 5 is the best season of Tough ever, in my opinion, because of you and BJ. And so, like, it just was a reminder, like, fuck, man, this sport and the history of the sport is so important, and we need more moments like the one that we saw on Saturday.
It means a lot. And that's, you know, I think the biggest thing too is, but then at the same token, you can only dwell so much. You know what I mean? And then you have to move on. You have to move forward, and we have to do it. And the sport moves forward. The sport moves on, and everybody. And that's one thing I have really gotten into this role now. And, you know, is I look at these fighters, and you start to see these ones. They were youngsters when I was fighting. I still remember going, that kid right down there, I want nothing to do with him. They were talking about Jose Aldo. I'm like, I want to be retired when that man gets up to this level. I'll be gone. I'll be good and gone, you know? And so you think about, and now I get to see what they're doing. And the cool part is, I'm like, you know, because I've already been through it, I'm okay on this side. And now it's time to create something that I don't have to walk away from, that I can't be too old. And if I am too old to talk and have an opinion and enjoy myself, obviously I'm senile enough that I probably ain't thinking about too much. You know what I mean? So I always tell everybody, you know, finding your passion, find what you love. And, you know, hopefully the youngsters, that's what I love about this Twitch stream, especially on Twitch, because it's a lot of youngsters. It's a gaming platform, and there's a lot of youngsters. And we always tell people when we're watching fights from Fight Pass, right? Like today we'll probably watch an old fight night. And on Fridays, we watch fights of fighters fighting in Saturday's fights. And even though you know the result, we have this thing called no spoilers. Why? Because somebody in the chat will be watching this thing for the first time. And that's why we don't spoil. We've seen this fight 1,000 times. No, but somebody is going to see it for the first time. And then we get to do, you know what I'm saying? That gives me a platform to go back. It's funny how you said The Ultimate Fighter 5. Every Tuesday I started something. We call it Tough Tuesday. We watch The Ultimate Fighter, 6 p.m. Eastern. We're on season 8. I forgot all about Junie Browning until we've already watched season 5. You know what I'm saying? We started from season 1, and I'm going to watch every single season of Tough every Tuesday. It's pretty amazing. And now I'm taking these new people, and I guess so it's kind of our job as well. And we don't have to sell it, so to speak, but where are the older fighters, and what are they doing, and where are, you know what I mean? And how are you staying relevant by, are you pushing each other? Nobody wants to be the guy that's like, you're wearing the same jacket and like, you remember when you did this, and you're stuck in the same one war story. But there is a time where you can be relevant in today's world, and it allows you to keep grabbing, you know what I mean? Grab some things from the old backpack, grabbing some things from the old past and share it. And that's the platform that I found. And that's why I found my passion. I found what I love more than anything else in the world. And the fact that I'm doing it on the UFC Twitch stream, it was, like I said, it was made for me. Taylor, 100% made for me.
What advice, if any, could you give to a fellow retired fighter who doesn't have a Twitch stream, who doesn't have this outlet, who is feeling like, what do I got? The music stopped. I have nothing. I was once on top of the world. People were paying to watch me fight, to meet me, to take pictures, and now I'm depressed, sad. I'm missing it. Like, how do you find that Twitch stream? What is the best piece of advice?
You have to find your passion. What did you want to do in life? Because there was a time, especially when you were older, I worked at I got my job straight out of Boise State University. I was working at a high school. I was the resource officer. I was going to be the head wrestling coach. I wanted to work with kids. You know what I mean? I always wanted to be a public speaker. What do you want? And this is what I tell anybody when they retire. Please find your passion. What were you passionate about? Fighting was not 24/7. Fighting was not something that you just wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? What are you passionate about? And go find that. That's the one thing that I was able to kill 3 birds, 1 stone, so to speak, by having this Twitch stream, because I wanted to speak. I wanted to be able to, you know what I mean? I love the fan interaction. I love, quote unquote, coaching. I love, everybody asks, when are you going to start coaching fighters? I go, I coach all of you. I hit the pause button. I teach moves. I mean, find what you love to do. There's got to be more than just going out there and getting into that cage or that ring and fighting. What did you love to do? Now is the time to do it. You know what I mean? Spend it. You got to get out of that cycle of, this is it. I've just hit this roadblock. What am I going to do for the next 50, 60 years of my life? What do you mean? Go do what you love. You know what I'm saying? Go find your passion, whatever that might be. Did you ever want to be a fisherman? Did you want to be, what did you want to do in life? And go do it. Because here's the beautiful thing. It's accessible to your phone. You can see and reach everything. You can learn everything. You know what I mean? Jesse Itzler always tell me, spend 90 minutes a day working on, on something new. And before you know it, in 2 years, you can be an expert. And, it's one of those. So that's what I would tell anybody when they're my age is, go find what you love. What do you love doing? And what is stopping you now? Pity, you know what I mean? Self-loathing. What is keeping you from doing it? Should be nothing. Go out there and do it. Especially us old school fighters. When we were told you got to be an idiot to even get into this sport, especially me. They don't even have 170 is as small as they go. It's not even legal in 3 states. You're about to quit your job. I'm about to quit my job at the high school as a head wrestling coach and give up all that security to go do what? Fight in this UFC that's legal in 3 states, kept alive on the internet by the underground forum. And that's what you want to do? My mother about shit. It's like, you got to be kidding me. My grandma just about fell over. What are you going to do for security? I don't know, but I want to go chase my dream. I want to chase my passion. Well, why does that got to die just because we have to now? I tell everybody, in the documentary, you got to learn how to die twice. The athlete's going to pass away at a young age, and you're going to have all this left, and you're going to be able to. So what are you going to do with it? Just rot? You know what I mean? Go to waste? What do you do with it? Go find what you love to do. There's got to be something else. And if you don't know what that is, we got a thing called the internet. I don't know. I don't think we're that old, but we all should know the internet, but and just start searching. Find what you want to do in life and go chase your passions, just like you did when you chased them in that cage.
Golly, I feel like you should be a motivational speaker. Have you ever thought of that? You're tremendous.
Yes. Well, yes. But see, that's what I get to do on the stream. I get to do this.
Yes,
so
you do.
I capture all the birds. But Jesse Itzler is always, he's like, you got to come out and speak, and I'm like, but see, the only thing is right now, anything that takes me away from my babies, obviously my one's about to be a freshman in high school. They're still my babies. Anybody that takes me away from them, I'm kind of like, no, can't do. My manager, Brian Butler, like I said, I love you to death. He's always trying to get me to go out there and, and I'm like, nope. That's why, this stream has given me everything that I need, and it allows me to stay at home, be with my children. And then, like I said, it put me in the right place. And this Hall of Fame induction is literally at the right time.
Oh, I love it. Can I ask you, I'll just keep you for a couple more minutes. Thank you so much for this. This was a lot of fun.
I'll hang with you all day.
Okay, I appreciate it. You mentioned regrets. What is the biggest one?
Here's the funny thing about that. I had some, and this is what I tell people all the time. Along the way, I had a lot of depression. I had a lot of regrets. I should have quit at this time. I should have done this. I should have. You know what I mean? But the reality is, I tell everybody on the stream now, you got to, somewhere along the line, you got to learn how to be your own best friend first. You got to start saying good things to yourself, just like getting out and running. It's not easy when you first start working out. You got to one step at a time and you build, right? 21 days to create a habit. Start saying good things to yourself. Learn how to be your own best friend. If somebody says something negative to one of my friends or my family, I'll hurt you so bad it'll make you, make your head spin. But why can I say so many bad things to myself? Why is it okay that I say all this pungent shit to me? It's not. You have to learn how to be your own best friend first. And when I said that is, I get back to this situation, this moment, which is, if I wouldn't have said yes to this, where are they now? Like I said, I would have this work. But because I said yes to where is it now, I'm in a position where if any one thing in my life would have changed, I wouldn't be sitting right here, right now, talking to you. I wouldn't be accepting this Hall of Fame induction. I wouldn't be working for the Hall of Fame. I use this story all the time, which is when I lost to BJ Penn after the Ultimate Fighter. That was crushing. I was destroyed. But because that happened, I said, hey, they started bringing on the WEC and the 145 pound. I go, can I go down to the 145 pound division? Yeah. All right. Well, because I went down to the 145 pound division, we're going to fly out to WEC. We're going to introduce you. Okay. And so as I'm going, I'm 6 hours late, mind you. My flight got backed up in Chicago. And then my wife's flight, it got backed up a couple of times. But so now all of a sudden, boom, I'm landing at the Hard Rock. I'm walking through the hallway, 6 hours behind schedule. And it turned out this lady, She's 5 hours or something like that. They wanted to go to the restaurant, but the cabbie messed them up and took them to the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. And we walked by each other. Boom. Hey, I know you. You're Little Evil. Hey, how you doing? And yeah, we used to watch. I was a big BJ Penn fan, but you kind of grew on me from The Ultimate Fighter season 5. Thank you. That's my wife. Been married 13 years. So if any one thing in my life would have changed up to that moment, even that loss, which at the time I thought was the worst thing that could have happened, I wouldn't have been dropping down to 145. I wouldn't have been on that plane that was delayed. I wouldn't have been walking through that casino. I wouldn't have met what turned out to be the woman of my dreams and been married now for 13 years. My kids wouldn't be here. And so my point is, if you can just learn how to love yourself and where you're at right now, you have no regrets. You have moments, you have bumps, and everything had a reason. And if any one thing would have changed, I wouldn't be here right now sitting with you.
Wow. That is lovely stuff.
So I let go. No regrets. You know what I mean? No regrets.
I appreciate that. And I see on your Instagram, because he comments a bunch, you and BJ are cool.
I love him. I love him. Yeah.
That wasn't always the case.
It's funny. No, it wasn't.
No.
And then going back and watching season 5, I still got a little salty, even when we were because we just finished season 5 a couple Tuesdays ago, and I was still just a little salty. I was like, oh boy, I just heard it back there. I was like, man, he was just messing with me, you know? And then to hear the reaction of all the fighters and stuff. And I'll never forget Corey Hillman. And the reason why I picked Corey even first over everybody else, may rest in peace, because he was looking at me. Sorry.
No
he
problem.
was looking at me and he was looking at me going, I got you. We got this. Because I was going to get up and leave. When BJ said, if you want nothing to do with Jens Pulver, you want to be on my team, have nothing to do with Jens Pulver, I figured everybody was going to raise their hand. Because I've always had anxiety, man, Ariel. I'm always thinking the worst, you know what I mean, at that time. And I figured everybody just raised their hand. I was going to pack up my shit and get out of here. I'm done. I'm gone. But Corey Hill kept looking at me going, you and me. And I'm looking at him going, all right, even if it's just you, I'll coach your ass to the finals right here. And he kept me in it, you know what I mean? But so even when I went back and we watched it here recently, I was like, I still had that moment. But no, I love BJ, man. I love that man. It's, you know, I wish I could spend more time with him, you know, and that's one thing. I love all of them. Like I've done watch-alongs on the Twitch stream with Cub. I love Cub, man. I love everybody. All that is, that's just the fighting world and what we had, you know, and it's, but no, it was legit. Yeah, me and BJ there for a minute. It was,
man,
it was legit.
You going down to WEC, the 145 thing and all that with Cub, like that was amazing. What a time that was in the sport. And again, I'm so happy that you're getting, you know, this attention and the spotlight. And I love what you're doing. By the way, what is the Twitch? What is the address?
Twitch TV/UFC. Twitch TV/UFC. I'll be on here. I'll be on tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern. We have Tough Tuesday. If it's a pay-per-view week, we'll do Wednesday. We watch undercard fights of fighters fighting and Saturday's pay-per-view fights.
Dang.
Friday, 6 p.m. I know I came up with that one. Friday, it's the way I can prove I'm not punchy, Ariel. That's why I brought up
it's good. It's a lot of stuff.
Right? So, I know, right? So Fridays, 6 p.m. Eastern, we watch fights of fighters fighting and Saturday's fights. Saturday, if it's not a pay-per-view, it's just me doing a watch-along with chat. And if it is a pay-per-view, we'll have guests. Like I said, we just had TSM Vis, a massive gamer from Twitch, and Mike Davis. So, and then, like I said, we'll have interviews, but I think today, because everybody's still flying back over, you know, and stuff like that, we'll probably just interview me, I guess. I'll just
I mean, you're in the news. Interview. You're the biggest get. You're the biggest get. People want to hear from you. So that's a good spot 100%. To be. Have you allowed yourself to think of what July will feel like up there giving the speech? Have you even gone there yet or not quite?
Not yet. I know MMA Junkie, they were talking about goes in there. They're saying like you can have a presenter.
Yeah.
Like, you get a presenter.
Yeah.
And you can pick a presenter. I was like, oh, it's Brian Butler. You know what I mean? I'm having so much fun with everything right now. You know, it's just, everybody's doing the whole Jerry Maguire, you know, and we're chasing after. I'm like, I'm like, where's Butler? Where's Butler? All the little things. I'm like, where is he? You know what I mean? I love that man and Sucker Punch forever. So I'm just still in the moment. I'm ready. I just can't wait to start the stream in a couple hours and just talk to everybody there. And like I said, it's after talking to James prior, which I've waited a long time for that one. That was so big. After finally getting to talk to him and thank him and be able to talk to Rick Maxon and thank him, I just, you know, everything's just kind of surreal. I think it'll hit. I don't know when, but I think it'll hit at some point.
It's a beautiful thing. And I hope you realize that while you are so happy to get this honor, you are giving that Hall of Fame credibility. Without people like you in it, as I've said, that Hall of Fame didn't mean much to me. And there are still some others that I would like to see in there. But you are now giving them credibility. It's not so much that they're giving your career credibility. You are, because of who you are and because of what you accomplished. So you deserve all that praise and more. Thank you for all the memories. Thank you for all the great fights. Thank you for being an absolute class act and always great. The first fight that I ever watched as a media member was you versus BJ in person. I was credentialed.
Yeah.
I was the Spike TV blogger for Tough 5. That's why I love that season. That was my first job in MMA journalism, was for that season.
Oh, really?
Tough 5 Spike TV blogger. If you actually go back to the fight, I'm sitting cage side with the president of Spike TV. He invited me to come sit next to him for your fight. I was sitting there and I was blown away. I was like, I need to do this for a living. So that's why people like you and BJ mean so much to me. Enjoy every step of the way up until July. Enjoy all of it and keep up the great work, man. You have now made me want to tune in. I don't know how to use Twitch. I'm going to tune into your Twitch just because you sold it.
Twitch.tv/UFC. You got Twitch.tv/UFC, and then you'll probably have to sign up if you actually want to chat, but otherwise, and then I'll hit the pause button.
Okay.
And if I see your name, I'll go batshit and I'll be like, oh my God, Dario's in it. And then I'll get all embarrassed and, and freak out and do all that stuff. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And hey, if I may, one of the things, man, always, it's what you've done, what you've created. My hat's off to you. It's humbling just to be able to have the time to sit here and speak with you. And I know how hard you worked. I know what you've done. You know what I'm saying? There was a time I was nervous back in the day. I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to talk to him. He might get me fired up. He might try to push my buttons. But I love you, man. I love your work. I love what you've done. But above everything, you and everybody out there, all I can say is thank you so much. Every time you all said Jens Pulver should be in the Hall of Fame, I heard it. And as much as I wanted to retweet it, as much as I wanted to share it, it meant the world. And to you, Brian Butler, I love you. I appreciate you. And what you did, you never let this die. That man is, man. Tidwell and Jerry. Yeah, man. I'm a Tidwell for sure. I love that man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's, I can't wait for July. And like I said, a lot of streams leading up to that. It'll be a lot of fun.
Love it. Enjoy it, my friend. Great to talk to you, and hope to talk to you again soon. You. Take care. Congratulations.
All right, bye-bye.
There he is, Little Evil, Jens Pulver. I mean, how could you not love that? How could you not love that? Again, to answer that question that I was asked at the beginning, and I don't know if that question at the beginning of the year, I don't know if that question was asked because of, stuff going on. I don't know. But man, oh man, how could you not love that? How could you not feel a certain way? And if you're a newer fan, how could you not say like, man, let me go watch, trust me, Tough 5, I speak about Tough now. It's like, a little bit past its prime. Tough 5 was amazing. And you see some of the people that came out of Tough 5, Nathan Diaz and Gray Maynard and Manny Gamburian, Rob Emerson, Corey Hill, the late great Corey Hill. I mean, there were some killers, but there were also two legends who were coming back and reinventing themselves. BJ Penn, that was the beginning of BJ Penn's resurrection, if you will, as a lightweight, going on that amazing run. And there was a period, as I've said before, BJ Penn was the best fighter on the planet. He was the best fighter on the planet. When he was fighting at 155 pounds and fighting Jens and fighting Sean Shirk and fighting Joe Stevenson, fighting Diego Sanchez and fighting Kenny Florian, I think that you could have made a case, it was Anderson, it was Fyodor. BJ had an argument. He really did. He had a very, very strong case. And guys like, those Friday UFC, who remembers the Friday UFC pay-per-views? That's when the UFC pay-per-views were on. They were on Friday night, either in Atlantic City, Taj Mahal, Trump Taj Mahal, places like that, Jersey, here, there, Continental Airlines. It was, like you said, 3 states, Florida, random, crazy. Alabama, just a crazy time. And I'm so happy, as I've said before, I speak to my friend Ant Evans about this, who used to work for the UFC and who really is responsible for resurrecting the Hall of Fame, because there was a period where the Hall of Fame wasn't even being touched. It wasn't even a thing. Around 10 or so years ago, they brought it back, and now it becomes a thing, and it's a part of the International Fight Week, and it's perfect. It's brilliant. The way they do it, and you have Anik hosting it, and you have the packages. It's great. I have never been critical of the UFC Hall of Fame. The UFC Hall of Fame, to me, is a very important part of the whole machine. and they took a few cues from WWE and how they would do it during WrestleMania week. It's important. It's beautiful, and you see what it means to some. That, you know, the UFC Hall of Fame is to me akin to, you know, the retired jerseys, the Wall of Fame for a sports team. There should always, though, be an independent Hall of Fame, just like the Football Hall of Fame is not the NFL Hall of Fame, just like the Basketball Hall of Fame is not the NBA Hall of Fame, just like the Hockey Hall of Fame is not the NHL Hall of Fame. You get the point. There always should be an independent Hall of Fame. The Boxing Hall of Fame is not the Top Rank or Matchroom or Don King Hall of Fame. It's just the Boxing Hall of Fame. And so I think that is a very important thing. But there is a place and a need for a UFC Hall of Fame, 1,000%. And I'm very happy that it's a thing again. I would love to see more of the legends get in now because you see how much it means to them, and just wait a little longer to see, you know, Khabib is getting into the Hall of Fame. DC's getting into the Hall of Fame. George St. Pierre is getting into the Hall of Fame. Absolutely. But you would love to see it, you know, come maybe 4 or so years later, just like you see in baseball or football or basketball, so that it means a little more. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. And some of these other legends, you know, get their time in the sun. Now, he will say he's fine with waiting because, you know, it means the world now and it makes it all worth it. But I bet, you know, a year or so ago, he would have said the same thing. I just really want to see these legends while they are still healthy, while they are still, you know, family men who are able to enjoy this sort of thing. I just want to see them get their shine. And this being a big year for the UFC, the 30th year of the organization, would love to see more legends, more of this type of stuff as we approach the November 30th anniversary show. Beautiful stuff. And again, kudos to whomever came up with the idea to go to him live. That was just brilliant. We couldn't hear him, but we could certainly see the emotion, and, you know, him hugging his son as a father, seeing that was nothing short of amazing. So much respect to Jens. Congratulations. And again, he said it a bunch of times, but worth repeating. His manager, Brian Butler, everyone needs a manager like that. Everyone needs a friend like that in their life because, yeah, it's weird to promote yourself to say, I should get in. But Brian was really on the front lines, reminding everyone, posting things, tweeting things, Instagram storying things, if that's a word. He really kept them in that conversation. And so he deserves a ton of credit as well. All right. Now, we move along to our next guest, and it's one that we have been talking about a lot on today's program, Alex the Great Volkanovski. So, Alex Volkanovski is still the featherweight champion of the UFC. He came oh so close on Saturday to becoming the double champion, to winning the lightweight belt, but unfortunately he didn't get the nod for him. And so we wonder where he goes from here and how he's feeling. And actually, I could tell a little bit on Saturday after the fact, got a little emotional because, you know, this meant so much to him. Right now, he is in Perth, Western Australia. In Perth, Western Australia, it is currently 4:16 a.m., okay? Now, Alex is a mensch, and I've said before how bad I feel when he has to come on at 7 a.m. or 6:30 a.m., something like that, in Sydney, which is where he lives. 4:16 is absurd. And so I would never ask someone to come on at 4:16 a.m. So we are going to air my interview with Alex Volkanovski, which was taped after the Super Bowl about 12 hours ago. So, you know, not that much has happened since then, other than us going to bed and waking up. 12 or so hours ago, after the Super Bowl, Alex was kind enough to come on and give us his first interview. Since then, the Dan Hooker tweets have happened. But as you'll see in this interview, which was conducted before the Hooker tweets, he brings up the IV, unprompted, on his own. I had no idea that was a thing. And then I wake up to the Hooker tweets. So it's a fascinating look at a man who, you know, fell short, is crushed, handling it the right way. You'll hear what he wants. You'll hear who he's going after. You'll hear how he's feeling after the fight of his life on Saturday night or Sunday morning in Perth. So without further ado, my conversation with Alex the Great Volkanovski, the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, conducted late last night after the Super Bowl, about 12 or so hours ago, to talk about what transpired at UFC 284. All right, we're being joined now by the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, one half of the main event on Saturday night, Sunday in Australia, UFC 284. What a performance Oh, so impressive. Came oh so close to becoming the double champ. Of course, you know this man, Alex, the great Volkanovski, kind enough to join us here to talk about it all. Alex, my friend, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it, and congratulations on an incredible performance. I know you don't want to hear the congratulations on the great performance, but congratulations nonetheless.
Yeah, I guess I appreciate that. You know, obviously that's what everyone's doing. Everyone's like congratulating, and they're trying to be all positive about it, which I appreciate. But at the same time, obviously I wanted to go out there and absolutely dominate and get my hand raised. You know what I mean? So obviously I'm going to be disappointed, but at least everyone's buzzing over it.
You've had a chance to sleep on it now. I think you've watched it at least once because I saw your tweet. How do you feel? Because you kept saying in the post-fight press conference, I got to rewatch it. I got to rewatch it. So now that you've had a chance to sleep on it, digest it, but also rewatch it, how do you feel about the fight?
Yeah, like obviously, because it's funny when you're in the fight, like the way we are as well. Most corners should be like this. A lot of corners aren't. We're the type of corners to be like, we don't know how they judge this. So we don't want to, you're not going to tell your student, or I'm not going to sit there and think, I definitely got that round. I can't go into rounds thinking like that. So I knew that there was a couple of rounds that were close and not good enough to sit there and say they were definitely ours. So again, at the end, we were comfortable. We thought we did enough, but didn't get a hand raise, which we're disappointed. But obviously, the crowd didn't like it, and I wanted to watch it. And after watching it back, pretty confident and comfortable saying, I'm not the type of guy to do this as well. Like, I'm not a sore loser or anything like that. That's why I try to be as respectful as I can, even though I thought I won. But yeah, I'm pretty confident and comfortable to say that, I thought I won the second, third, and obviously the fifth round. But it was definitely a close fight. But yeah, a bit upset I didn't get my hand raised.
So, it's interesting. I actually think you have a strong case for the fourth round, because if you watch the fourth round, he had your back, but you're constantly punishing him and punching him and damaging him, which is the number one, criteria. But yet you think it was the second round, because to me it's down to the second and the fourth, right? It seems like everyone is pretty much, on the same page for the first, for the fifth, for the third, second or fourth up in the air. You think you have a stronger case for the second than the fourth?
Yeah. Well, I think so. Look, the fourth, obviously, you're right. Like, it's like he wasn't even trying to get there. I think he knew he couldn't choke me or submit me. So he wasn't even going. It was just purely, because he was obviously tired by that stage and just hanging on. And I don't mean this in any disrespect, but that's what it was, you know what I mean? That's what I was just saying. I'm going, no, you're just hanging on now, eh? So that's why I started, revving the crowd up and punching him in the head. But you're right. I probably was doing more damage, but at the same time, he's got a body lock on me, even though I was never really threatened while that was happening. Yeah, I guess it's a tricky one. It depends how you look at it, the judging criteria and that as well. But at the same time, I'm in a bad position, and it should be up to me to get myself out of there. So, I won't sit there and say the fourth round after being in a body triangle, I should have went my way. So, I should have got out of there and done something. So I'll leave it at
that. Taking a step back from the fight for a moment, the full week in Perth, the love that you were receiving, the weigh-ins, the waka, everything leading up to it. You had been talking for a long time, like, I want that moment as a champion to fight back home, right? So many others had gotten it. You didn't because of the pandemic. Was it greater than you thought it would be? Did it exceed your expectations? Because it really felt from this vantage point like you were coming across like a superstar, like you were coming across like a national hero. Was it like that for you?
Oh, it was, mate. It was an incredible week. The support was unreal. Every day, open workouts, press conference, weigh-ins, everything was just people everywhere. Like, it went beyond the expectations. I think for the UFC and everyone, because everything they set up, there wasn't enough room for the people. Like, no matter what they did. So it was, obviously it was unreal. It was a great way to come back to Australia, and you know what I mean? It was a big moment, and we thought we were going to have our huge moment, but the judges somehow saw it a different way. So, yeah.
We
took my massive moment away from me.
No, but isn't it a weird thing? Like, I feel, correct me if you feel otherwise, despite not getting the win and the belt, I feel like you are more popular now than you ever were. I feel like more people like you. Little Wayne is tweeting about you, saying he's going to boycott the UFC because you were robbed. Like, everyone's talking about you now. It's a weird thing. You didn't lose for 10 years. You're undefeated in the UFC. You're making these title fights look easy at this point, and yet people feel stronger about you and an emotional attachment towards you, more so now after a loss than ever before. Do you feel that as well?
Yeah, I definitely do feel that. Again, like I think you start getting people's respect of just for even taking on this fight. There was either people fully respect me for doing it, because we always knew it was me moving up against a bigger, stronger guy that's meant to be the worst matchup for everyone in that division. You know what I mean? There's not many people that are going to move up and then want to go champ against someone like that. So obviously a lot of people were already like, oh yeah, this guy man's crazy. And not just that, or they were sitting there saying he doesn't stand a chance and all that. So they were either going, oh, what a legend for even doing this, or, oh, he's going to get submitted in one round, rah, rah, rah. And then obviously the way it went, people were like, wow, blown away by it. So, but I mean, again, for me, it's different. I was expecting to go out there and dominate, and that. But I mean, I think that's why a lot of people, obviously respect what I was trying to do. And a lot of them thought I had that moment too. Like, a lot of them thought that I won, and it didn't go that way. But you're right. I think it's definitely massive for me, this one.
After the first round ended with him, going for the sub, but you fighting him off and even like kind of smiling at the end, did you feel as though, all right, I lost this round quite clearly, but my confidence, the first round, after the first round ended, like, to me, it was like, all right, yes, on the judge's scorecard, you may have lost it, but for confidence, I was wondering if you were walking away from that final sequence at the end feeling like, oh, that I could hang with this guy on the ground. Like, this is what you were all talking about. Did you feel like, all right, it's all good, no problem. I just took his best shot, so to speak. I felt him on the ground. I can hang with this guy, because that was the big question going to this, his strength on the ground.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. It was like that. But oh, sorry, I just got the family coming in.
No problem.
It was like that, definitely. So I ended up, he had there, and then pretty much felt like I didn't have much there. Obviously, I've been put in much worse positions during camp and things like that. But yeah, it was a moment where I was, telling myself like, oh man, like, even I was saying to the corner before he even got my back, I'm like, oh, he's not even that strong. But then I was still giving him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, maybe he's baiting me for something, and I still showed him a little too much respect, I think, and I didn't back myself enough in them areas where I think, like, towards the end, I was just like, stuff this. I'm just gonna, if he wants to wrestle, I'll just bowl him over and turn him over. And that's exactly what started happening. Where I think I played that a little bit too safe earlier, but I mean, I was going through them moments where I was like, oh yeah, I'm sweet here, and then I was just boosting up the crowd and stuff like that. But again, I think I could have done a little more in some of them situations, which obviously, again, I'm the type of guy, that's just how I am. I'm my hardest critic. I always am, always will be. So for me, straight after the fight, I was like, man, let's do the 5 rounds again. You know what I mean? Like, this will be a whitewash these next 5 rounds if I was able to do that again. But yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right, 100%. I was going, no, this is nothing. So I started realizing, especially towards the end, that he didn't really have much for me. I thought he'd shoot more and all that type of stuff, which kept me a little more hesitant on the feet. Which I was still trying to play my game, but I could have done a lot more.
Any point while you're on the ground with him where you're getting worried? I just keep thinking about that, like that body triangle that can't be comfortable for around 2 minutes to have that guy, just like locked on you. Is there any point where you're starting to feel a little bit worried, or no? You don't seem worried, but I'm just wondering. I don't know. Like, oh man,
you mean taking my breath away with his legs or something?
Yeah.
No, I didn't get that at all. His legs would have been gassing because he was hanging on for dear life.
That's true. That is true.
Well, that's what I was saying to him, because, again, I don't want to be disrespectful about it. But, I mean, I was obviously trying to hype up the crowd. But, I mean, it was just funny. Like, obviously we tweeted here and there. And he'd be, like, going after 15 seconds, and saying that I'll be crumbling, going to sleep and all this. I'm like, you said you'll finish me.
That's what you were saying?
I was saying a few things, yeah. I was just going, oh, is this all you got? You're just trying to survive, you know what I mean? Just hanging on for dear life. Come on, you little bitch. And I'm like...
Was he saying stuff back?
Revving the crowd out. Yeah, he was, but not really. He was just trying to get his breath back and just hang on.
Right.
So I'll try and do that. Like, it was like he wasn't even trying to go for the finish. It was just literally like, hang on. Let's get through this round. Which obviously I can see him crumbling, but at the same time in a bad position. You know what I mean? But I'm feeling him crumbling, and I'm like, that's why I'm just going, look at you, just trying to survive. You said you'll finish me. You're not even trying to go for the finish. You know what I mean? Just stuff like that. Obviously, again, trying to get in his head, trying to rev up the crowd and just have a bit of fun with it. Not trying to be disrespectful,
No,
you know
of
what I
course
mean?
not. The
But whether
people
it
loved
comes
it.
across that way, I don't know. Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The crowd loved it. Just curious, how much do you think you weighed in there?
I ended up weighing myself, I think I was like 76, 77 kilograms. So just maybe 170 or just under 170.
Okay, and what do you think he weighed?
What would 81 kilograms be?
Let's see. 81 kg to pounds is
I want to say that
178.
he was. Hey?
178 or so.
Yeah, 178 to 180, I think he would have been. I've heard he gets up to like 180, like 83 kilograms close to. So could be, huh? Yeah, like, you know, you fill up pretty quick, you know, on the IVs and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Are you allowed to do that? I don't know. Is that allowed?
Yeah, you know, maybe that's a little shot at him, but you know, he
Okay.
whispers. But anyway,
you know,
move
initially as the fight is starting, it's jarring to see you guys together. He is much taller than you. Is there ever a point where you're like, oh, this is the lightweight division? Like, did you feel like a featherweight fighting a lightweight, or did you feel like I could be here?
oh man, like of course I felt I could be there. In positions, I probably felt stronger than him.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Again, like I said, there was times where, you know, just probably didn't back myself enough, and again, I gave him a little bit too much respect. You know what I mean? Like there was times where I felt like I probably could have even got takedowns of my own, more takedowns if I wanted. But sometimes I just try and get him off balance, and then, you know, off the brakes, punch and stuff like that. But I mean, every time we're in like sort of 50-50 positions, I felt like I could do whatever I wanted there. So that's what I mean. Like, it was funny when people were trying to tell me, like, oh, these low-weight divisions different. I was like, yeah, we'll see. Again, he got me down. He got me like in certain positions, but I was never in danger, and I knew I'd bounce back. And again, some of the positions he just got, and I was like, so he would like hang on, and I couldn't get out. But I mean, if he did get to them, I'd bounce straight back up. Sometimes end up on top of him, turn him, whatever. But again, it was a power and lightweight division was never going to be a problem when it comes to strength. I tried telling people that. I train with guys much bigger and stronger than him, you know what I mean, as well. Like, you know, I train with welterweights. I train with middleweights sometimes. My main training partner, do grappling and all that. Like with Craig Jones and things like that, we're bringing in guys that are always going to be 83 to 85 kilograms, you know what I mean? They're always going to be much bigger than me. So people saying that size and strength was going to be a problem. Just like, man, I don't know. It makes me surprised that I think all these people just train with people smaller than them or just their size. That's not how I roll. That's not how I've ever rolled. I've always trained with people bigger than me because I guess I need to.
I couldn't believe how big of an underdog you were. I couldn't believe how many people were just completely dismissing you. Did you take that stuff in, and did it bother you? Did you use it as motivation? Did you listen to any of it? I found it shocking. Here's the #1 pound-for-pound fighter on the planet being just dismissed like some guy who has no business being. Like, you were, I saw some plus 300.
I was
crazy.
Yeah, well, it is crazy. But I mean, I was happy to push. You know, that there was a narrative that was going, right? It was too big. You know, he's going to be too strong and all this type of stuff. I was just, all right, I'll go along with it. Fine. You know, that just makes my victory bigger when I get it, you know what I mean? And more embarrassing for him and stuff like that, which, you know, could have been a really, really big moment if, you know, obviously the judges did get it right, as I think. But what do? You know what I mean? Like, again, I could have told you, you know, he's only human. I could, you know, tell you things that I think I could do, show you situations and details and stuff that we study, and I could tell you that he's human. But I thought, all right, I'll just wait till the day to show you that he's human.
In the 4th round, when he got that takedown, the commentary team said, I don't know if you heard this, a momentary lapse of judgment that led to the takedown, that maybe you were talking to his corner and that led to the... Yeah. Did that happen? Do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah. I was being cheeky.
What were you doing?
So like he's just going there, and I'm just looking at his corner. I'm like, I'm up. Like I don't know if they're going, yeah, like they're saying something. Going, nah, I'm up. What are you talking about? So I started going up, and then he's just jumped and then got the hooks in. I just I even laughed, like, you know, as in, you know, that was silly. You know, you're just you're gloating too much. Again, I'll do that type of stuff to get in the head and all that, but yeah, that got him that position. You know, again. So that was a little mistake by me. I could have bounced up and put it on him because obviously he was very tight at that stage. That's why he just wanted to hold on. Which again, as you know, if you're tired and all that, if you're in a good position, you should. So I'm not going to, you know, not going to run his name through the dirt for doing that. You know, you've got to try and win, and especially when things are starting to turn and not go your way, you're going to do what you can, and that's what he's doing. This is a sport and a competitive sport. But yeah, that's why I was just into him while he had that body triangle and just punching him head, just going, look at you, eh? I'm going to be a walk in the park. You're going to, you know, strangle me. You know what I mean? You're putting me into deep waters. Now you're just trying to survive. You talk about deep waters. You're just hanging on to that lifeboat, hanging on to that, what do you call them, little donuts, life-saving donuts, hanging up, getting your hair out of the water, you know what I mean? Hanging for dear life while I'm sitting there calling you a little bitch, you know what I mean?
Incredible.
Just having a bit of fun. Again, I wasn't trying to be, I think it was just in the moment.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's cool.
How much more time do you think you needed in the 5th round to finish him? You think an extra minute?
Done. Yeah, he was done. Like I told you, not much longer. Well, I could have went another 5 rounds, you know what I mean? But yeah, not much longer. You know, it was obvious that he was done. You know what I mean? And yeah, what do you do? Like obviously rocked him, dropped him with that punch, jumped on top, started landing some shots. And again, he was just trying to hang on. But even when he was just trying to hang on, he couldn't. Started landing some shots, and you know the time just got away from me.
I don't know if you were a big Pride day, but if this was a Pride fight with Pride rules, you win that fight easily because they used to judge the fight on the whole, and usually the guy who ends strong. So if you know, I don't know if you could take any solace in that, but
I mean, like at the end of the day, this isn't that. We've got a criteria, and this is the way I train for. So I'm not gonna talk about I would have won if it was these rules. You know, I thought I won even with the rule set that we have. You know what I mean? A lot of people did. Yeah, I'm not the only one that thinks that. Again, I you know, after the fight, I was like, oh, okay, it was close. I thought I had it, but all right, whatever. The crowd was going nuts, and I'm like, oh, all right, yeah, I guess fair play. But I mean, let's give him his moment. Let's not be too harsh about it. I was trying to calm him down.
right.
I watched the fight. Then watched the fight, and I was like, okay, you know, I guess you could imagine what the Aussie crowds are thinking when they obviously clearly thought I won, and then that happened, and then in Australia with that crowd, of course, they're gonna be screaming the house down and booing and stuff like that. So I guess you can't blame them.
How would you describe your mood when you watch that? Like when you rewatch it and you think you won, you feel like you were robbed of a moment of history. Are you mad right now? Are you
that's what hurts a bit too, right? Like it was a massive moment. The whole week it was setting up for something massive, and we pretty much did it. You know what I mean? Finished that fight like that. You know what I mean? And then that could have been just the perfect ending to the story if the judges just got it right. You know what I mean? In Australia too, and I think that actually the judges that weren't here. I mean, yeah, the judges are flown in, so they're not Aussie judges. But I mean, you know, with the crowd and all that, you're thinking even though you watch it without the crowd and all that, you know, we're confident we got them rounds. And then you got the crowd and all that atmosphere and all that. You're like, oh man, how could they get this wrong? You know, but anyway. I can't keep talking because we were watching it. So we're watching the second round. You know, that was the round that we're like, oh, we'll see. So we're watching it yesterday, and we're like, all right, we're definitely winning this right now. We're still winning this. Maybe something happens. So it gets a takedown. I bounce straight back up. Oh, we're still winning. Maybe something. And we're like, we're like, fuck. Like, how'd they get that round? All right. And then third round, again, a close one, but we're going winning. We're like, and then obviously the first and fourth, and then obviously what happened in the fifth. But
right.
Yeah. But again, I don't know. I don't want to sound like a little sourpuss.
Who's the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world right now?
You know, a lot of people thought I won that fight. I thought I won that fight, and I moved up. You know, we talk about pound for pound. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if we were the same size. Imagine if we were the same weight class. Imagine if he was a featherweight. Yeah, I don't want to sound like I don't want to be that guy.
It's a crazy thing, though. It's a crazy thing because
I don't want to be that guy. But if he was just a featherweight in my division, squash him. I squash him, and it's a walk in the park. And no offense to him, but that's legit. And like, I could make this a walk in the park right now. We fight again, and like we do this rematch, which we talked about. I talked about it. Islam talked about it. UFC's talking about it, and everyone else is talking about it. So I think we can make that happen. I don't need him to be a featherweight. Like, he can be a welterweight. He can go fight wherever we fight. He can get as big as he wants with IVs and whatever he does. It doesn't matter. You watch what happens next time.
So if it was up to you
pound
right
for
now,
pound, again, like there's a lot of Again, I don't want to be that guy, but I think I still prove that I'm the better fighter and I'm pound for pound number one. But that's not up to me.
if it was up to you right now, UFC calls your team, what you want is a rematch right away.
Yeah, 100%.
And when you say we spoke about it, but he spoke about, what do you mean by that? Like, already have you already told the brass?
Well, he's already talked to the press or talked to the media that he's happy to do it. I think, like, I got told that he was talking to that. Was it? He went back to his corner because before they announced, that was it. Before they announced who the winner was, obviously, it was a close fight. I think he thought he might have lost. So he was like even saying we need to do a rematch to his corner when he went back. So back to his corner, right? Because he thought, I think I've lost. He didn't say he lost, but I mean, he thought like we need to do the rematch, thinking that I was going to get my hand raised. And then he ended up telling people in the media backstage that he wants a rematch anyway. So he knows that. Again, I'm not taking away. It was a close fight. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah.
So have you guys told the UFC this? Do you know if the UFC is open to doing this right away?
Well, we haven't had the proper conversation. I talked to Islam, got a photo with him afterwards. We're with his team, and we're like, rematch, huh? He's like, yeah, of course. Yeah. And they're saying, a few people, mate, we're talking about Hunter mentioned it. A few of the guys are like, it's got to happen. Like, it's a massive fight. Like, let's be real. Did the pound for pound number one really get settled? I mean, I think a lot of people would still consider me pound for pound number one. Like,
yes.
I don't want to be that guy, right?
You could be that. By the way, just for the record, he's being that guy. He mentioned multiple times, "I'm the best in the world. I'm the best in the world now. I'm the best in the world." And so, what's wild to me is I've always believed, you lose to this guy, you have to be ranked below. But in this case, I feel like your stock is higher than his because of that performance, regardless of the judges' scorecard.
We're talking about pound for pound rankings too.
Yes.
Right? So let's be realistic. Like, there's a good chance with different judges and that, like, my hand definitely gets raised. Like, there's a situation where, again, I'm not trying to say it's a massive robbery, the worst robbery in the world. I'm not trying to say that. But, it's like, you could definitely see that I won the fight. Could have been a draw, you know what I mean? Like, it's that type of fight, right?
Right.
And here I am one stepping up. Here I am the one undersized. Here I am one fighting the guy that's a better matchup for me. You know what I mean? I've proven myself. Look who I've proven myself to. Look at my fights. Look at my history. Look at my resume. You know what I mean? And then that fight happens where we're expecting to get a hand raise. It doesn't. And then, obviously it's going to hurt. Like, that pound for pound number one spot gets taken away from me. After that, I'm going to sit there and be like, man, this is a crazy world we live in.
You think he wants to do it again, considering how this fight went, considering how tough you were? You think deep down he would be down to do this again?
I think it depends on him. Obviously he knows it's going to be a tough one. Obviously he knows I'm a lot stronger now. Maybe he's going to be like, oh, I need to do more, maybe. But he knows that this is going to leave a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. I've been there before. I know what it feels like. You know what I mean? And he's going to want to prove. So he was going to want to prove it to people. I would if I was in his position. I wouldn't be happy with that. Like I said, he wanted the rematch because he thought that my hand was going to get raised. Like, I heard a couple of people come and see that. Like, they heard him say that to his corner before the decision was made. So, yeah, if he doesn't, we know why.
How soon? Like, in a perfect world, we saw you do the quick turnaround after the zombie fight, right? You went from April to July. Like, realistically, they're booked up until April, right? Izzy's fighting on the April card. So, like, realistically, like, you could fight in May if you wanted to. That would be 3 months.
I would have done it. I would have done the next 5 rounds straight after. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the night.
You think he could have done that?
But no. There's no way. We see where that fight was going. But anyway, yeah, whenever. I told you I want to be active. Let's go.
Does your next fight have to be in Australia? I mean, it seems too good to no.
No, it doesn't have to be in Australia. I will fight in Australia again this year. That's sure. They're thinking of bringing it back, and I'm definitely want to be on that card. But I want to fight somewhere as soon as possible.
By the way, did you see that clip of when they went and showed the front row and Izzy's there and Ash, your manager, is there and Izzy's crying and everyone's going nuts at the end of the fight? When you see that, if you did see that, what does that feel like for you to see, Izzy crying, to see your manager crying?
I didn't see it like till after, but yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to think about that. That's, it means a lot to me. Like, that's how we all are. Like, we're very, very close. So, like, and seeing this sort of being a part of this, and we're all a part of this big journey together. So, obviously, it's awesome to see that. Awesome to see how much they care and things like that. But you got to understand how everyone in that arena, right? They're going crazy. Everyone in that arena, like I was telling you about this moment that it was coming to be this massive moment all week and all this bang bang, and in everyone's eyes in that arena, we did it. You know what I mean? What? Like, last week, mate, he's done it. Like, you know what I mean? To fight all these odds, the underdog, blah blah blah. The moment we've been waiting for, it's here, and then his own hand gets raised, and they're like, "What?" You know what I mean? Like, it's. So it was a very, very hard pill to swallow for everyone in that arena.
And I was asking people beforehand, where would this rank among like the great Australian sports moments if you could do it? Because I have felt, you tell me if you feel otherwise, you don't get the attention, the coverage, the respect that other Australian athletes do. And you probably won't even, argue this point with me because you're not that guy, but it just I see the tennis players get the love. I see the other athletes get the love. Do you feel after this week that you are going to start to be covered and respected like the other major Australian athletes, or is it still cage fighting to them? Is it still never going to quite be mainstream?
It depends how you look at it. Obviously, the people in Australia know, you know what I mean? The backing I get from Australia and the people, yeah. And then you're talking about, we go into all the other stuff, it's a different story, you know what I mean? They're going to, mate, let's be real. They've got no choice but to jump on board. They're going to be fools to not jump on board. Like, how can you not? Like, look at the money that they made in this city. They had like over 60% of people travel from out of state to come here. The amount of money was the biggest, highest gross arena gate. You name it. We smashed every arena record in Australia. Pay-per-views, you name it, all of them. You know what I mean? And yeah. So there you go. I'm just getting a confirmation that the pay-per-views, biggest pay-per-view ever in Australia, New Zealand, history, all that type of stuff. Everything, smashed everything. How can they not jump on board? Like, you know what I mean? And then especially when they didn't have to fly in some massive champions from overseas. They got their own Australian athlete coming to do it on home soil, crushing all these numbers. History-making fight. It's disappointing that they're not on board right now, but I mean, they're going to have to eventually, and they're going to be fools if they don't.
If the UFC says to you, okay, we're going to do the rematch down the line, but we first want you to settle this situation at 45 because we have an interim champion, will you be disappointed? Will you feel deflated if that's the move that they want?
I've got to talk to my team. Well, I mean, what's the point of the interim anyway then? You know what I mean? Like, isn't the interim... Like, yeah, we can let's talk about this because I don't know. Okay. Obviously, if I was a champion, I did do this lightweight thing. That's why we're doing the interim as well, right? Because we don't want to hold divisions up. So then he's going to be the guy looking after that while I'm gone and all this type of stuff. So, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I don't feel like he can hold that, the flag, whatever you want to say. He can hold that till I'm there. Okay. If I need to settle this beef and all that type of stuff. So I need to talk to the team, see what's next. But even whatever decision we make is going to be more than okay. Like, there's no reason why this has to happen right now, especially when that's just not how interim works. Otherwise, I would have just made him. I would have just made him fight for number one contender or whatever. Like, they would put a interim up for, you know what I mean, up for grabs and things like that. You know what I mean?
So you'd be okay if he has to go and defend it once or twice. No problem. That's no issue for you.
If who?
If Yair goes and defends, usually the interim title isn't defended. I think it was just Henan Barral, maybe one other in the history of the interim title that actually went and defended the interim title while there was an actual champion. This wouldn't bother you. In fact, it sounds like you'd be okay with it. You would want this. You go fight Islam again.
Well, like that's the discussions you have to have, right? Like you got to remember, it was never my intentions to hold divisions, and the UFC's intention to hold divisions. So, like when I told them that I want this lightweight fight, I wanted that, blah blah blah. They're like, look, we're going to have to do something with featherweight. Like, you know, we can't just leave them there. We've got contenders and all that. We need to keep that running. I'm like, that's fair, and I'm okay with it. So that's the whole point, right? The whole point was to let them do what they got to do. While I do this lightweight thing as well, you know what I mean? So that was the compensation. So
I know you said you were warming up when he fought. I'm just curious, now that you've rewatched your fight, did you watch his fight at all?
Not all of it. I haven't properly watched it.
Okay.
You know, we'll do studies and stuff like that when needed. But yeah, man, like he looked good from what I seen.
Yeah.
From what I seen, yeah, looked sharp. You know, like again, I was expecting that. I thought, Josh had to really mix it up. Get the takedowns, but he ended up getting caught with a triangle there. You know, he's a very crafty. You know, obviously on the feet and very crafty everywhere.
Any chance, considering your
It's
success?
exciting because he's an exciting fighter. He's built that up too. So I'm excited. I like that.
And now there's a guy. Which is what you've wanted.
There's a guy.
There's a guy. Yeah. By the way, any chance, considering your success, you say to hell with 45? Life is better as a 55er. I don't have to cut as much weight. This could be my new home. Like, is that a possibility?
Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
I just don't think the one division can keep me busy enough, though. That's what I told you, is that, you know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, actually, you know what? There is a line. I don't think it can keep me busy enough. And again, I wanted to keep a promise, you know what I mean? And that's to keep two divisions busy. And I would be doing that right now if, anyway.
Yeah. By the way, you keep saying I have to talk to the team. I don't believe for a second that you guys haven't talked about this. It's been 24 hours since the fight. You guys have been talking about it all night, probably.
Well, I mean, talk to the team in the UFC and have them proper conversations too, right?
Yeah. But this is what you want. It's very clear. You think you won. You want the rematch. You're hopeful that the UFC is okay with this, that they're on board with this, and you're hopeful that Islam is on board with this. You think in the next few months we could see this?
Islam, I made him. We said it on film. Like that's
okay.
It's out there.
You got
it's
the verbal. Okay.
The cameras are on. Don't worry, the cameras are rolling.
Okay.
You know, whether he liked that or not, the cameras are rolling where he locked it in. So again. So he said it again. Man, if he's anything like me, if I was in that situation, I need to do it again. Let's go. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that's how he is. Like, he's a competitive dude, and you know what I mean. Especially when there's going to be this stain and people are. You got to remember, I've been in that position before. It doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? You just want to silence the doubters, prove them all wrong. And I'm surely he's in that position. So he's going to want to do something about it. And the only way to do that is to face me again, do the rematch.
Last thing, it's been 10 years since you suffered a loss. Now, this one different than the other one back when you were fighting as a welterweight. But just this feeling, even though you don't view it as a loss, what is it like for you? It's such a foreign feeling for you. You've been so successful in the UFC. You've never felt this before. How are you dealing with it? Because you seem like the ultimate competitor. You're a gamer. Like, how is this sitting with you inside?
Look, man, I'm just good. I'm the type of guy that I'm gonna be all right. You know what I mean? I'm gonna deal with things how I need to. But it sucks. It obviously sucks. It obviously hurts. You know what could be, right? That moment that I was talking about. Yeah, it was there. It was, you know what I mean? It was a crazy fight, very competitive. I think that adds to the story. The fact that I was in bad positions adds to the story. I even talked about this. The perfect way would be us having back and forth. Get me in these submissions so I can get out and just show you, you know what I mean? Even get taken so I can bounce back up. I was even saying this sort of stuff, that would be the perfect, the crowd going, you should have heard it in there. It was insane. Yeah. It was crazy in there. And then especially right there when everyone just seeing me take over. Because it was obviously everyone knows, like, man, it's up to this last round. That's how everyone's going into this last round. So it's a big moment already. Bang, and next minute I'm on top punching his head through the canvas. And the crowd's just going nuts. Crowd, like, the horn goes. We're like, yeah, we did it. Like, there's that moment. You know what I mean? And that it was roaring, and then they announce it. And then it just changes to booze. Like, that was just meant to roll on and just be a great Australian sporting history moment. It got taken away from me.
Well, hopefully you get a chance to rewrite that wrong, so to speak. I do find there to be a great irony for someone who, initially with the Max Holloway stuff, the fans were like, who's this guy? Now you're getting more respect, more love than ever before. It's amazing how that works. Sometimes in a loss, especially when you handle it the right way, a loss, quote unquote, it can make you infinitely more popular. And that's what we're seeing. So maybe that's one silver lining to all this.
You know why? The actions speak louder than words, man. You know what I mean? I've been me through the whole process. People can relate to that. You might not fast track you. You might not do all that type of shit, but people will respect you. People will relate to you. And then you just show them, action. Go out there and do what you got to do, and write your own crazy story. And I feel like I'm doing that, and it doesn't end here.
Much respect. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it very much. Congrats on a great performance. I hope you get that rematch.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate it.
So there you go. Alex Volkanovski, the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, came so close to becoming the double champ, just the 5th in UFC history. That was a little over 12 hours ago, and a lot of things to take away from that. I love the ending. You know why? Because actions speak louder than words. What a G. What a guy. How could you not love him? Amazing stuff there. And a few other things that I thought really stood out. In retrospect, after the Dan Hooker tweets, you see him speaking to someone off camera, contemplating whether or not to bring it up. Now, I will admit, in the moment, I thought he was just being cheeky, as he said, throwing out a joke. Obviously, you see the tweets and you're like, oh man, there's something going on here, at least something that they believe. Now, again, we don't know it to be true as of right now. He's 100% innocent. There is no official a statement from USADA pertaining to this specifically. There is no suspension or fine or anything of that sort going on. Right now, all we have are two things, the tweets and now his comment, which he brings up before, which I think almost makes it even that much more impactful, because I think some people were just dismissing Dan for, some crazy guy, in the middle of the night tweeting, or who knows what he's doing. You see him bring it up as well. And I don't think Volk is going to talk too much about this sort of thing. You can tell that he doesn't want to be viewed as Mr. Sour Grapes. He doesn't want to be criticized. That's not his style. So it's going to be very interesting to see what, if anything, happens with this whole situation. I thought it was really interesting when he said, I've been in this position before where people question my victory, where people thought it was a little too close for comfort. He knows what it's like with Max Holloway, someone who is beloved. So I thought that was a really interesting play on his part. Making him agree to the rematch, it appears, on camera, I think was really interesting as well. Obviously, that's not, an official contract or anything like that, but an interesting move on his part. And even him contemplating the permanent move to 55, I thought was interesting too. Obviously he says he wants to go down and defend that title, go back up, but seemed like he was actually like, you know what, maybe life isn't too bad. And again, this is a guy who fought at 170 outside of the UFC. So very, 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 very interesting stuff from Volk, but I think he's handling it very great. What about the guys in the back? New York Rick, what'd you make of Volk and what he said? What stood out to you?
Just his focus, his level of focus, and knowing what he wants, and knowing that what happened on Saturday was within his control and can be changed if he gets another crack at it. Also, the point that you made, that, or the thing you pointed out that he said about walking the walk and talking the talk, and saying, if this happened to me, I would give the person another crack. And he did with Max Holloway. And that speaks volumes to me about the legitimacy of him. You hear a lot of guys say, I want a rematch, and they weren't even really close and campaigning. he's done this. He's been in there and granted somebody who in Max Holloway many people consider to be the best, one of the best featherweights of all time. He said, "I'll do it again." So that to me matters when talking about this conversation. For him saying I would give somebody that same crack, he's actually done it. But yeah, it's just the overall demeanor. Like, he does not seem like a man who feels like, oh, I had it and it slipped through my hands and I'll never get it again. He feels like somebody who knows he's going to get another opportunity, and if not, will himself to another opportunity and make the most of it. It's hard not to feel the confidence kind of like oozing from him as he speaks.
What about you, GC?
I mean, going off of that, like, he doesn't feel regretful or anything, but like when you ask him, you know, how does it feel? How are you going to handle this? And as a guy that seems like he's been handling it well, even in that interview, he kind of pauses for a second and he's like, but man, like it sucks.
Yeah.
Like, it was right there. The moment was right there. Like, you know how bad he wanted this to get it done in front of the crowd, and like him having to deal with that. Like, I feel like that's going to fuel him if he does get another shot. And I think having that experience of being on the other side of it with the Holloway fights will, you know, hopefully pay dividends for him if he does get a second shot. And then just echoing everything that you said, like, just all those little antidotes that he was dropping throughout of it was fantastic.
Fascinating to see a guy who has not suffered defeat in 10 years deal with defeat, because you could tell he's...
What is that like?
Oh.
What is that like? He every single time he has gone to the cage, to the octagon, to wherever for the last decade, he has gotten his hand raised. Like, a losing night is foreign to him. That's just crazy.
You could see him sort of gritting his teeth, right? Like, he doesn't really want to show too much emotion. He's not that guy, but he's like, fucking hell, I was robbed of a moment there. And what a moment it would have been.
Yes, dude.
I said that, you know, he is more popular now. He is more beloved now than he was even last week. But what a moment. If it was a clean-cut victory, you know, no questions asked, a finish, something, a submission, that place would have exploded. I mean, they were already, you know, one of the best crowds that we've seen in quite some time. But that place, and he would have come across like a superstar, and, you know, it just wasn't meant to be. And again, he's still the champ at 45, so maybe this is a bit of an easier pill to swallow, but you could tell that 55 belt really means a lot to him. Like, he really wanted to make that history. And I think he proved a lot of people wrong. Even if you thought he was going to lose, there's no way that you could sit here on Monday and say, like, man, that guy, like, if you were one of those people that was just dismissing this, saying that he's going to roll right through him, that he's going to finish him, how do you not at least give him his props and say that guy did better against Islam than the majority of the world thought he would do? Than the majority of the lightweights, by the way, would do right now.
I was just about to say, he looks like he'd be pretty at home at 55. I'm not as sold on the idea that he needs to stay at 45 as I was heading into this fight. This convinced me. He convinced me, and I was one of the people who did not want to see him at 55 and thought that the size advantage would be too much. Now, we can argue whether it was or was not, but I'm not doubting Volk at 55 as I was before.
It also, like, confirms, not just for him, but also the entire lightweight division, that, like, maybe Islam isn't this boogeyman. Like, it's not like Volk is now reserved to 145 and there's no chance of him ever coming back up again. Like, say he racks up, you know, 2-3 title defenses at 145. Like, no matter who the champion is, I think he'll jump at the opportunity to go back up.
I wonder if Max Holloway beats Arnold Allen, right? And now you've got a situation with Yair. That's pretty much it at 45, right? Yair would be pretty much, for now, the only guy that he hasn't beaten. He's not going to fight Max Holloway for a fourth time.
Yeah.
That might give him even more incentive to go up. If Arnold wins, there's two guys. But even after that, like, I mean, his days at 45 might be numbered just because there's not a lot of options anymore.
Ilia Toporia's on.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be someone. But in terms of the guys who are literally, like, knocking at the door, they're not a ton at the moment. Right?
What? I mean, it's not.
Ilia Topuria and Arnold Allen are the two that come to mind beyond Yair.
Yeah.
It's not crazy. Why he could leave now?
Yeah, no, I know.
He could leave now.
I know. By the way,
He's done enough.
I hope he does.
There's bigger box office fights for him right now at 55.
He's done
given
enough
this
to be in that featherweight GOAT conversation already. So I mean, I would like to look. Don't get me wrong. I want to see him versus Yair. I think that's a good fight. I'm interested in it. But if he walked away and had bigger fights at 55, okay, he's earned that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with it, and I'm pretty sure after Saturday that he'd be competitive in those. So yeah, I'm good with it. Whatever he wants to do, it's good. He has a lot of options.
Yeah. I want to see him back in Australia. He alluded to that as well, that he's going to fight in Australia this year. Sydney, Melbourne, somewhere like that. I mean, he would be, I feel like at this point, I was talking last year about George Kambosos. George Kambosos gets a big win, relatively unknown before that fight against Teofimo Lopez, and then all of a sudden he's fighting in Marvel Stadium. Like I was saying, it's like Volk could sell out that place. Why isn't he fighting there? He could sell out that place. I don't know if the politicians, if the mainstream media in Australia is going to get behind him, but he could still sell out that place. I'm actually more sure of it today than I was last year, even though I was pretty damn sure last year. Like he deserves to be put in those spots.
F it, let's go to a stadium.
Yeah, Marvel Stadium.
No, like a even bigger stadium.
What's bigger than Marvel Stadium?
Is that the biggest?
No, I'm sure there's a bigger one.
I think there's
Where
probably
they do the rugby and all that.
Yeah.
The fans there looked amazing. Did you guys see that footage of KSI
What
and
is
Logan
Marvel, by the
Paul?
way? Isn't it like 60 something?
Yeah, yeah.
55, 60? I think he could do more.
Those Australian fans just looked
Oh, they were fantastic.
insane.
And every time there was a moment for Volk, like the crowd just went crazy.
But there's just so many of them.
Crowd, but like that's what I was hoping for 283.
I didn't realize Logan and KSI were that famous in Australia. Jeez Louise. Holy, that was like the
I think
Beatles.
everywhere.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were talking about for the Volk fight. You're
No, I'm
saying
talking about
for
like just like the
KSI.
fans that were around, before
Yeah.
the fight, after the
Yes.
fight.
Oh, yeah. Live workouts and everything. Like it felt like there was just thousands of people watching those.
It's not a surprise UFC likes to keep that market in play. They know
Oh,
how
it
to
was a
turn
smart
out.
move. Yeah, it was a
They
smart
know
move.
how to turn out.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the prime market, the Australian market. That was a smart. Both were smart moves.
Yes, I meant the Australian market, but the prime market also smart. I was shocked when Buffer didn't call it the red hydration.
Perhaps
corner or
maybe everyone overreacted about that.
whatever.
No,
I like the
No
way it
way.
looks. I like the way it looks. I love the little blue.
the bottle logo is
Red,
actually a
the
lot
bottle.
nicer than just saying prime on the mat. I will admit that. But yeah, I saw everyone getting so all up in arms. Like, since when did you all fucking care about the red and blue corner? Like, how dare they ruin the sanctity of the red and blue? Relax.
The only thing I was worried about was like I thought it might be like Buffer being like fighting out of the
No.
prime hydration zone red corner.
And so what?
I was about to say, even if it was,
Yeah,
I don't give a
mouth.
fuck.
I don't give a
That's
fuck.
enough. Yeah, I would care about that a little bit.
What? What would you care? Why would that bother you?
I love Buffer's announcements, man. I don't want to have to work through that. He already does this fight's presented by Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear, go see it in theaters
Yeah.
March 25th.
What is up with this cocaine bear? I couldn't believe I saw the commercial yesterday during
Oh,
the.
I'm probably gonna go see it in theaters.
What in the world?
I mean, does that not seem like a great turn your brain off movie? Go enjoy a couple hours in the theaters, get entertained.
Sure.
Sure.
Wow. Okay. All right.
I'll say this. I wish some of the selling out put more money in fighters' pockets, but
I was just gonna say,
care.
I would. What a move, by the way. What a babyface move it would be for both KSI and Logan to be like, all right, now we're gonna. Because I saw Islam had the monster on his shorts, right? Sign up.
I was gonna say you got to get to that certain level, and then you're able to get the monster on there.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why can't they sign? Sponsor. Pick a guy. I think Yair is a monster guy too. A Volk, an Izzy.
Keep the Venom shorts, keep the uniform, but be able to put a couple of sponsors.
You know, it'd be a real gangster move. Well, playing off the name Prime, you would say someone in their prime, but like someone, like what if everyone? It's easy to sponsor the champs, right? But what if you sponsor Raul Rojas, right? Like
in what capacity though? Now you're talking like outside the cage stuff.
no, you remember when they had like the body armor or the monster or the whatever? There's like 5 or 6 guys that get sponsored.
Oh yeah.
It's all funnels through the UFC, of course, but
But isn't that based on like a certain level, right? Like
nah, they can pick
it's not
whoever they
champion.
want.
They can pick.
I mean, look,
Okay.
the UFC gets to pick who we want to market, this and that. It's all.
Yeah.
Remember, Paige got it. I think Sage got it back in the day. Point is,
I would.
what a babyface move to say like we want to sponsor the next generation, the guys who need it, right? The guys who are making 30 and 30, as opposed to the guys who are making 750 or something like that.
You find somebody with no nickname, or they'll change their nickname to Prime something.
Oh, now we're getting crazy, but
No, figure that out. Why not? I mean, Uriah Hall was literally prime time. Like you can find a way
sure.
in there.
But I just think like, yeah, you know what? Instead of signing like a Brandon Moreno, we're going to sign a JDM. We're going to sign the next guy.
Why not?
I think it would be.
Your whole nickname is going to be centered around Prime.
I think
hydration
that's a
drink.
little corny if you're being honest.
Enough money?
Corny. That is an understatement.
What? No, I'm not saying like prime hydration. Jesus, just prime or prime time. What's wrong with prime time?
Jack Della Prime Maddalena.
No. First of all, there's certain guys like you have to
JDPM.
go.
JDPM. Not
You
bad.
have to go before the name. He's a before the name guy.
Prime Jack Della Maddalena. You're right.
Prime Don Giacomo.
Prime time.
Why does it have to be
Jack
time?
Della. because it makes more sense than just randomly prime.
By the way, why did you get so short? All of a sudden, okay, yeah, all of a sudden you.
I think all of us need to work on our posture.
I know, you're right. All right, let's not waste any more time. We'll talk a little more about UFC 284 back end. We have to still recap the picks. What a night for the Parlay Pals. We've been sort of delaying that discussion, but it's with good reason. Matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, in studio. Monday Night Raw tonight. Barclays Center, the road to WrestleMania, the road to Elimination Chamber. Most importantly, one of the biggest stories in sports entertainment and pro wrestling, whatever you want to say, the son of the American Dream, the late great American Dream, who was the son of a plumber, the one and only Cody Rhodes, who won the Men's Royal Rumble back in late January in San Antonio, who's on his way to headline WrestleMania. He's going to be joining me in studio. We're going to play some darts on the back end as well. First, we got to reconfigure this bad boy. So a quick timeout. Here's my recent conversation, or a portion of it, with Francis Ngannou, one of the most talked about men in fighting. And then we'll be joined in studio by Cody Rhodes. Don't go anywhere. When do you feel like things between you and Dana started to dissolve?
He was before the Stipe fight, because I negotiated the contract before. My last contract was negotiated at that moment, and it took me almost 3 years to figure out what was the problem. But I think the problem was because during all this negotiation, I said something to Dana White, and this was by completely mistake. I didn't even know what I meant at that time, but I think like he felt attacked, he felt threatened by that when I said, doesn't matter, we can make a deal for this fight. We just focus on the Stipe fight, because I was making that deal like 6 weeks before the fight, and they were pushing me, and I didn't even have time to find a manager. Then I'm like, okay, I will do it on my own. And then sitting there with him, I'm like, let's just focus on this one. We can negotiate even after every fight. I think that was the thing that I said to Dana. And you shouldn't say something like that to somebody like Dana White.
Why do you think that would have bothered him so much?
Well, the whole business is based on the contract. How many people is tied in the contract? The most fight you have in the contract, that's how the big business is. If the business doesn't have anybody, if they don't have anybody on the contract, what is the value of the business? No.
So based on that comment, you feel like his interpretation was that your ego is out of control just because you said, let's just focus on this fight and go one fight at a time. That was what led him to say what he said at that press conference in July of 2018?
Yes, and at that time, I didn't know. I was so ignorant about it. I didn't know what happened. Then with time goes by, I have some information that I talk with them, with Hunter, they tell me how Dana is mad about me and why he's mad, and what he said. Then after some certain period of time, I collect all the information, and that was the only thing that could have been the cause. Because, I tried for the next 2 years, I tried to figure out like what really happened. I felt really bad. Like, okay, I mistaken somewhere. I did something wrong. I tried to find out. We even have asked for a meeting to go meet Dana at his office with Makhachev and trying to clear the air, like ask what happened, and he never said exactly what happened. I was busting my head for nothing until I find out what exactly was it.
Is it true that you said to
all
him,
right,
get the
this
jet
is
ready
very
before the
exciting. We're
first
being joined by one of the biggest stars in professional wrestling today. He is going to headline WrestleMania in just about a month and a half time from now in Inglewood SoFi Stadium. Later on today, he's going to be at Monday Night Raw at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. He's the American Nightmare. He's the one and only Cody Rhodes.
Wow.
Hello, Cody.
How are you?
The inimitable, the incomparable.
Wow. A lot of, what do we call those? Superlatives.
Platitudes.
Platitudes is another one. I heard that the other day. That's the biggest one being going to WrestleMania.
Yes.
That's just still wild to hear. Need to not. it still gets me.
Wake up from the dream, not
Right?
a nightmare, the dream.
Yeah, just I've been telling people I've been coming out on TV, always smiling and like really calm. It's a very real me right now, just because I just want to get there. You just want to get there, and I feel like I said this the first night after WrestleMania. I said, I'm ready. I don't know. I really feel like that. I mean, no, and not in a braggart sense. I really feel like I'm ready. Just whatever it is, throw it at me. And Barclays is a great one, just let's just get there and have a great time and entertain the hell out of people on the way. But gosh, WrestleMania season, there's nothing like it. It's the best.
You're such a pro. You dive right in. I was going to talk about a couple things.
Sorry, I'm also an oversharer.
No, I love that about you. Last time I spoke to you was at the Alamo Dome, and afterwards I thanked you via DM, and you said, next time let's not do an interview, behind the curtains next to the pipes. So this is my house. This, here I get treated with a little respect. Look at this. It's nice, right?
I feel like I need to know what happened, though, because
I'm just an outsider.
You're not, though. And you're not. And then after Mania, we did this really nice one with you and I.
Great, yeah.
And I remember everyone was real excited. You're going to talk to Ariel. You're going to talk to Ariel. And then you're just hiding behind this pipe and drape. And I thought, whose fault?
No frills. I'm a no frills guy. I don't need, a nice little studio. Although this is my home. So it's great to have you after that experience. My home. And,
it's a very nice home.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then, I like to, when someone's coming in, when I'm talking to someone, I like to do my research, not about you, but I like to know what they've said recently. I'd like to go back, listen to a few podcasts, and just kind of see what's on your mind. And then I'm listening to this great podcast called After the Bell, hosted by Corey Graves
he's the best.
and Kevin Patrick.
Kevin,
two mensches. You were putting him over. A mensch is like salt of the earth, Yiddish term, like great person.
I know.
And then at one point, they ask you about this tweet that your wife, Brandy, put out Royal Rumble night.
Yeah.
And you mentioned me, which was great. I'm walking the dog.
Course,
you mentioned me. And you're like, you know what? I feel like Ariel never shows me love. You said that. He's like, Ariel's the man, but he doesn't go out there. When Ariel gets behind someone, you want to run through a wall for that person. Do you remember this? And I was like, Cody, you feel like I don't show you the love.
So
the irony is, just last week after the Heyman promo, I was like, this is incredible. I didn't even hear that.
Here's what I think I meant more. Not to walk it back. It's not walking it back. But here's what I think I meant more. I watched you interview Drew going into Clash at the Castle. And then I've watched you interview Sammy. And it's not that you don't show me love. It's you seem, even though you're very educated to what we do and you follow what we do and you're indoctrinated into it as far as WWE and you seem so excited about that challenger. And I didn't look at it as a sense like he doesn't show me love as much as you're like the perfect target audience for me, in a sense that I know the ones who are ride or die and with me, and I never take them for granted. But you also look at the others and you're like, I wonder why he likes Drew so much. I wonder why he likes this guy so much. And you just kind of want to feel that the same. However, I remember, because the Drew one I watched recently, you were so adamant.
Yeah.
He's got to be the one. He's got to be the one. That's like the story of all of these Roman Reigns matches. And I feel like real life has been hitting people in a sense like, he's got to be the one. It's got to be him. Oh my gosh, never mind. Roman again. It's just how good Roman is. Like, I didn't say Roman's name before the Royal Rumble. You don't want to put a guy on a pedestal to where it psychs you out. And I mean from a competitive and a performance standpoint. But yeah, that's more what I meant, is that you seem very behind the current challenger. And
I like an underdog.
Oh, well, that's...
And you are the underdog now. I just, you were on the sideline, so I had to prop up the other guys. But now you're the guy. And it's been incredible to see you come back and everything that they've done. And then the appearance at the Rumble was amazing. And the way you you are that guy. I love the analogies that you always like to make about, I want the touchdown, I want the ball, I want to be the guy. I love that stuff because it feels like you are becoming that guy for WWE. And especially last year, it felt like you were the guy and then, of course, had to leave. Can you compare the return at the Rumble just a few weeks ago in San Antonio to the return at Mania last year? Because both felt very anticipated, felt like milestones. Last year, you come back after the long layoff. You're out building something else. Everyone's so psyched. This time, it's like, okay, he's back. He's healthy on the road to WrestleMania. You're about to, headline. What were I bet you were nervous both times. I bet you were anxious both times. But can you compare the two nights? Because both were filled with a lot of anticipation.
WrestleMania, I did not have a sense of how the crowd would be.
Mm.
And it was this very anticipated surprise from the discussions and everyone who covered, like, it's going to be Cody. It's going to be Cody. And it still was a surprise, though. And with that, I didn't anticipate them. So I remember talking to you the next day. I just was really, I took that as they were so warm and welcoming, and they didn't make my story from a fan perspective. I don't know if fans are thinking all these things as they go through their mind, but it didn't seem like they made my story about where I'd been. It seemed like they made my story about, oh, he's back. And 7 years is a long time, so something has happened. There's been this transformation, and they just jumped on board with it from a fan, so wrestling fans and sports entertainment fans. The Rumble was about, in my opinion, as a character that people like on the show, and I've been a character on shows that they don't like, but as someone currently they like and vibe with, and I really love and like them, I wanted to call my shot. And calling your shot sometimes makes it obvious. Like, oh, well, hey, they're making it seem like he's going to win the Royal Rumble. They're making it seem that I wanted to call my shot because I still believe in those type of wrestlers, the type I grew up with, who said something and did it. Mm. And that doesn't happen that often in wrestling. I've been telling you since WrestleMania, this is what I want. I want to win this championship that my dad never got his hands on, and then I want to start a whole new chapter. I'm wrapping up something that started in 1978, 7 years before I was born, 77 maybe actually, but I want to wrap this up and then wrap that part up for me and then start a whole new chapter. And I kind of stand by that. There was a lot of people like, maybe it should have been a surprise. Yeah, that might have been really cool. But it felt good about telling him, hey, I'm coming back. And it was really nerve-wracking and anxious watching those vignettes because they're not vignettes. It's like real surgery footage and real PT footage, and they're at my gym. And I didn't want to let anyone down, and I felt like I didn't. So that was what I liked about the Rumble. Comparing the two the most is WrestleMania, I had no idea what I was walking into. None. Even though I'd been here for 10 years prior, I just didn't know what it was. And this one, I was walking into a big responsibility, and I wanted to not let anyone down and uphold that. And particularly for the younger fans, you and I, we love this. We've loved this for a long time. We've got deep and educated and nuanced feelings on it. Sometimes these little kiddos they just need someone to rock with for a few hours, and I wanted to be that for them because that's a whole side of the audience that I tried to really learn from Cena when I was driving him around before he became a bus guy, and he was just talking, and I was writing everything down in my mind, just so sincere and real. And even when you get a rowdy crowd, and he didn't let it, he didn't panic him. That's the number one thing I say before I ever go out. Don't panic. Mm. Let's roll. Don't panic. And he stayed true. I think we look back at John now, and I don't think we realize how good we had it.
Right.
As far as a personality and performer and a competitor. But I don't even remember what you asked me. I'm just waxing poetic about it.
I love it. I could listen to you speak because you are very sincere and passionate when you speak about all of this. What's interesting about this particular road to WrestleMania is usually the winner of the men's Rumble, we know late January, all right, this guy is more than likely going to headline against this guy who's the champion. The February pay-per-view is always in a weird spot because very rarely historically is there a title change there. Sometimes you'll get a Daniel Bryan situation where they're forced to change. And now we have Sami Zayn. Yeah. And we have Montreal. And it's this unbelievable storyline. And I was wondering for you, for your sake, I was like, how are they going to integrate him into this whole bloodline thing? And then we get last Monday. And then we get you and Paul. And that was just magic. I mean, what you guys did was incredible. My question to you is, though, how comfortable do you feel using your father, who unfortunately is no longer with us, as part of this storyline? Because I feel like there's a part of you that's like, he's a business guy. He lived and breathed this. He would be okay with this. But is there a part of you, because I heard what Bailey said on the bump, she was like, I love Dusty. I didn't love that
like that.
because he was such a big deal for her. So is there a line on you know,
Oh, yeah.
there is.
So one thing is burnt into my brain is I forget if it was Eddie Guerrero. It was a situation where I was watching WWE with my dad, and he told me, he goes, when people say like he would have loved this, don't ever let anyone say that about me. And that's burnt into my brain. In the area where I think this is kind of, there's a rule, it's my rule, it's not a big serious rule, but if you don't know Dusty, like if he didn't train you at NXT, if he didn't work with you, if you're just, no pun intended, going for some cheap eat, you can't use him. Because he's not coming out here making the bionic elbow. He's not with us, right? But in the case of what I'm doing now, I'm playing on the other team, and it's like my dad is the head coach of the other team. Because Bailey, Kevin, Sammy, Seth, particularly Seth, Roman, all these people he helped, and he didn't train me. Paul's not lying. He didn't train me. And it's just, I know there's kind of this fun, like Cody's always crying, Cody's always talking about his dad. There's probably going to be a lot of that because I think about him so much heading into this situation solely because I think he was one of the few people who thought this could happen for me, but he would lose it if he knew I was wrestling Roman, one of his guys, in Hollywood, a place where he wanted me to be in the first place, and he would lose it. And if he found out, say it's not Roman, because the situation with Montreal and the February pay-per-view, not always, it sometimes feeling like, what do we say, like a lame duck, where it's like, I can't compare anything to Montreal other than Punk and Chicago.
Right.
It's a very, as composed as Roman is, this is a very unique scenario. So the idea that it could be Sami Zayn is not remotely off the table for me at all. And if it's Sami Zayn versus me in Hollywood, just the idea of all this, I think my dad would be stunned by. And the big secret, which is not a secret because I've said this in like every interview, I feel bad, is when you're a second generation, you're a third generation, whatever, you do want to be like them, sure, but you want to be better than them. But you say that and people are like, how can you be better than Dusty? What a dick. Like, no, it's how you honor him. Hey, you want to be in my business? I mean, the literal thing he said to me, we're pulling out of a Waffle House, is you can only be in this if you want to be the best. And that's words when you're 19. Now at my age, it's, he wasn't lying. Like, there's no other way to do it if you're a second or third generation. Hey, Nepo babies or whatever we're called now, doors wide open. You can come in, you can get the job. And then you're held to the most ridiculous standard. And now we've got some major, Dominic, Ava, Charlotte, like, not knocking other fathers and mothers or anything like that, but we're dealing with some of the heaviest hitters. And I consider Dusty that. So I just, again, I think he would get such a big kick out of it. And I do want to carry it with me towards Mania. But Mr. Heyman said the exact thing that I don't think he knew I needed to hear this, but I heard it. It's not about him. And Bruce Pritchard told me that too. He said, nobody loves your dad more than me, but this is about you. Like, that Nightmare logo isn't the polka dots. All these kids with these little foam weight belts, that's not, red, white, and blue Dusty Rhodes tour shirts. Like, this, they're into you. And that's an interesting thing to hear, right? You want it, and you're like, yeah, maybe I'm getting there. I just think Dusty would get a huge kick out of all his friggin' handprints are over everything with Mania, just still given to the business even from the grave.
How would you feel about a triple threat match if it becomes that? Would that make it feel less? No, yeah, because some people don't like the triple threat, one-on-one, traditional. If it ends up being that, let's say there's some sort of craziness, and they, have you felt like, all right, I prefer this, it's cleaner, it's one-on-one rather than triple threat?
No, I don't really have a preference.
Okay.
Solely because I want to wrestle the best. All right, and people wanted people wanted a contender forever. So if two show up, don't be mad. Don't make it about A or B or B or A or one or two. Don't enjoy it all, right? And that's really been kind of the challenge. Like, I can't begrudge a dude getting super hot. And Drew was, again, you were so on this Drew train at one point. Yeah, you did this interview right before, and it got me hyped up. And then he's overseas, you know, near where he grew up. I mean, I have no preference in terms of the direction it goes. I really look forward to the moments when I'm in there, if they happen with Sammy, whether that's just on the road to WrestleMania, because I think it's different than people think. I think he's doing amazing. And I feel like I've been able to really do some great stuff too. So bring it all together. I'm not.
Okay.
Hey, who knows? Who knows what happens in Montreal? Who knows what happens in WrestleMania? One of the reasons I keep the serene and the peace and the calm, because I don't know what's going to, you know, I'm not the executive vice president. I still think, like some people think, I've got that EVP stroke. I barely had it in the first place. You know, I'm just like I said, want to play quarterback, want to get in the game, and I'll compete for that position.
When you left in June after the horrible injury, the pec was, I mean, one of the most iconic moments in the history of WWE. So much was different than now, right? Vince was still in charge. Yeah. Paul technically wasn't back, even though he was close to coming back. He takes over creative in July, and now you're back, and he's the guy. Vince comes back. A lot of craziness. But we all know about your history with Paul Levesque, a.k.a. Triple H. Yeah. Now that he's, you know, the head coach, so to speak, I know you've talked about burying the hatchet and him talking to you at WrestleMania and all that stuff backstage, but what is it like collaborating with him, working with him? How has it been?
So far, A+ in terms of not. I hope this isn't too like divulgent.
No, please, we love that.
Right. Yeah. Nothing has been forced. I'm not trying to force my ideas or a friendship. He's not trying. He's just been everything he has said to me or we've talked about has been very deliberate and very much, I get the sense he's expecting me to hit a home run every time. Okay, I have had great education and great experience. I want to go out there and do that every time. And we've yet to really hit a road bump. They're going to come. You know, I keep using different sports analogies, but we're going to fumble the ball. We're going to have these moments. They're going to come. But right now, it's been a very good relationship because it's not performative, right? It's you call the play, and I'm going to go out there and try to do the damn thing. And I've really enjoyed that because I don't think there was necessarily bad blood, but that was a contentious thing on Wednesdays in a way for a while. And if anything, I hope he would look at that and respect the hustle. I don't think I've ever said respect the hustle. But
it's a good term, yeah.
Yeah, respect what I was out there trying to do. Because what I was out there trying to do then was for everybody. As a selfish, egotistical wrestler, as we all are to a degree, that period of time was dedicated to the business and the sport. You know, Matt Jackson and I used to talk about it, raising the pay floor and the wrestling economy. Man, I felt like we did that. I felt like I did my part. So coming back is getting back in those shoes and like, okay, what can I do? And I was able to jump back on literally the first dream I had wrestling. As an 8-year-old kid, just wanting to win, you know, a title that my dad never got. For my own reasons, to say, hey, I'm the one who got it, but also to say like, hey, you know, here it is, buddy.
Do you remember, I know we spoke the day after you returned in Arlington last year, but do you remember the first time there was any sort of, I don't know, reach out conversation about you leaving AEW and coming to WWE? That to me is still one of the most fascinating. And if I'm being honest, I don't feel like we know the whole story still to this point. Like, could you tell us about when, like the embryonic stages of this move? Because it was seismic.
I'm glad you used the term seismic because someone who's been helping me along in this WWE run, Ryan Ward, he used that term once in terms of this is legit if you really think of this. Like, telling the story about dad and all that is great and real, and a lot of people connect to it. But there's another side of the story about that I don't think will ever happen in the business again. The executive, one of the, you know, if you look at what we created, I always make sure I name everybody because there's been some revision. I'll make it very clear.
Okay.
Matt, Nick, Kenny, Tony, Bernie, Brandy, my wife, and Dana. Without them, I remember how fragile it was. Doesn't exist. We were able to do this together as a team. So the idea that somebody involved with bringing this alternative promotion, this challenger brand, to the mainstream, to be there and be an alternative option, that person would then leave and go back is very large if you really think about it. Especially that's what I do. The goalpost move, and I try to keep going. That's the number one thing I'm good at. Oh man, these people are going to bet against me. Oh, I can't put 10,000 in there. Yep, we can. Can't do this. Yep, we can. And I had great teammates throughout all this. But when I was free and clear to discuss and talk and no issues, I can say that the first person to make contact was Bruce Pritchard. And I had to make sure I was very free and clear, because the last thing you want to do, I'm not just a talent, I'm a member of the executive team, was Bruce Pritchard. It's not, I think everyone looks at it like, oh, he got him from here and this. There's no, I was free. I wasn't under a deal anymore. I'd done my bit for King and Country. And the special thing about it was Bruce told me that he'd like to meet with me. And I thought, I'd love to meet with you guys, because if anything, it'll be closure. That's honestly how I looked at it. It will be closure. Hey, I exited poorly, but I was mad. And I think I was mad and I was unprofessional, but here's why I was unprofessional. And some of my unprofessionalism led to some really beautiful stuff. I kind of wanted to wrap it all up. And that's when he told me, he goes, well, Vince will fly to meet you wherever you are. And that's when it got real. And I think I only told Brandy, like, ooh, I don't know if I should have answered this text, because now I'm faced with this, and faced with this meeting, and closure is one thing, but also my sister said it best. She said, be careful what you wish for. Because that meeting was what I wished for, in a sense that, I'm sorry, I was slightly emotional about it. It's standard me. But just the idea of wrestling Seth, that's all it was. Would you wrestle Seth Rollins at WrestleMania? The idea of someone that I was trying to catch up to when I was Stardust. Your Seth Rollins, your Roman Reigns, your Dean Ambroses, your Sammys, your Kevins, Dusty's kids. Yeah. The idea that I was trying to catch up to them, Bailey's, all of them, and I finally had, was very, it makes it a career worth having done all this nuts stuff that I've done. Try all these things that I've tried. Made it a career, really made me feel like this was my life's work. I tell all the Nightmare Factory kids, like, this is your life's work. It's not a job you get in and get rich quick at. Definitely not that. But yeah, he'll fly to meet you. And one text later, the next day, that's what happened.
Incredible.
And it was just that, just the idea that you'll wrestle Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. I think people think there was other promises. There weren't. It was just that, because I didn't need any other promises. I really felt I know how good I am. I think I told them in that meeting I'm the best wrestler in the world. I think I told them that. Yeah, I know I did. I brought the WWF championship. Dan Lambert had given it to me. I told them that, and it was just a great thing. Again, maybe get some closure, but like Teal, my sister, said to me, be careful what you wish for. And there it was. And that opportunity to make the walk and start the process back was just a really beautiful opportunity. It came a lot later than people think. It wasn't a foregone conclusion. A lot of items had to be figured out. I still had action figures coming out with AEW and the video game and things of that. But everyone on both sides handled it very professionally. Really did.
Dying to ask, Labor Day weekend, when everything happens with Punk and the press conference, what are you thinking when you see all that?
They call it brawl out, right?
I don't know what they call it.
I think they call it brawl out.
I don't know if there's still a lot to talk about it at this point. You get the.
I got a fun story.
Oh, please.
It's it's pretty neutral, but
Okay.
one of my students from the Nightmare Factory was involved in pulling apart whatever the scuffle was. And I told him he's got a job, he's a driver there.
Okay.
I told him, I go, I feel terrible. I didn't prepare you. We taught you how to do hip tosses and do an interview. We didn't teach you how to break up a backstage brawl. So now when we do these beginners camps, I always want to be like, so guys, if you see two guys fighting, immediately separate them, just because he had that experience. I thought that was, it always popped me. Were you asking what I thought of it at all?
Yeah. When you're seeing, I mean, you were so close there, and then you see just the whole thing kind of implode.
Well, I woke up the next morning and I had, no joke, I think I had 63 messages.
Wow.
So I was very worried that something was said about me or Brandy. And that's I want to make sure, like, I did everything I could. I gave a lot. And I have great memories with AEW. I do. So I hope it's respected mutually, right? So I was worried. I was like, I hope somebody didn't take a weird shot, something like that. And that wasn't the case. It was about this press conference and all that. I had a great relationship with Matt, Nick, and Kenny. I still do. It definitely was tested by being young executives. It was tested by having different opinions on wrestling. But our different opinions is what made it strong. That's what made us work. I want to do Crockett and old school, and they want to do PWG and West Coast, and damn, I loved it. I liked that. That contention is what made us bond. We're bonded forever because of the things we did. I also had a great relationship with Punk. He was my dinner buddy. You know, they'd order dinner for me at AEW every week as one of my management perks or whatever. I don't think he knew. I always just put it on my tab because I wanted to make sure he was getting something too, salmon or sushi. So we didn't talk a lot, but I had a great relationship. We would still like chat and was so excited to have him back. And gosh, like, even if you remember when he came back, everyone was fired up about that, everybody. So when I watched it, just from my sitting there, I was not, there were some people texting me. I remember somebody texting me, man, you're the smartest guy in the room. And I wanted to write back, like, F you, man. Like, I don't feel that way. I feel this thing we built got damaged. And I'm not putting any blame on anybody. Sorry, I was super Switzerland in this moment.
No, I get it.
I'm not putting any blame on anybody, but I just hated seeing that, because as the company grows, and I hope it continues to grow, I hope people remember the mission in the first place, why we were there. And if you bring in people who don't know the mission, then things like that can happen. And I'm not saying he didn't know the mission or anything of that nature, but I was just bummed out. That's how I felt. I was bummed out because you win a title, it's a feather in your cap. You win the Royal Rumble, it's a feather in your cap. Building an alternative wrestling promotion is definitely a feather in the cap. I don't want that to be erased. I don't want that to go away. Plus, there's not as many jobs in wrestling as people think. There's about 1,000 people who work there, structurally, infrastructure, and talent. I'm proud of them, and I want to make sure they're able to feed their families. And that was a situation that was so big and heavy. I don't think it was helpful, right? And I don't know, maybe you could make it helpful, maybe you can do something with it, but it was just, that's how I felt. No heat on Punk, no heat on Matt, Nick, Kenny, or Tony. I was just bummed out when I saw it. That's not how we envisioned it. If you were at All In, were you at All In?
No.
All right, the spirit of All In. If you ever lose the spirit, you're lost.
Right.
And I think the spirit was gone in that moment. Doesn't mean you can't get it back. But it was just a bummer. I also felt weird because I always talk to everybody. So I was like, I don't want to like make it look like I'm taking any sides here, you know? Like, I'm literally just an observer now. I'm not there, guys. No connections, you know, other than the initial connection. So just a bummer.
Well, you've got a lot of exciting things coming up. You've got Raw in Brooklyn tonight, Elimination Chamber in my hometown of Montreal, one of the great wrestling cities.
Bell Center, right?
The Bell Center.
The best.
The best. I was there, Screwjob, 97, in the rafters.
I beat Shawn Michaels and Triple H, me and Ted DiBiase at Breaking Point.
I remember 2009.
Yeah, and they never did Breaking Point again.
Never did it again. How could you top that? Incredible.
I also didn't know how to put a figure 4 on the post like Brett. So I was just, I did my version.
No one noticed. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
You've got the A&E biography on your father, which I believe you are an executive producer on that.
Yep. Airs the week before Mania.
Week before Mania, April 1st and 2nd. SoFi Stadium. You'll be second night, I presume, right?
I say that, but
come on. Of course you are.
I keep saying I think we're going on last, and that's, I mean, it's Roman, or if it's Sammy, those are both titles, folks. So
you're going on last.
Yes.
But the biggest thing that you'll do over the next almost 2 months is what's about to happen right now. When people come in studio here, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a big darts guy. Darts is sweeping the nation. You know, darts is huge in Europe. So people come in studio, we have to have a game of 3-on-3. We're setting it up right here before you go.
Okay.
3-on-3. You know what 3-on-3 is? It's just you show
3 shots.
Three shots versus 3 shots. And whoever gets the higher number goes. Now, we've had 2 previous people do this earlier in the month. Sky Nicholson is an undefeated Australian women's boxer. She got a 93, which is absurd. The most you could get is 180. Eddie Hearn, boxing promoter,
23.
got a 23. Horrible. I beat him. I obviously lost to her. So now we want to see how you do in the darts right over there around the corner. Is that cool?
Are you a Deep Space Nine fan?
No.
Bashir and O'Brien, that's their game, darts, and Bashir was enhanced, a human being, enhanced, and O'Brien still tried to play him every week. So
oh, yeah.
I'm going to try.
I'm not, by the way, I'm not working you right here. I suck.
All
you
right.
should beat me.
Where is the line? Is that the line?
It's right over here. Here we go. We're going to do it right over here. Joe, you good?
All right.
Okay, here we are. We got the lights on. So I afford everyone the opportunity to just take one practice shot.
Oh, look how kind.
I'm a real mensch. So you go to the line here, and just to get, it's a bit of a different situation. You're just going right in, huh?
Well, I mean, that's the only way to do it, right?
Go ahead. Okay, that's not bad. That's a 6. Can I just offer one piece of advice?
Please.
You're squaring up. Like when you're a boxer, do you want to square up to your opponent?
No, you got to put your foot
You
forward.
got to have a little bit of a stance.
Sure.
You're a little too stiff here. By the way, fantastic suit. Who makes your suits, by the way? Because every time it's just like one better than the next.
The good suits are all Canali suits, the real good suits.
But this is bespoke, right? I mean, you're not taking this off the rack.
No, this is not off the rack. And anything I get off the rack,
yeah,
because there's a couple hacks I call, like if you need a suit quick, blacktux.com.
Okay.
There's some hacks. If you get them off the rack, just get someone to
tailor
them, and the next thing you know, you're killing it. All right, this is my actual shot.
This is legit. So 3 versus 3. Here we go. Cody
Just seeing
Rhodes,
if
the American Nightmare. I would go. You're a righty, right?
Yes, sir.
So why are you going? Okay, go ahead. Okay, a little low there, but no problem. That's a 3. That's a 3 right there.
I'm gonna get this Hearn score, guys.
Next up for Cody Rhodes here. Ooh.
Nope.
Right off the board.
Off.
That would have been a double 13.
That would have been, that was it.
Cody, can I just offer a piece?
Yeah, I think at this point, my third shot's coming up.
The pros like to go like this. So you're ready?
Yeah.
It's gonna feel weird, but they like to put the foot like that, and they like a little bit of a bend.
Have you ever had an athlete say like they didn't want to do this because they like to look perfect?
Yes.
Okay.
This is good because you know what? This is like Us Weekly. Stars, they're just like us. You're
like
human.
us.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
All
okay.
right.
So you got a 13. By the way, I could suck. I mean, I don't practice.
I wish I'd done the foot thing the whole time.
I'm sorry. It's a competition at the end of the day.
Yes, it is. It is.
So here we go. This is probably the only athletic thing that I could ever beat you at. You see this? A little bit of a bend. Oh, Cody.
I'm just going to sit back.
Look at that. That's a 25. What did you end up getting?
I'm sitting back.
Was it? I don't even remember what it was. Frank, what was it? I almost got a bullseye on my first shot.
Where are you, Frank? Who's this Frank? I feel like you're in on this.
Yeah.
Then the 13. So what is that? A 38? Cody, I love you, and you're gonna headline WrestleMania.
Thank you.
SoFi Stadium, and you're gonna freaking win that belt, and the tears are gonna be flowing, and it's gonna be an incredible moment. Hollywood's gonna be, you're gonna be the face of WWE after all these years. You're gonna go out there, and look, I did it for you. I went off because I didn't want to beat you too bad. 38. That's not bad, right?
No,
that's not bad.
Thank you.
You're an absolute legend.
Here is my request, Frank.
Yeah.
Is this Frank?
Frank, where you at?
I don't know who from the crew comes to the WWE events, but bring this dartboard to WrestleMania. Bring this. I'm furious and not letting anyone know. Bring this dartboard to WrestleMania, and we will absolutely have a rematch. We'll revisit it. We'll have a rematch. If I'm not able to get the rematch, there's no point. We don't need to go for a third one. Frank, are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, please and thank you, Frank. This exact dartboard too.
What about the fact that I went off the board just to make it
I appreciate that. Well, he won. He won. Congratulations.
Here's our camera right here.
He won.
Raw tonight, Barclays Center, Elimination Chamber. You'll be there?
Very likely. It's all, I mean, yeah, it's your hometown.
Yeah.
Right?
If you need a home-cooked meal, my mom will hook you up.
Do you know why I like the Bell Center the most?
No.
The way they lift that elevator up, where
yes,
it's
in the
the
back.
easiest possible building. You think like you have wrestler anxiety over getting into some of these buildings. That one's just an easy lift up. You're not in the cold. It's such a good vibe. Bell Center's a wonderful building. One of my favorite places to wrestle.
Be insane. And then of course WrestleMania coming up in April. Cody Rhodes, American Nightmare. We'll be back right after this. About this, JLP. I mean, is there a part of you that's like, oh God, Ariel asked me, I have to do it because we're friends, but I don't really want to do this?
No, but you are half right on your get. I would say yes because it was you. That is true, but no, I actually look forward to doing your program. Ariel, I didn't realize how big you were. You talk about that I take a lot of your segments or I repackage them. I do, and they're my biggest numbers. I will take something that you talked about, say Ariel in my thumbnail, or even when I come on with you. One time you did a thing on Main Street Coffee. I've never sold more coffee. I just truly didn't know. I didn't know institution. Ant Evans sings your praises, tells me you're an institution, more so than Jim Rome. Ant Evans said, I guess I didn't really know that you've built this base. So I do look forward to coming to you.
Well, that's in large part because of you and what we did together. I mean, we built that platform with our hands, off our back. Are you wearing Jordans, by the way? What's happening over here?
For the shoes?
Yeah, what is that?
These are called...
No, those aren't Jordans.
Well, running. It says running, but that's not the brand. This is the second or third time that my shoes have been brought up in the last 3 or 4 months. I've never been cool shoe guy.
No.
And Brittany got me all new shoes. She went and got me 2 or 3 pair in one day from a very nice store called Mario's.
Okay.
So I don't know what the brand is. It's not like a Nike, but I appreciate that you commented on them.
Yeah,
I think you like them. That's
I do. I thought they were Jordans, which I was like, well, that's way too cool for you. Is your wife, Brittany, is she still styling you? Is she still dressing you? Like, does she leave the clothes out every morning?
Every day.
Every day.
Every day, all the way down to socks and underwear. She comes in and it's waiting in the closet. And she loves when you give her credit for that, by the way. She does work very hard. And some of those things I take for granted. Ariel, can I go? Another thing I'd rather talk about than my hot-ass wife, but there's just one thing I don't want it to be too late, which is Perry. So you just, Perry, I only got to hear the last minute, but then you referenced the press conference. Now, I'm up to speed on that. And the reason I missed your Perry interview is because I was watching the press conference. But here's my question. Okay. If you covered it, I apologize for the redundancy. Here's my question. Ariel, they got to kick Tommy Fury. They got to do it now. They cannot wait till the last minute. They can't wait till the weigh-ins. They can't wait till the day.
All right. If you want to watch that full interview with Chael, it's on the YouTube channel. That was from last Wednesday. How about Cody Rhodes? And how about, I mean, I feel like I'm not going to get enough credit for this. Did you guys notice I went off the board as to not run up the score? I mean, that was one of the all-time class moves. I went off you saw the first shot, right, Frank?
I did. And then he went and sat down.
He went and sat down. I mean, it was done with the first shot. I could have stopped it right there. I guess that would have been the classier thing to do, is just stop after one. But, then I was like, you know what am I doing here? 38. I think it's the second time in a row I get 38. And what about Cody's affinity for Frank? I mean, he kept bringing you up.
Yeah.
He kept talking about you. He thinks you're the real mover and shaker back there.
Well,
little does he know you're the intern coffee guy.
Thanks.
Wow. Oh, look at this setup.
Really nice of you.
It looks great with the lights, especially, right?
Yeah.
What are you drinking back there?
It looks cozy back here. This is great stuff.
What do you got?
I have to say, everything's so dark, and then this corner, it's like I'm the shining light of the control room.
I kind of feel like this is the move now. Just keep the lights.
Yeah, maybe. I'll touch base with my interior designer for the corner, and we'll go from there.
I'm sure the EQ team just
loves
this
is a prime in a mug here.
No sold me on that. Yeah. Oh, in a mug.
How many digs are we gonna take that I took you?
Well, I came in. I was looking for the prime. I was looking for a little, shot of adrenaline.
I'm gonna say that the marketing worked on Saturday.
Drank it on Saturday. I wasn't even here. Were you guys laughing at least? Were you mocking me when you drank it?
Yeah. And it was perfect too, because it was the purple one, so it was a combo of the red and the blue corners. Yeah, it was great.
So there was a part where they got chocolate on their hands, and I recommended they could just wipe it on your props.
Wow. Oh, on my props?
Oh.
Jeez.
They were the first available.
Yeah, Frank was like, "Oh, we'll get some paper towels."
I'm surprised the props are even around when you guys are doing the show. I mean, I see you're very comfortable. You've redesigned the whole spot. There's hardly anything.
Yeah, we give it a little bit of a living
You
feel.
cover the stuff with the flat. I mean, it's like it's a little bit much. Did you guys save me any Tim Tams? Talking all about the Tim Tams. Can I get one?
No, we finished it.
Wow. The whole box? You had
All
like
4
8
boxes.
4 boxes?
Yeah.
How did you guys finish them all?
Cleared out. They're just that good.
In one evening?
Yeah, you never had them?
Never had them.
Highly recommend you try.
There
them
were a few
sometime.
this morning. I polished them off.
I can talk to my people, get them shipped in.
Where do you purchase them?
I got them off of Amazon. Easy as that.
We didn't have a lot of time to talk afterwards, but what about GC totally marking out for Cody Rhodes? You guys are pretty much from the same neighborhood.
I mean, my high school used to play his high school. Where he lives now was where my rival high school was. I mean, and then I forgot I had my Volk shirt here. I had to change last minute, but I had a Falcon shirt on. Now that the NFL season's over, I've left the Bills bandwagon. I'm back with the Falcons. But yeah, I mean, he's like, "Oh, I'm not really a Falcons fan. It's all about the Georgia Bulldogs." And I mean, I was sold at that point.
Oh, yes.
We're all in WrestleMania. I'm watching Raw tonight. Got to support my guy, the American Nightmare. I mean, how can I not be in? The guy's from my neck of the woods. He's a Georgia fan. I'll be there WrestleMania,
I feel like we got to bring the dartboard now.
Yeah. I'll bring the dart. I know Casey's trying to make claim. I'll be the dartboard guy. I'll keep it in my backpack, sneak
We'll be
in.
sick.
Yeah. That's how we'll get it done.
I mean, us against the locker room, come one, come all, and let's just have a grand old time. Bang, 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 bang. I think that would be incredible.
I'm there.
I think I would. You know what? I actually thought when we started this thing, I thought that I was going to lose against everyone. Now it feels like I'm going to kick everyone's ass.
I have to say that it seems like now 38's the magic number.
Yeah.
You've now gotten 38 twice. Is that your limiter? Can you not go past 38?
No, I've gone. Joe and I went toe to toe after the show on Wednesday. Still don't know how Sky got 93. I really have no idea how she got a 93. I'm proud of my 38.
I have to say, you kind of left Cody out to dry there when he went alt foot first. It was kind of like goofy stance.
Yeah.
Did him no favors, and then he kind of got it the last.
Well, he was squaring up to the board.
I know he was squared up to the board. You helped him, but then he went like left foot forward as a righty when he should have.
I know, but
right foot forward.
I didn't want to. I mean, I was like, "Why are you going? Aren't you?" And he's like, "This is what he wanted to do." Listen, end of the day, competition. I can only do so much.
So he's hungry for the rematch.
I would love the rematch. I'm down for the rematch. Unlike others, I'm open to rematches. A quick word from our sponsors over at DraftKings Sportsbook, and we shall recap what transpired on Saturday night. Get in on all the NBA action, as you know. NFL, rear view mirror. So happy it's done. Couldn't be happier that the NFL season is over. Done. Finished. We don't have to hear about it for several months. Fantastic. Now it's time for the NBA. It's time for the NHL. It's time for baseball pitchers and catchers. They're about to report. That's all very exciting. So what I want you to do is get in on the NBA action, among other things, with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. I got to say, love that Josh Hart deal. On fire on Saturday night against the Jazz. Tremendous stuff. So new customers can place $5 on any pregame moneyline bet and get $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Plus, all customers can take a shot at even bigger payout with DraftKings stepped up same game parlays. New customers download the app and sign up with the code VMMAHour. Place $5 on any pregame moneyline bet and get $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Again, that's code VMMAHour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And that's very important. That code, that lets them know we sent you. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Bonus issued as bonus bets. 1 boost per eligible game. Opt-in required. 10+ leg required for 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms over at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Again, please support them because they support us. All right, guys, what about it? Saturday night, New York Rick on the sidelines looking in, and the new look Parlay Pals, bang, hit it.
Bang.
What was it? It was main event, over 1.5, easy peasy.
We got the graphic ready to roll.
Lemon squeezy.
Yeah, I mean, made it all 5 rounds. Jack Jenkins made it look easy. Jack Della made it look too easy. Back.
Jack Jenkins.
We said that already. Jesus.
Yeah.
Audio guy's not even listening.
Listen.
What did you just say? What did you just say?
He literally said
Whole
Jack
peanut
Jenkins.
gallery here, man. You really got to roar for that one.
I mean, go.
He told us that he was just still coasting on the Cody Rhodes.
I mean,
He's not even like
Yeah, a
thinking
little
about this anymore.
scared. Yeah.
What do you mean scared? He was actually.
He was pretty upset.
Cody? No, he was giving you
Yeah,
props.
no.
Anyway, you're back, Frank. Your first win in how long? Last week, actually.
Yeah.
I know, but I feel like there was a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, it's basically like just going to the ATM and it just spits out money.
Love it. Love everything about it. So we are back, and now we're going to recap, but turn our attention to a much improved UFC main event this weekend, right?
Yeah.
With all due respect, it's a shame because Tyler, I think
I was down for Tyler.
I was down, but doesn't have maybe the name, the cachet. But I think we were all looking forward to seeing how she would rebound after the big win, or I should say, quote unquote, win over Valentina Shevchenko. Not a win, but talk about a hotly contested and debated fight against Valentina back in June in Singapore. But Jessica Andrade on short notice, give her props, give Erin Blanchfield props for taking this fight on a week's notice. Feels like a little more high profile. But again, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. To go from that scene in Perth to the Apex is just some kind of thing.
To this card in the Apex.
And Dave Shaw, the UFC executive who's in charge of that region, said, on Saturday, the Apex ain't going nowhere. I feel like we've settled into a bit of a groove here, right? We've settled.
Is that how we worded it too?
No, definitely not. Good Canadian boy, though. We've got pay-per-views. We've got the premium fight nights, i.e. Arnold Allen, Max Holloway, right? Kansas City, Cheeto, Sanhagen, San Antonio. We've got the Apex cards. We've got Contender Series at the Apex. We've got Tough at the Apex as well. So I feel like this is just going to become a thing. But Saturday's going to be great. We've got that card. We've got the Lee Wood fight in Nottingham.
Lee Wood fight, yeah.
And Elimination Chamber. Was there something else?
No, it was just like, said it's going to be great.
I mean, just like there's a lot. And of course, one of my favorite nights of the year, NBA All-Star Saturday night. There's just a lot to like. There's a lot. Do you bet on Saturday night? Do you bet on NBA All-Star?
I have before, probably won't this year.
No?
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be locked into Elimination Chamber?
Elimination Chamber for sure. Next week, card still is not good, but there's a lot going on. You got the Jake Paul fight, KSW going.
Yeah, but Jake Paul's on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is still weekend.
So the 25th one is who? Is
Ryan Spann, Nikita Krylov.
Wow, that's the main event.
Yes. Wild. Listen, though, we get through these 2 Apex cards, not great cards, but then we get into like 6-7 weeks of unbelievable cards. So it's worth it.
March 4th is Jones and Gunn. March 11th is Jan. So that's non-Apex. March 18th, non-Apex. No Apex in March.
No Apex in March, and then I think we do a week off the first week of April, and then
for Game Bred Boxing.
For Game Bred Boxing, and then Izzy Pereira, not Apex, and then Holloway,
not Apex. Wow.
Yeah,
what's April 22nd?
I don't know. That might be an Apex show.
Frank, I feel like that's a breaking news. I think we just stumbled upon something very exciting. Wow. Why was that so low? Did you guys even hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. Full blast.
That was like on a negative 1,000 in my ears.
What?
Who's not listening now?
It's I'm literally listening. I'm right here, and I didn't. You know what it sounded like?
Wow, I got it full blast.
Wow, something's weird. All right, well that's very exciting. Okay, so how do we do in total on Saturday?
Tough time out of the blocks here in 2023. Do all right on the singles, but just not well. The only parlay I hit is the Parlay Pals, thanks to you guys. It's a Kugov kind of questionable decision there. Would have gotten us a couple extra units had we gotten that. Just whiff on the prop parlay, down 3.63 on the week, down to 5 on 2023. it's tough to hit a cold streak because we've hit a couple on this show. I mean, it just happens.
Yeah.
They all come to an end. It's tough though to hit it at the beginning of a year because like everything's reset. You're back to zero. So it feels more impactful than it actually is. But hopefully we will right the ship here soon enough. So still up 72 all time. Shout out to the DraftKings. C. Chris 1. And then I have to do big hitters because there are some absolutely ridiculous ones this week.
This is super loud. What is going on? I mean, Frank. Almost busted my eardrum. Something changed with the big hitters thing? Is that a new one? No? All right. Oh, there he is. Did the graphics change here? Something's different.
No.
I'm completely... I'm off my rocker. Are you sure nothing's changed?
No, nothing has changed. Just like earlier, you were asking if something changed. Nothing has changed, man.
We shifted everything to the left.
I did just have to run out of the room to grab my hat, though, but thought I was going to make that smooth. All right, let's kick this off. Anthony Morrow. Anthony hits a Yair Rodriguez to win by submission via triangle choke in the second round, plus 15,000.
Wow.
What would incline you to take that? I have no idea, but he must have the sports almanac from the future because that's unbelievable. I mean, a call like that is just absolutely insane. Next up, Jay, plus 24,600. He calls Yair Rodriguez to win by submission, plus 1,200, and parlays it with Jack Della Maddalena to win by submission, plus 1,800, to give him a parlay for plus 24,600, $1 into almost 250. I mean, some of these calls are just absolutely outrageous. Next up, always got to shout it out, Crispy MMA Fight Facts calls the draw in the Jimmy Crute Alonzo Menafield fight. Insane stuff. Next up, Hans Patino, Daniel, plus 3,900, gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these fights right, turns $25 into almost 1,000. I mean, just can't complain about a night like that. Unbelievable stuff from him. Last one for the UFC. Incognoa Noah, $3,000 profit on 5 bets. He just goes big on singles. He gets Modestas Bukakas as an underdog. He gets Look Boonme in the under 2.5 as an underdog. Jack Della Maddalena by submission. I don't know why all these people were going with by submission. I mean, those are just fantastic calls. Yair by submission. And Brenner to start it out, plus 500 for him there. And then just a couple Super Bowl ones just because of how crazy they are. Flawless victory. Jalen Hurts to score the first touchdown of the game. Travis Kelce to score the second touchdown of the game. And Antonio Brown to score the third touchdown of the game. Sorry, not Antonio. A.J. Brown to score the third touchdown of the game. Plus 20,000. Turned a $25 free bet into $5,000.
Wow.
Bonus bet.
I mean, insane stuff. And the fact that the Eagles scored and then it got called back and then Jalen Hurts scored to keep that bet alive. Just insane stuff. And then last but not least, my man, this was someone at my Super Bowl party, our friend Jake from the Nottingham Forest fan club. He goes Sky Moore plus 800, throws $260 on it. I mean, all night, all we're hearing about is Sky Moore. Guy's never scored a touchdown in his entire NFL career. Every time he came out on the field, we were just like, oh, there's Sky Moore, Sky Moore. And all he's doing is blocking. And then fourth quarter, fate be having it.
Big.
Goes out, moves in motion, busts out wide open. The whole apartment is just screaming to throw it to Sky Moore, dumps it off. He wins $2,000. We went absolutely insane. It was, it was fantastic. That's why you watch the Super Bowl. So shout out to the big hitters. Congratulations to all of them. I mean, some of the crazier ones that I've seen. The Yair to win by
that is absurd.
Triangle choke in the second round plus 15,000.
What's the most degenerate one that you bet on the Super Bowl? You did Gatorade. You did length of anthem.
Okay, so if we're just going strictly degenerate, it would be the anthem because I live in an apartment complex where you need to go and grab the people from the front. So my roommate was going to grab the people from the front. So I was sitting in my apartment by myself with
Timing?
timers
Oh my
sweating
God.
out the national anthem, and like I went way too crazy to be sitting by myself.
And you're like,
sweating out.
yes.
Yes. Like
What was
that
it? What was it? What was the bet?
It was under 123 seconds, and they went 122.7.
Oh,
I mean, it was
my
like
God.
the way that he was holding out Brave, because that's when it ends. When it ends on Brave, he's
You're
like, Brave.
oh,
man. I'm like, please stop it. Like,
hurry this shit up.
Yeah, it was really bad degeneracy stuff there. But
Color of Gatorade?
Color of Gatorade, you know, you're calling me up
Yeah.
off the hook, and I'm like, I'm digging deep to try to color the Gatorade. I'm like, give me a minute here, man.
Yo, New York Rick, I'm getting ready to set up for this, for this Cody Rhodes interview, and not Cody Rhodes, sorry, Volkanovski, and GC is nowhere to be found. He's nowhere to be found. I'm calling him repeatedly, nowhere to be found.
First call.
What?
You texted me
No.
a couple times.
It was multiple times. And then best part is he's telling me he's sitting around waiting for the Gatorade color.
Phone is on silent.
Phone is on
Game
silent.
had
We've got this
just ended.
massive interview.
You were fully aware I was sweating out Chiefs money line and Chiefs 1 to 6 points. We also have
Hey,
to be
folks,
clear here.
The producer can't let you in right now. He's sweating out Chiefs money line. Well, I'm sorry.
He's also sweating out Chiefs 1 to 6 points plus 325. Let's get him some credit here. Lastly, we were in communication the entire day.
I was about to find a link.
We were even in communication, and you were like, "Yeah, Volk, he wants to watch till the end of the Super Bowl." So I was like, "All right, cool. Well, I won't worry about this till the end of the Super Bowl. Phone's on silent." And then I
My
see
phone
it,
on silent.
19 missed calls from Ariel Helwani. I'm like, hello? I'm like, hello? And he's like, hey, man.
No, by the way, it wasn't like that. Fuck off. It wasn't like that. I will say, though, speaking of missed calls, I wake up and there's a missed call. I get nervous about this shit. You know, we don't do pre-tapes. That's only the second pre-tape in the history of the show, Hamzat being the first. And, we did like one or two in the ESPN days, but never the night before. And I have a missed call from him at 12:45 a.m. But then I look at my text and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about that." For a good 4 to 5 seconds, my heart stopped.
Okay, well, real quickly to explain. Not only did you see the missed call, but you had to have seen the missed call and the text from me at 1 a.m. And like your
Luckily,
heart must have stopped.
I saw it at 6:30 a.m.
I was very nervous that like after I called, because it rang for like a half second and then I hung up, I was nervous you were going to call me back and be like, "What's going on, man? Like you just woke me up. Like, is everything okay?" Yeah, I'm working with I'm working with an iPhone 10 still. Jeez. And the call log will lag sometimes. So I went to call my most recent and it hadn't updated with our calls.
Just throw Apple under the bus.
Yeah, so it updated and then like, I saw it was calling you and I was like, oh shit.
It's a great way to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this last week. Anytime you see the number, you get nervous.
It's
Anytime
1,000% that.
And then he's called me 4 or 5 times since then.
I actually called you last night because I needed help with the Zoom. Frank, nowhere to be found.
Well, and then I came back in the room and called you back. And you're like, am I bothering you?
It's just a lot.
I hear Connor say,
Listen,
yes, you're bothering.
Listen, can I just put this out there for the world? Whenever, hopefully in 100 years, whenever the time comes that I pass, I want all of you to lay me down into the ground. I want you to lay me to rest so you can let me down just one last time. Okay, guys?
Wow.
That's all.
I mean, look, it sounds like you called a few people. I didn't get a call, so
Well, you were.
I'm still.
Listen, when
You were on that text chain.
we were
all
all
day.
we were all planning the Volk interview. You were nowhere to be found. You were like, I want nothing to do with this.
Nowhere to be
on a
found. What am
Sunday.
I supposed to do?
You just be like, yeah,
moral
good job,
support.
guys.
Hey, guys.
How about more?
Great
You want to
stuff.
talk
got
moral
this.
support?
You got this.
You want to talk moral
Yeah,
support?
let's go.
Who was the one to preemptively text you guys good luck about your parlay?
That's-
and then who was the first one to congratulate?
you
I've
can't
been in
bring
that
that up.
position.
Yeah,
You know
can't
it's
bring
a
that
little
up.
passive aggressive.
Yeah, you
Just
can't
a
bring that
little,
up.
yeah.
You can't bring that
No,
up
not
now.
passive
You
aggressive
can't bring
at
it
all.
up now. That makes me think that you only texted it so that you could bring it up on the
Right,
show.
exactly.
I
Yeah.
mean, really.
No.
Rick was also live watching the main event with us, and like we'd have to go back on the tape, but like I heard like as soon as the over 1.5
Like a
hit,
grunt.
like I heard like one of those. Like he was like, dude, he tried to hide it. I swear.
That was very loud, by the way. I'm still
Yeah, let's tone it down
A little
bit.
aggressive. I was the first.
I was trying to do a recreation. Of what
I
it was.
literally brought it up on that as well before anybody prompted me. I'm just saying, there's some of us who appreciate their friends and like to tell them, and there's some of us who send a HBD text. Just out of the
Wait,
necessity
aren't you the
of it.
one
Before
that said?
10 a.m.
Aren't you the HBD text guy?
What?
You're like the no
He's
call.
rewriting history.
Aren't you just like the no call on birthday?
We just talked about this. I'm the opposite of the HBD text. I'm the
don't even bother
I tell
me.
you how much I care about you, so I don't have to send you some
Yeah, all right.
artificial Hallmark inspired HBD nonsense.
You're one step below HBD text at this point. You don't even do it.
I'm so far above it that I can't even see you guys anymore. I'm a gift giver. I'm a lover. I'm a hugger. I like to tell people how much they mean to me. And congratulations, you guys. I'm happy for you.
Thank you. We got a big one this weekend. By the way, I remember last year, Valentine's Day, you went to Sasabune, right? That was last year.
Yeah.
Going back?
Been a whole year. No,
Oh.
not going back.
Why not? Didn't like it? Switching it
No,
up?
no, loved it. Girlfriend not in town.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were about to say for a very quick second there, girlfriend wasn't a fan. And I was like,
No.
oh my God.
She's not in town.
We might
so
have to
not going
have
by
a chat.
myself.
I mean, come on. And by the way, you could do it by yourself. No problem.
Yeah, but the whole
What's the
point
point?
of going on Valentine's Day is, to enjoy it with your significant other.
Any big plans or just calling in? Rick?
Nah.
What about you? Anything?
Going to dinner. Actually, going to an omakase place next to our house, a new one. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Nice.
What about you, Frank?
Alamo Draft House.
Serious?
Oh,
That's just the
yeah.
go-to, huh? Any big holiday.
Well, it's
is
just,
Alamo Draft House.
yeah.
What are we watching?
Eternal Sunshine of the
Cocaine Bear.
Spotless Mind.
Oh, I love that
what
movie.
what a romantic movie.
I know, right?
Wait, the Alamo Draft House is a movie theater?
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
Is it really?
Are you going after the show?
I love Alamo.
Wait, no. Valentine's Day is tomorrow.
I know, but
Oh.
preemptive.
It's on a Monday or Tuesday you're going?
Tomorrow is Valentine's Day.
Yeah, so why would he go after the show?
I don't know. A little preemptive action.
A little early. Well, I saw someone say if you're going out on Valentine's Day on the 13th or the 15th, you gotta, reevaluate your spot in the relationship. That might mean that you're the appetizer, not the entree.
This kind of goes back to what Rick was saying. Like, you love all year round. Why?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't agree with
Welcome
that.
to my team, Frank.
I don't agree with that, by the
feels
way.
good.
I
Thank
say
you.
go. Actually, I say go out on the 13th and 15th to avoid the rush.
Well, you should have already been going out on the 13th and the 15th. The 14th
How about
is
you just tell them
paid a
every
little
Wednesday?
extra.
I agree.
Just tell them how much they mean to you.
Tuesday
you know?
this week.
Don't be afraid to get in touch with your emotions. Don't wait till February 14th. It's too late. It's too late.
I agree.
Send that text saying happy birthday.
Send that text.
First thing in the morning.
That's what Sami Zayn told me. Speaking of sending that text, what a great transition. Moments ago, breaking news, Frank. That was a little bit louder. Oh, it ended on a high note. Conor McGregor and Eddie Hearn met in Ireland to talk about the state of the Katie Taylor fight. There is a photo of them together, I believe, at the Black Forge Inn. There it is. Some talk about maybe a little bit of overexposure in the photo. Maybe
Yeah,
they could
you
have
can
toned
tell
it.
that's Conor McGregor.
Come on,
What
Ed.
is that?
Like we
What is
could
it, the
have brought
ghost
it
of
down.
Conor
to
McGregor?
10.
And here's a
Come
man
on,
in a
Eddie.
white sheet.
I mean, way to bottle it, Eddie. Really? Come on. You could get a filter on that bad boy. You could have darkened it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'd love to do like a super zoom in.
Can you zoom in on that?
I mean, like,
It looks like a mannequin.
I mean,
I'm going to take a photo of Connor later tonight.
Yeah. Anyway, my good friend. Oh,
that ain't it.
can you zoom in?
Zoom and enhance, please.
There we go.
Prove me wrong. By the way, that was the perfect
Ghost of
tweet.
Dan Hooker just haunted.
But that was the perfect week. Prove me wrong.
Real time stuff.
This is Minority Report right
But
now. This is
that was
from the future.
That was the best. Prove me wrong.
You know
Why is
what?
that one-
It is Connor and Eddie.
I don't know why it's going like.
Prove me wrong. It's perfect.
capacity.
Connor saying to the politicians in Ireland, prove me wrong. Oh my God, that is fantastic.
It's them.
There they are.
It's them.
There they are.
Great. That's a great shot.
Wow. Connor looks thicker than Eddie.
Yeah, well, Eddie's tall and lean.
I know, but look at that neck, the girth.
Connor looks a little stiff here.
Connor's a big boy.
He's a big boy. Double fists up. Love it. This, according to the Mirror, Donna Corby, he said that they held crunch talks in Dublin.
What does that mean? What's a crunch?
I don't know. He just wrote that. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Is it over
I feel like that means
a
like
bowl
important.
of Captain Crunch? I don't know. However, Hearn arrived. This is a great detail right here. They met at the Black Forge Inn this afternoon. Hearn arrived along with Matchroom Boxing CEO Frank Smith at 4:30 p.m. local time and was joined 40 minutes later by Conor McGregor. That's a strong flex right there. Yeah, you guys are going to wait for me at my bar or restaurant.
Enjoy a
Eddie
couple.
It's a great flex.
Enjoy a couple Black Forge stouts.
On the house was joined 40 minutes later by McGregor, who told Mirror Fighting, quote, "We'll see what happens." When asked if he feels the deal will be reached today, the Irishman took photos and fist bumped with fans as he arrived at the pub in a Rolls Royce, and Hearn was also spotted in a Kia Fiat. No, I'm kidding.
I thought you were for real.
Was also spotted posing for photos. I don't know.
No, he just combined two car companies.
Oh, there's more. The group sat in a back corner table. Wow, this is real journalism from
This
Dunna.
is like a Rolling Stone like profile right here.
Not McGregor's private, quote, Bentley room. Wow, you've got the name. And could be heard loudly laughing as they enjoyed a meal and glasses of the Irishman's proper 12 whiskey. Mirror Fighting understands that the meeting was a last gasp effort and that the 3 Arena is all but guaranteed for the May 20th event. There'll be more to follow on this breaking news story. We'll bring you the very latest. All right.
So they're saying Dunna's saying it's not happening.
Well, what I'm hearing is it's very much
The ship has sailed.
yeah.
Yeah, but again, this is good for Conor.
It's great.
Later in the year, let's make it happen.
I think it would be great. I think it would be great later in the year. It should happen. But for now, let's good vibes. Let's put out the 3 Arena. Everyone's on board. Just make it happen. The rematch.
Do it.
We're going to do, Frank actually asked me about this, about doing a road show on that Wednesday.
Sign me up.
Frank, you in?
It has to be done.
It just had to be him.
I'm so in, it's not even funny.
That'd be great.
Are the powers that be in? That's the only thing.
I mean, I was
whoever's funding
trying
it, I'm also interested.
Sponsor? We could get Prime to sponsor
Proper
us.
12.
If anyone is
12,
listening,
the Black Forge in.
sponsor it, please.
balls.
Balls.
No, I actually reached out to Balls. They ghosted me.
They did, huh?
They want to hear from
Yeah, I
me.
tried it on Twitter and then I tried it on Instagram. Ghosted me on
Did
both.
they leave you on scene or did it not open up? Because you don't.
Not opened up.
I have a feeling their social media might not be the route.
Yeah, it's not great.
Hey,
Yeah, I've hit up a few people, got ghosted.
Yeah.
Ball's just
I know
too
what it's
busy.
like.
They got bigger things to do,
Wow.
I guess.
it's real sophomore.
All right. Well, we still have a little over 3 months, so we'll see what happens there. Any final UFC 284? Anyone you want to shout out? We really only talked about the top 2 fights, a little bit on JDM. He'll be on the show. Justin Tafa, cool. Alonzo Menefield and Jimmy Crute was nuts. Can't believe that even went the distance.
That was awesome. That was a great way to start it out.
Yeah.
JDM. That's pretty much it.
Are we running with JD Him?
I mean, I feel like that needs to catch on. Like when
Do I get credit for that? Or you thought of that?
You got credit for that?
I tweeted it on the right after. I said JDM is him.
I don't follow you. I didn't see.
Wow, I literally.
I like can't even lie. I actually didn't see that.
Wow.
Then
maybe we're simpatico.
as long as the receipts are there,
Yeah.
you get the credit. Then
I mean, I did.
It was a little bit different. His was JDM was him. You did JD him. I mean,
Maybe
potato.
inspiration.
listen, timestamps are there. You get the credit.
All right, thank you. All right, gents.
Yeah.
Clutton Rodriguez, flyweight unders don't lose. First
That's
round.
right.
Not even in a minute.
I need my old man take on this.
Please.
It has to be said.
You-
I'm over everybody being him.
Oh, I hate him.
If everybody's
I
him,
hate that.
nobody's him. There's no him.
Oh, I couldn't
Enough.
agree more. I hate that. I was saying it in
goat.
jest. Did it start with Stephon Diggs, by the way?
No,
Oh, who did it start with?
no. It's been around for a long
Oh,
time.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the him thing. There's a bunch of things going on right now that I'm not a fan of. TikTok, I'm a fan of right now. I want to let you know.
I'm not a fan. Why you angrily exhale? I'm not a fan.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not a fan.
TikTok's
It's
great.
really dating.
Hey, what happened with TikTok that you're happy with?
I think it's because he was a late adopter. Right?
was a
He's
late
like, What's
adopter.
this TikTok thing?
No, I was very confused by it. I didn't understand what was going on. There was no grid. There was no
really a
timeline.
difficult concept.
I still don't like that it's not in chronological order. Is there a way to,
What's not in chronological?
like, you go to the for you or the following section and it's just like random shit.
I have a surprise for you. Your Instagram is not in chronological order.
You can change it.
Feed.
Top left, you can press a button.
But but just like Instagram, if you go to the tiles, it is. You can select the
No.
latest
You can
TikTok from somebody.
You can actually click on something top left on Instagram and now it's
Yeah.
chronological.
I know I'm aware, Ariel, but what I'm saying is like that's the way of social media platforms.
Even on Twitter, I hate the thing where they curate. I want to know who if you tweeted something 15 seconds ago, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see something from 4 days ago. Stop it with this.
I'm happy to be served what I want to see.
But how do you know it's what you want to see? It's what they think you want to see.
They're usually right, based on the people I follow.
All
They're
right.
usually right.
All right.
Just give me the good stuff.
Such as Volk #1 pound for pound, Leon #2, Islam
But you already said.
Yeah, I think that's what the rankings are going to look like when they.
I can't wait. Oh, like that's supposed to be like some big reveal, like the fucking robots who run that UFC ranking thing. By the way, I can assure you of this. You want to know how the UFC rankings aren't real? It's the fact that Islam was #2 after, one top 5 win. It was all a promotional thing.
But you just.
What?
You countered your own logic in the argument for why Volk should be #1. So how?
I explained this already. Not the same weight class. How many times do I have to explain this to you? Very rare circumstance. And guess what? Rules were made to be broken. All
Leon
right?
and Kamaru went head to head, and they're on the same list, and it doesn't make sense.
Same weight class. These guys weren't.
Make sense.
Just like Volk said, meet me at 45. We'll see,
Yeah,
that'd be
Islam's
fun.
cutting down
That'd
to
be fun,
45 now.
In other words, he said, catch me outside. How about that?
But
Yeah, there we go. That's a true thing.
I will say this: the spirit of what he's saying is correct. That is correctly how you apply pound for pound. If we were the same weight, I beat you, and that's fine, and that's a legitimate argument, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that from Volk.
The good news is this argument isn't going away anytime soon. I love when we get into these ruts. Like we had an open scoring rut last year, which everyone got mad about. This is our new rut, the pound for pound rankings.
Oh yeah, by the time this year is out, it's going to be like everyone's going to groan when they hear pound for pound.
John's going to come clean it up. Don't worry.
I know, but then when he wins, there'll be, he shouldn't be one.
Everybody will know. Everybody will know.
All right,
Hope it's a nice, close, contested decision, so then everyone can list the 3 rounds that they think.
That would be fun if he wins like a squeaker, a split decision. Then what do you do?
What about when Habib comes out of retirement?
Oh my god,
145 gone.
Wow. You weren't you the one that said Habib will never come back?
He's not.
Okay,
He's not. He never will.
All right, time to go home. Thank you, gents. Appreciate you guys. Thanks to the crew in the back, Frank.
Yeah,
it's time to go. It's time to go. You were a big player on today's episode. Cody loved you. I think Volk loved you. Really appreciated all the work that you did in that interview.
You could tell.
Yeah. And what about, by the way, we didn't really talk about Jens' setup.
Yeah, it was great. It's got a nice SM7B, yeah.
Was his mic better than...
Oh, yeah. Better than the one that you used when you talked to Volk.
Oh, yeah. But he had like a real thing with a... What about, is it better than this one?
I mean, they're kind of in the same class.
Did he have was it like an animated thing behind him?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
What was that? Was it a screen? Or
yeah,
was
it looked like a screen.
Wow.
A green screen.
But how? So if it was green screen, how was it playing for us?
He's got some software to do that,
And someone needs to hook Sadiq Youssef up with that software. He showed up with the green screen. It was weird.
Yeah, that was kind of cool though.
Remember that? You like that?
Yeah, it was a little BTS.
Yeah. Breaking the fourth wall. You going to Raw tonight in Brooklyn?
I have to bring the...
That's right. No, he said WrestleMania.
I thought he said tonight at Raw. Yeah, I suck at listening.
Yeah.
What was that?
No, that's it. I know what you did just there. That was good. It's been a fun day, my friends. We discussed a lot with a lot of interesting people. First hour was very feisty, very fiery. I liked it very much, but it is time to go. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you to Arnold Allen. Congrats to Jens Pulver. Congrats to Alex Volkanovski on tremendous showing. Good luck to Cody Rhodes as well. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of that. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out.